Chapter 1. At the crack of dawn, Kai woke up. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he took a broom from the corner of the room and walked out of the room. He stood at the door and stretched his body. He glanced at the white dawn on the horizon and closed his eyes to enjoy a moment of peace. Then, he opened his eyes and waved the broom in his hand, burying himself in cleaning the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. He was dressed in a green robe that was simple and clean. The plain white robe made the young man look a few years older. Kai's back was as straight as a javelin. Even though he was doing the lowest level of work, his expression was meticulous. His movements were calm and steady. He didn't use much strength to hold the broom, and his body didn't even move much. Just by the movement of his wrist, the broom was like an extension of his arm. As he moved, the dust and debris on the ground magically moved as if they had grown two legs. Kai was a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. 3 years ago, he entered the sect and began to cultivate. Until now, he had only reached the tempered body 3rd stage. His fellow apprentices who had entered the sect at the same time as him had long since surpassed this stage. Each of them had their own opportunities and were able to achieve meteoric success under the tutelage of those who had entered the sect. 3 years of tempered body 3rd stage. This kind of talent could no longer be described as ordinary, could even be described as mediocre. Without any other choice, Kai could only accept a job as a floor sweeper in the sect. While maintaining his livelihood, he bitterly cultivated. High Heaven Pavilion was a rather special sect. This was reflected in the cruelty of the competition between the disciples. In this sect, those with ability would be promoted while those without ability would be eliminated. The law of the jungle was vividly demonstrated in High Heaven Pavilion. In other sects, there may be some friendship between fellow disciples, but in High Heaven Pavilion there was none. If you want to climb up, you have to step on the shoulders of those so-called brothers and brothers. Only by stepping over their blood would you be qualified. High Heaven Pavilion's strict rules were well known throughout the Great Han Dynasty. Although it wasn't considered a super large sect, the cruelty of the competition between the disciples was second to none. It was also because of this that the disciples were all intrepid, and few people dared to provoke them when they traveled the Jianghu. High Heaven Pavilion had a rule. Disciples under the age of 14, no matter who they were, from the time they entered the sect, they would have to spend 3 years as a trial period. During these 3 years, food, lodging, and transportation were all taken care of by the sect. The disciples only had to focus on cultivation. If one could break through to the tempered body stage within 3 years, one would be qualified to become a disciple of one of the sect's experts. Of course, one could choose not to become a disciple of one of the sect's experts and cultivate on their own. However, on the path of cultivation, there was a huge difference between the guidance of a good teacher and the exploration of one's own path. To some extent, High Heaven Pavilion's rules were somewhat liberal. As for those who did not break through the body tempering stage within 3 years, they would either leave the sect or be demoted to a trial disciple. That was Kai's current identity as a trial disciple. It was also the disgrace of High Heaven Pavilion. Unlike ordinary disciples, trial disciples had a much harsher living environment. After reaching this step, they had to take care of their own food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The sect would not waste any more cultivation resources on them. Once they were demoted to a trial disciple, they would never be able to see the light of day again. Unless their strength greatly increased in a short period of time, the sect felt that they had the capital to invest in them. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion there were 3,000 disciples, but how many trial disciples were there? Not more than 10. Kai was fortunate enough to be one of them. For trial disciples to survive in High Heaven Pavilion was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For example, Kai currently lived in a small hut. It was built by himself piece by piece. There were several holes in the small roof, but he did not have time to fix them. When it rained, the inside of the hut would be flooded with water. His clothes were bought by himself, the food he ate was his own, and he was responsible for everything. Even the location of his hut was in the most remote part of High Heaven Pavilion that no one cared about. Such terrible treatment, most people would not be able to bear it. This was also the reason why there were so few trial disciples in High Heaven Pavilion. Basically, after the trial period, those who did not break through to the tempered body stage would choose to leave High Heaven Pavilion. However, Yang Kai had chosen to stay. He had already been swept out of the door once, so how could he do the same again? A few months ago, after being demoted to a trial disciple, Yang Kai took on a job as a floor sweeper to maintain his livelihood. It could be said that Yang Kai was now both a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion and a floor sweeper of High Heaven Pavilion. However, this floor sweeper job was sometimes unable to maintain Yang Kai's food and clothing. From time to time he would be hungry and full, and no one would care about his cold. His days were bleak and miserable. Even so, Yang Kai did not want to give up. In life he had chosen this path, so he would continue to walk it. Giving up halfway was not a man's conduct. Yang Kai had a tenacity that would not turn back until he hit the southern wall. As the sky gradually brightened, Yang Kai swept the floor for a while. Wherever he passed, it was clean and dusty. Although sweeping the floor didn't take much effort, after moving so early in the morning without eating or drinking, Yang Kai's whole body was covered in sweat. This had nothing to do with his strength, it was entirely because his physique was too poor. Out of 3 meals, 2 of them would be hungry. No matter who lived in Yang Kai's environment, their physique would not be good. Gradually, some of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples gathered around him. These disciples had all gotten up early in the morning, but instead of cultivating, they gathered around Yang Kai. Many of them were looking at Yang Kai with great interest, and some of them even had greedy eyes. It was as if Yang Kai was a naked beauty, a fragrant piece of cake. Among these High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered around Yang Kai, there was also a tense competitive atmosphere spreading. They vigilantly looked at their brothers and sisters, each of them with an unkind expression. Some people in the crowd couldn't bear it and whispered, "So many people, it's a bit too much." Someone immediately replied, "If you think there's a lot of people, you can leave, no one wants you to stay." This one sentence made that person speechless. Everyone knew why they were gathered here and why they were staring at Yang Kai. Now they were all waiting for that moment to arrive. The time limit was almost up, so wouldn't it be a pity to leave now? If they could take the lead, then today's harvest would be another big gain. Yang Kai was naturally aware of the movements around him, but his expression never changed. He had to experience this kind of situation once every 5 days, 6 times a month, so there really wasn't anything to be surprised about. Moreover, the number of people in front of him was slightly less, probably because not all of them had arrived. Therefore, he continued to sweep the floor, not caring about the people around him, sweeping as he walked. As time passed, more and more people gathered around Yang Kai, roughly estimating that there were at least 30 to 40 people. Yang Kai suddenly stopped and sat in the middle of the road. He slowly breathed in, recovering the physical strength he had exhausted early in the morning. Seeing this, the people gathered around Yang Kai immediately spread out, surrounding him in the middle. The tense competitive atmosphere suddenly rose to a new level, as if even the air was no longer flowing. No one was pleasing to the eye, but they all looked at Yang Kai with incomparable expectation. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would probably think that the person in the middle of the crowd was a peerless expert. Otherwise, why would so many people be dispatched to deal with him? But in reality, Yang Kai was only a trial disciple at the 3rd layer of the body-tempering realm. Everyone present was stronger than Yang Kai. "Kai Yang, don't waste your time. Just obediently wait for us to beat you up. Wouldn't that save everyone a lot of time?" Some people saw Kai Yang's expression and immediately said disdainfully, "Why would a trifling 3rd layer of the body-tempering realm need to recover? Since he was going to lose anyway, he might as well be straightforward. Why struggle at death's door?" That's right, that's right. Yang Kai, you should at least empathize with the feelings of your fellow brothers. We're not like you. After this fight, we still have to go cultivate. These words made it seem as if Yang Kai should be quickly defeated by them. It made it seem as if Yang Kai recovering his physical strength was disrespectful to them. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to these words, like an old monk in meditation. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a bell rang out. It was the morning bell of High Heaven Pavilion. The sound of the bell entered everyone's ears, and the disciples surrounding Yang Kai were shocked. The bell rang 9 times, and the sun rose from the east. It was a new day. Everyone's breathing suddenly calmed down, and they anxiously looked at Yang Kai, who was surrounded in the middle. Yang Kai slowly got up, raised the broom in his hand, and faintly swept his eyes over the people around him. "Pick me, Brother Yang." Someone loudly shouted. "I'll be very gentle. I guarantee you won't feel any pain." "Bullshit. Pick me and I'll give you a quick death. I'll end it with one punch, and I definitely won't waste anyone's time. Pick me, pick me." The scene was very noisy. It was like a market where vendors were promoting the vegetables in their fields and competing to see who was the freshest. "Young Kai, don't break the rules you set," someone reminded him. Young Kai chuckled and casually threw the broom in his hand into the air. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked up, full of expectation, waiting for the broom to fall to the ground. In their hearts they kept praying, "Pick me, pick me." Time seemed to slow down. The broom spun a few times in the air, and immediately fell to the ground where it stopped moving. The tip of the broom pointed towards a tall and sturdy youth in the crowd. A sigh of regret sounded, full of resentment and unwillingness. On the contrary, the tall and sturdy youth laughed and walked out of the crowd, clasping his hands and smiling at the crowd. "Brothers, I've won today's battle. I hope you won't blame me." "Fuck dog shit luck." Some people were jealous. "Why can't you pick me? I come here once every 5 days and I've been here for a whole month." "Young Kai, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" "Don't mention it, I've been here for 3 months, and I haven't been picked even once." "Brother, you're worse than me." Not bad, just watch the show." The two brothers looked at each other and smiled knowingly. In the field, the others had already dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and the tall and sturdy youth looking at each other. Trial Disciple Yang Kai. Body Tempering Stage 3. Yang Kai looked at the tall and sturdy youth. Ordinary Disciple Zhou Dingjun. Body Tempering Stage 5. The tall and sturdy youth introduced himself. High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were also divided into different levels. From bottom to top, they were Trial Disciples, Ordinary Disciples, Head Disciples, Elite Disciples, and Core Disciples. Zhou Dingjun said he was an ordinary disciple, which meant that he had not yet been accepted into the sect, and had not yet received guidance from a good teacher. If he broke through the body tempering stage and was accepted into the sect, he would be considered a head disciple. The elite disciples of the next level were all outstanding, and were selected from the disciples under the sect leader. As for the core disciples, they were the hope of High Heaven Pavilion's next generation. The sect treated these people as future successors. The awe-inspiring disciple ranking system seemed unreasonable, but it was very good at stimulating the competitive spirit of the young people. This was also the foundation of High Heaven Pavilion's cruel system. The fundamental reason why Yang Kai was being fought over by so many people was because of another rule of High Heaven Pavilion, the challenge rule. Chapter 2. High Heaven Pavilion's first rule. Every High Heaven Pavilion disciple has the opportunity to challenge a disciple once per day, and every 5 days they have the opportunity to be challenged once per day. In a battle, the strength of both sides cannot be more than 3 levels apart. No one is allowed to avoid the battle, no one is allowed to cower, and no one is allowed to violate this rule. The winning side will be awarded a corresponding amount of contribution points based on the opponent's level, while the losing side will be deducted a corresponding amount of contribution points based on their own level. Contribution points, also known as sect contribution points. This was a special feature of High Heaven Pavilion. Simply put, contribution points were equivalent to money in High Heaven Pavilion. As long as one had enough contribution points, they could be exchanged for anything they wanted from the sect's logistics department. Pills, manuals, weapons, armors, anything related to cultivation they could be exchanged for. Of course, they could also be exchanged for gold and silver, but generally speaking, sect contribution points were hard to come by, so most disciples were reluctant to exchange them for gold and silver. There were also many ways to obtain sect contribution points, such as turning in one's own treasures to the sect, or completing tasks given by the sect, etc. One of the most common and simplest ways to obtain sect contribution points was through challenges. Challenging a disciple whose strength was less than 3 levels lower than one's own would give them contribution points. That was why so many people had gathered around Yang Kai so early in the morning. Everyone knew how to pinch a soft persimmon. Yang Kai's name could be considered famous in High Heaven Pavilion, not only because he carried the status of a trial disciple, but also because he had never tasted a single victory since entering High Heaven Pavilion. Every time he was challenged, the result was always a loss. Those who paid attention naturally remembered the last time Yang Kai had been challenged. Today was the 5th day since then, so according to the sex rules, he could be challenged again. Who wouldn't be envious of the contribution points that could be obtained so easily? Although winning against Yang Kai didn't give them much contribution points, a mosquito was still meat. What's more, the disciples who would challenge Yang Kai weren't rich or noble, so naturally they wouldn't complain about a trivial amount of contribution points. In the middle of the field, Yang Kai and Zhou Dingjun had already taken up their stances and said in unison, "Please advise." That being said, everyone knew that Yang Kai was going to get a good beating today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack. His thin and weak body exploded with amazing fighting strength. He took a step forward and punched Zhou Dingjun's chest. His attack was simple and direct. His fist was like a tiger that created wind, as if all his strength was poured into it. This fist technique was the long fist technique that every High Heaven Pavilion disciple practiced. This fist technique wasn't profound, it was only used to strengthen the body of the disciples, so the moves were naturally very simple. Zhou Dingjun didn't panic, and had a smile on his face. It was because his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Yang Kai's, so there was no suspense in this battle. When Yang Kai's fist was about to hit him, he turned his body as if he was taking a stroll in the park. His tall and sturdy body seemed to be somewhat agile at this moment. His fist brushed past Zhou Dingjun's clothes and did not hurt him at all. Not waiting for Yang Kai to retract his fist, Zhou Dingjun's elbow hit Yang Kai's forearm. At the same time, he slightly raised his knee and hit Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he endured the excruciating pain and hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding Zhou Dingjun's third attack. Zhou Dingjun was surprised. He didn't expect that his brother, who was only at tempered body 3rd stage, would be able to predict his next move. His plan to defeat him in one fell swoop was disrupted. But this small mistake didn't affect the overall situation. Zhou Dingjun's thoughts changed, and he followed like a shadow. He wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai's respite to end this battle. But just as he moved, the retreating Yang Kai suddenly pounced on him. The two figures quickly closed in. Zhou Dingjun saw the unyielding and high fighting spirit in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai clenched his fist and threw another punch. Oh no! Zhou Dingjun's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had fallen into his opponent's trap. Although his strength was higher than his brother's by 2 stages, his battle experience was not as good. But so what if he fell into his trap? Zhou Dingjun's aura was as deep as the abyss. He no longer dodged and returned the favor with a punch. With 2 light bangs, Yang Kai was sent flying. Zhou Dingjun's body swayed, but he still stood there with a dignified expression. If this attack had been launched by an opponent of the same level, the one who would have been sent flying would definitely have been him. Others may not know the secret behind these 2 punches, but he could feel it clearly. This senior brother's fist was actually a bit faster than his own. In other words, he hit him first and only then did he hit him. But his punch was not as strong as his own. Furthermore, he had a strong body. On the other hand, his opponent was as thin as firewood. His face was as pale as a vegetable. It was obvious that he was malnourished. His resistance was not on the same level, which led to this result. Brother Yi. Thank you for letting me win. Zhou Dingjun did not feel good. Being hit first by an opponent who was 2 stages behind was not something to be proud of. Although he had won this battle, he still felt that it was not a good win. Whispers came from the side. This guy thinks he's won? Haha, could it be that he has never heard of Yang Kai's name and came to challenge him? This is really interesting. Zhou Dingjun raised his eyebrows. He really did not know Yang Kai very well. He had only heard about this brother from others. Today when he passed by, he saw many people gathered around, so he joined in. He did not expect that his luck would be so good, and he would be chosen as his opponent by Yang Kai. But didn't this mean that he had won? He had sent this brother flying with 1 punch. He already had an overwhelming advantage. According to the rules of the sect, his opponent should have admitted defeat because there was no need to continue fighting. Again, while she was thinking, Kai Yang, who had been sent flying, had unexpectedly stood up. His eyes didn't show the slightest sign of discouragement, Instead, his fighting spirit had become even stronger. After being struck by that fist, his originally emaciated face had become slightly pale. Without waiting for Zhou Dingjun to answer, Yang Kai rushed over again. When he was less than 3 feet away from Zhou Dingjun, his body suddenly sprung up and his legs swept out like a whip towards Zhou Dingjun's lower body. Whip kick. It was also a basic skill that every High Heaven Pavilion disciple had practiced. But at this moment when Yang Kai used it, many of the disciples who were much higher than him were able to understand it. It turned out that the whip kick could be used like this. Without waiting for the crowd to sigh, Yang Kai was sent flying again. The difference between the two realms and the difference in their physical attributes made it impossible for Kai Yang to compete with Zhou Dingjun. Zhou Dingjun's punch landed on Yang Kai's calf. When Yang Kai stood up again, his footsteps were slightly staggered. It was obvious that his bones had been injured. Again. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with a raging fire. Pung. Yang Kai was sent flying. Again. Pung. Yang Kai was sent flying again. Some people who couldn't bear to watch had already left, while others sighed. This Yang Kai's tenacity is really beyond words. Every time he challenges someone, he will definitely not give up until he's knocked out. When these words reached Zhou Dingjun's ears, he couldn't help but feel bitter. He didn't expect that he would challenge such a crazy opponent. Kai Yang was sent flying 7 or 8 times. His cheeks were swollen, and even his eye sockets were black. He staggered forward, looking like he would be blown away by the wind, but he was still as stubborn as a rock. Wherever he fell, he would pick himself up, shout, and continue to charge forward. After repeating this, Zhou Dingjun's face finally changed. Are you crazy? If you don't admit defeat, you'll die. Chapter 3. High Heaven Pavilion disciples fought amongst each other and many died every year. But when Zhou Dingjun looked at his brother, who bravely charged forward without flinching, he couldn't help but feel slightly alarmed. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, Zhou Dingjun wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Perhaps he would have already admitted defeat. Where there is life, there is hope. This was the way of life. Not turning back until you hit the south wall, this was a kind of persistence. Seeing Yang Kai's sorry figure, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was growing stronger and stronger, Zhou Dingjun knew that if he didn't knock him out, today's matter wouldn't be over. Thinking of this, Zhou Dingjun waved his hand and chopped down on Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai's fierce momentum suddenly dissipated, his eyes lost focus, and his body softly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, a person standing on the top of a large tree took out a small booklet and flipped it open to read. Trial Disciple Yang Kai vs Ordinary Disciple Zhou Dingjun. Zhou Dingjun. The person standing on the top of the tree had a graceful figure, obviously a woman, but her face was covered by a black veil, making it impossible to see her face. However, her delicate eyebrows showed that she wasn't very old, and the fallen leaf armband she wore on her arm showed her identity. High Heaven Pavilion's Dark Hall Disciple. High Heaven Pavilion's Dark Hall was a special organization under the jurisdiction of the sect's third elder. The Dark Hall disciples were responsible for recording all matters in the sect, including the results of duels between disciples. Therefore, if one wanted to challenge someone in High Heaven Pavilion, they didn't need to worry about not being able to earn contribution points. The Dark Hall disciples hidden in the shadows would record their results and summarize them every month. After the Dark Hall woman finished recording the results of this battle, she took out an even smaller booklet from her waist and opened it to take a look. On it was written, Jihe 14 May 7th, Kai Yang's 147th battle defeat. Excluding this new line of words, the booklet densely recorded the results of all of Yang Kai's battles. All of them were recorded at the same time, and the results could only be summed up in one word: defeat. Losing 147 matches in a row without a single victory. This could be said to be the one and only High Heaven Pavilion's record since its inception. This record was enough to shock the heavens and make the gods weep. It was unprecedented, and the creator of this record was currently lying quietly on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Yang Kai had never challenged anyone before. These 147 matches were all challenges from others. In other words, he was challenged once every 5 days. This had been going on for more than 2 years. Looking down at Yang Kai, Xia Ningchang frowned. She didn't understand why Yang Kai would persist to this extent. He had already been demoted to High Heaven Pavilion's trial disciple, and even his own survival was a problem. So why was he still staying in High Heaven Pavilion? If he left this place, his life would definitely be much better. What kind of stubbornness did this frail youth have in his heart? This allowed him to lose 147 matches in a row without being discouraged. Perhaps this was the stupidity of men? Noticing Yang Kai was also a coincidence. As a Dark Hall disciple, Xia Ningchang was assigned to monitor this area of the territory. Every time Yang Kai was challenged, every time he was knocked unconscious, she had seen it all. Once or twice was nothing, but after so many times, Xia Ningchang began to pay attention to this youth who was only at body tempering 3rd stage. She really wanted to know, with his perseverance, how long would he persist before leaving High Heaven Pavilion. This kind of aptitude, this kind of cultivation speed, was simply not suitable to stay in this world of Jianghu. The world of ordinary people was his home. Below, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai lying unconscious on the ground. People came and went and time passed. Xia Ningchang's figure flickered and disappeared from the treetops. When Yang Kai woke up again, it was already late in the morning. From head to toe, there was no part of his body that didn't hurt. Staggering to get up, Yang Kai looked around and found that he was no longer in the place where he had fainted, but rather under the shade of a nearby tree. This was really strange. Could it be that one of his brothers was so kind as to carry him here? This was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai frowned and scratched his head. He vaguely remembered a hazy figure swaying in front of his eyes. But this memory was too vague. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember clearly. But between where he was standing and where he had fainted, there was a very clear drag mark, and this mark was clearly caused by someone dragging a person along the ground. When he felt his back again, he immediately felt a burning pain coming from it. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then immediately became angry. The trace of goodwill he had for this benefactor who had done a good deed but didn't leave his name disappeared in an instant. This person must have directly dragged him from there. Otherwise, how could the skin on his back be scraped and bruised? It would have been better to just leave him there and not care. Yang Kai thought in his heart. While feeling depressed, Yang Kai suddenly found that his right hand seemed to be holding something. Puzzled, he looked down and saw a small porcelain bottle in his hand. What was this? This porcelain bottle was definitely not his. Yang Kai didn't have anything on him, besides a set of clothes and a broom. Where would he get this? The small porcelain bottle had a label on it, and on the label there were words. Yang Kai looked at it and muttered, "Blood coagulation cream." Blood coagulation cream. Yang Kai knew what it was. This was the cream that High Heaven Pavilion used to treat external injuries. Although it wasn't a peerless medicine, it had a significant effect on external injuries. Generally, every disciple would carry a bottle with them at all times in case of an accident. And such a bottle of cream was not cheap in High Heaven Pavilion's logistics department. 10 sect contribution points for a bottle. How many sect contribution points could Yang Kai get in a month of sweeping? It was a trivial 10 sect contribution points. In other words, the value of this bottle of cream was equivalent to Yang Kai sweeping for a month. Who was it? At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a fierce surge of emotion in his heart, and the pain in his back suddenly lessened by a lot. He had been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, and in these 3 years, Yang Kai had become accustomed to the fickleness of the sect's disciples. But today, someone had actually left a bottle of blood coagulation cream for him, after he was injured. This kind of action deeply touched Yang Kai. It turned out that not all of the sect's disciples were heartless people. Perhaps such a bottle of cream for external injuries was nothing to that person, but for Yang Kai it was what he needed the most right now. There was a saying that a drop of water would be unforgettable, and in the future, he would repay it with a gushing spring. Yang Kai was moved as he tried to recall that figure, but it became more and more blurry. On the contrary, a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, not dissipating for a long time. This medicine is actually fragrant? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Calming his mood, he straightened his clothes and carefully put away the bottle of blood coagulation cream. Yang Kai picked up the broom in his hand and continued his sweeping work. Sweeping inside and out, he busied himself until noon, when he finally finished his work for the day. Dragging his tired and hungry body, Yang Kai returned to his room. The injuries from the morning fight had not yet been dealt with, so although Yang Kai was hungry, he could only endure and treat his injuries first. Taking off his blue clothes, Yang Kai brought a basin of water to wash his body. If someone were to see the state of Yang Kai's body, they would definitely be shocked. Yang Kai's body was very weak and thin. His ribs were clearly visible, and his whole body didn't seem to have much meat. But on this malnourished body, there were bruises everywhere, scars everywhere, and almost no part of his body was intact. Every 5 days he would be challenged, and every time he would be defeated. Every time he would be knocked unconscious. His old injuries had not yet healed, but new ones were added. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to endure this kind of pain, but Yang Kai endured it. Not only did he endure it, but he also cultivated and swept the floor every day, not at all affected by these injuries. Chapter 4. After washing his body, Kai Yang picked up the bottle of blood coagulation cream. Placing it under his nose, he gently sniffed it. Discovering that this medicine was indeed fragrant, he couldn't help but feel refreshed, shaking his head. Opening the bottle cap, Yang Kai took out some of the ointment from the bottle, and was about to apply it to his wound when he suddenly paused and hurriedly went to fetch a bowl of water. Placing the ointment on his finger into the water, he carefully stirred it before using the diluted liquid medicine to treat his wound. Although the blood clotting cream had a good effect on external injuries, after being diluted, its function would be greatly reduced. But Yang Kai only had 1 bottle of cream, so he naturally had to use it sparingly. After the bowl of medicine was consumed, Yang Kai finally finished treating his wound. But what made him somewhat puzzled was that the smell of the blood clotting cream was somewhat different from before. Not only was it not fragrant, it was somewhat spicy. Putting on his clothes, Yang Kai picked up a piece of black baked sweet potato from the stove and gulped it down. Then he fell into bed and fell into a deep sleep. There were a few holes in the roof, and the light that shone in brightly lit the room. The furnishings in the room were extremely simple. There was only 1 bed, and there wasn't even a table or a chair. Even the bed only had a deerskin bedding the size of a table, and a square black stone pillow. This was all Yang Kai had. The deerskin quilt was made from a deer that Yang Kai had hunted. Although it was not thick, it was just enough to keep out the cold. The black stone pillow was picked up by Yang Kai when he left High Heaven Pavilion and went hunting in the Black Wind Mountain Range. This black stone was square, 1 foot long and 3 fingers thick. It looked like a stone, but it didn't feel like a stone, nor did it have the weight of a stone. Yang Kai didn't know what it was, but in any case it was perfect for a pillow, so he didn't dwell on it. Yang Kai had been using this black stone pillow for more than a year. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but it always made him feel good to sleep. In his sleep, Yang Kai dreamed of today's battle. Time and time again he was sent flying by junior brother Zhou Dingjun. But time and time again he stood up. His heart was filled with unyielding perseverance, and his chest was filled with blood. As the dream continued, the blood in his chest became more and more violent. In his sleep, Yang Kai's face was filled with pain, but his expression was firm. His heart was filled with perseverance. Even if his feet were treading a mountain of blades and his body was burning in a sea of fire, he would not be afraid. In his sleep, Yang Kai didn't notice that the black stone pillow under his head was emitting a deep light. With the ups and downs of Yang Kai's mood, this light became brighter and brighter. In his dream, Yang Kai continued with his early morning encounter. He was repeatedly knocked to the ground by Zhou Dingjun, but when he stood up for the 1000th time, the unyielding perseverance in his heart suddenly broke out. He rushed forward and ruthlessly knocked Zhou Dingjun down. The moment Zhou Dingjun fell to the ground, his appearance blurred and turned into his own appearance. At this moment Yang Kai's mood calmed down. It wasn't because he had defeated his opponent in his dream, but because he had defeated himself. He had defeated his heart's cowardice and submission. A faint feeling arose spontaneously, as if there was nothing in the world that could make him submit. In reality, the black stone pillow under Yang Kai's had suddenly erupted with a black light. This black light spun and emerged from the black stone. It swayed a few times in the air, and then drilled into Yang Kai's head through the Baihui acupoint and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a desolate and ancient barbaric aura descended. It was like the tide of the sea, the power of the avalanche. In front of this aura, anyone would be so insignificant. Young Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His whole body was dripping with sweat, and there was a lingering fear in his heart. He was awakened by that aura. After calming down, Young Kai gave a hollow laugh. It was a bit ridiculous that he could scare himself in a dream. He rubbed his face and judged the time through the light on the roof. He was a bit annoyed. He had slept for 2 hours and it was almost evening. He hurriedly got up and lifted the deerskin quilt, carefully folded it, and then adjusted the position of the black stone pillow. Just as he was about to get out of bed, Young Kai frowned and turned his head to look at the black stone pillow in a daze. Felt like the texture was different. Puzzled, Young Kai reached out and picked up the black stone pillow. He weighed it in his hand and found that it was indeed different. This thing was much lighter. Strange, how could a stone suddenly become lighter? Young Kai casually tossed it up and down. This toss suddenly threw out a problem. It was like a thick book was thrown in the air, and the pages of the book fell apart. Young Kai was stunned and forgot to reach out to catch it. With a bang, the black stone pillow fell to the ground. Young Kai still couldn't believe it. He was surprised to find that the black stone pillow was actually spread out on the ground like a book. Wasn't this a stone? How did it suddenly become a book? Young Kai had been using the black stone pillow for more than a year. Young Kai was very clear about what it looked like. Before, he didn't find out that it was a book. How come today the old turtle took off its shell and turned into a snake? After a long time, Young Kai bent down and picked up the black book. The moment he touched it, Young Kai's heart gave birth to a feeling of compatibility. After carefully looking through it, Young Kai had to admit that this black stone pillow was really a book. Thick book cover, thick book pages. But what made people speechless was that this black book didn't have a single word recorded. It was empty. Moreover, the texture of this book page made Young Kai unable to see through it. He gently tore it with his hand, but unexpectedly he couldn't tear it. This was really interesting. He had been using it for more than a year, but only today did he know its true appearance. But what was the use of such a wordless black book? Young Kai turned around to look but found nothing. Unknowingly, Kai Young flipped to the first page. Unable to believe this, he angrily stared at the empty page. After a moment of effort, Young Kai was surprised to find that the page in front of him had changed a little. While he was concentrating, the wild aura that had just descended in his sleep appeared again. A line of large golden characters gradually appeared in front of Young Kai's eyes. With the blood as the guide, the golden body descends. Divine power fails, the golden body is indestructible. This aura rushed straight to his heart. Young Kai suddenly closed the black book. His hands and feet couldn't help but tremble. He took a few deep breaths, calming down a little. What kind of secret was hidden in this black book? Young Kai didn't know. Young Kai only knew that this thing that he picked up in the Black Wind Mountain range was likely to have a great origin. After a long silence, Young Kai once again opened the black book. This time he saw the lines of large golden characters on the first page. So it wasn't a dream. Gradually, several other lines of characters slowly appeared. Unyielding golden body, the Overlord's bar, the unyielding soul can descend. 8 lines and 32 words took up an entire page. It gave people a feeling of supremacy, as if those words were filled with a dense and domineering aura. Chapter 5. The meaning of these 32 words was very easy to understand, so Young Kai naturally understood. However, the origin of the black book was unclear, which made Young Kai somewhat afraid. What if this was a trap? Thinking of this, Young Kai couldn't help but laugh. He was now just a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Who would waste time to deal with him? However, from the literal meaning of the last few lines, the reason why the black stone pillow transformed into the black book was most likely related to his dream today. He had slept on it for more than a year without any change, but today it had turned into a black book, which was inseparable from the change in his mood in his dream. It was because of his own change that the black stone pillow transformed. Since he was the one who facilitated the birth of the black book, then this black book was born because of him. He was the master of this black book. Thinking of this, Young Kai no longer hesitated. The words on the black book clearly required him to drip his blood as a guide. Holding the idea of giving it a try, Yang Kai put his hand into his mouth and fiercely bit down, then stretched his finger towards the first page of the black book. The blood dripped down. At first there was no change, but as time passed, the black book began to emit a layer of black light. Yang Kai's body was not good, and today he was injured first, so after tossing and turning, he began to feel a little dizzy. However, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and endured. His blood continued to flow, but the light on the page grew stronger and stronger. After a full cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai almost fainted on the ground. The page began to change substantially. The black light began to wriggle and shrink, and in the middle of the page a small vortex appeared. Immediately after, a golden light appeared in the vortex. Yang Kai struggled to keep his mind clear as he stared at the movement in front of him. In the middle of the black vortex, a shiny round golden thing gradually rose up. Yang Kai was shocked. There really was something on this page. Although when he decided to drip his blood, Yang Kai had some expectations, he didn't think it would really succeed. But now, everything in front of him showed that the 32 words on the page were not fake. Dripping blood as a guide, the golden body descends. What kind of golden body is it? Yang Kai's pale face was full of expectation. After a while, when the shiny and round thing completely appeared in front of Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. No matter how rich his imagination was, he never thought that the golden body would look like this. This was a golden skeleton that was only about half a foot tall, and the first thing to shine was the skull of this skeleton. The golden skeleton floated above the pages of the black book and sat cross-legged. It was clear that it was meditating. Each of its bones exuded a golden light, illuminating Yang Kai's hut in a dazzling light. The black vortex on the page gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Yang Kai didn't know what to do when he saw the bizarre appearance of the golden skeleton. The book only mentioned how to make the golden body descend, but it did not mention what to do with it after it had descended. Looking at it, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. The golden skeleton in front of him clearly had no eyes, but Yang Kai felt that it seemed to be sizing him up. It also clearly had no mouth, but it seemed to be mocking him for being weak. Realizing this, Yang Kai was furious and tried to grab the golden skeleton. Just a little skeleton, how dare it be so arrogant? Who would have thought that as soon as he made a move, the golden skeleton flew over and directly passed through Yang Kai's hand and imprinted on Yang Kai's chest. This was a very shocking scene. A skeleton hit Yang Kai's body, and then the golden light shone brightly. The golden skeleton directly turned into little fluorescent lights and penetrated into Yang Kai's body through his pores. In an instant, pain spread all over his body. This kind of pain was not ordinary pain, but pain that came from the depths of his bones. Yang Kai screamed and fell to the ground. His body bent like a shrimp and spasmed. All the bones in his body seemed to have been shattered in an instant. Yang Kai didn't even have the strength to move a finger. This was not an illusion. If Yang Kai could look inside his body, he would see that his bones were really shattered. Next to each broken bone, there was a layer of golden light that constantly repaired the broken bones. However, the speed of repair was far slower than the speed of destruction. As soon as the repair was completed, they were shattered again. Human bones were wrapped in bone marrow, and in bone marrow were nerves. Any small touch could cause great damage. It was easy to imagine how much suffering Yang Kai was suffering at this moment. It wasn't that a single bone in his body was broken, but that there was not a single bone in his body that was intact. If it was someone else, even if their strength was thousands of times higher than Yang Kai's, they would probably have fainted at this moment. However, Yang Kai did not. The severe pain made his mind clearer, and the price for this was that the pain he felt was magnified thousands of times. Tragic screams came from the hut. Not far away, the high heaven pavilion disciples who were walking were frightened and hurriedly fled. In the dark, Yang Kai seemed to have received a message from the golden body. Destroy Yang Kai's consciousness and occupy this body. How could Yang Kai agree? Even if he couldn't move, he tried to maintain a clear consciousness, not allowing the golden body to occupy his body. The golden body was also not afraid. Over and over again it crushed Yang Kai's bones, tormenting his nerves and making him faint. One had the unyielding golden body, the other had the unyielding soul. Who won and who lost would not be clear until the final moment. Yang Kai knew that this time it was a real matter of life and death. It was not like the challenge with his brothers in the sect. If he couldn't survive, then there would be no Yongkai in this world. Therefore he had to survive, even if it was painful he had to endure. Yongkai's consciousness and the destructive power of the golden body began a difficult tug-of-war between the two, and the battlefield was Yongkai's body. They went back and forth, neither side retreating, neither side was willing to give in. As time passed, Yongkai was surprised to find that the unbearable pain was slowly alleviating, and he couldn't help but feel refreshed. It was no wonder. After the golden body crushed Yongkai's bones, it repaired them again and again. In the process of breaking and then rebuilding, Yongkai's body had the factor of the golden body. Yongkai's bones were getting stronger and stronger, while the energy of the golden body was getting lower and lower. Under this situation, the pain was naturally alleviated a lot. Once the golden body was completely integrated into Yongkai's body, the battle would be over. The scales of victory were gradually tilting toward Yongkai. The unbearable pain slowly turned into tolerable, then turned into itchiness, and finally turned into comfort. This feeling was like being enlightened, making hundreds of millions of pores all over his body open involuntarily. Perceiving that the golden body in his body still had a trace of resistance, Yongkai cursed and crushed it in his consciousness. His body finally calmed down. There seemed to be a sigh in his ears. This sigh was full of relief and a trace of relief. Chapter 6. After quietly lying on the ground for 2 hours, Yongkai finally stood up. The torment just now had exhausted all of his strength. Recalling the events of 2 hours ago, Yongkai felt as if he was in a dream. He couldn't believe that all of this was real. He quietly pinched himself and felt some pain. What is going on? What is the origin of that black book? Yongkai muttered to himself, somewhat confused. When he finally calmed down, Yongkai suddenly discovered that he was somewhat different. Originally, he didn't have enough to eat, and every 5 days he would suffer a beating. His body had always been very weak, but now Yongkai could clearly feel that his bones contained exuberant vitality. A warm energy slowly exuded from within, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. With a slight movement, his bones unexpectedly emitted a crisp and melodious crackling sound, as if they were playing a tune. Moreover, his body no longer hurt, and the wounds he received from Zhou Dingjun today seemed to have completely healed. Aware of this, Yongkai hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and lifted his clothes to carefully examine himself. He discovered that the original bruises on his body were all gone, and even the old wounds on his body showed signs of healing. But he was still as thin as a stick. He reached out and gently rubbed the wounds on his body. The dead skin rustled and rustled, revealing the new tender skin underneath. Although it wasn't like a newborn baby, it was much healthier than before. Yongkai sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the golden skeleton body that merged with his body would have such a strong recovery ability. Feeling his strength again, he discovered that he was still at body tempering 3rd layer, and there was no change. This discovery made Yongkai feel a little disappointed. Yongkai had heard many stories of Jianghu's stories, and the secrets of his seniors since he was young. He knew that in this world, there were many people who were blessed with good fortune who unexpectedly had a fortuitous encounter. From then on, they leaped over the Dragon Gate and achieved supreme fame. But that was only a story after all. How many people in the world could actually have a fortuitous encounter that changed their lives? The more powerful those seniors were, the more they couldn't bear to bury their cultivation with the earth. They would always find a successor before they died. Therefore, it was basically impossible for them to encounter a fortuitous encounter just by jumping off a cliff or drilling into a cave. But now, such a thing actually happened to him. That mysterious black book definitely had a great origin, and the unyielding golden skeleton was just a fart from the Earth Lord. This could be said to be his fortuitous encounter, but it could also be said to be the inevitable result. The last 4 sentences on the first page of the black book clearly read, "Unyielding golden body, dominator bar, unyielding soul can descend." If the black book was not obtained by him, but by someone else, they would never be able to pry into its mysteries, and would only be treated as garbage and discarded. It was precisely because he had picked it up and used it as a pillow for a year, feeling the unyielding tenacity in his body, that the secret of the black book was revealed today. In other words, this matter was indeed his own fortuitous encounter, but it was a fortuitous encounter that he obtained through his own ability. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burst of happiness. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman is a gift to a hero. Where is the black book? Yang Kai suddenly remembered the treasure that he had used as a pillow for a year, and could not help but anxiously look for it, but could not find it. While he was anxious, his body seemed to faintly move, and in the next moment, the black book suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, and fell to the ground. Yang Kai was stunned, reaching out to pick it up, frowning for a moment, and with a thought, the black book disappeared from his hand. With another thought, the black book reappeared. This scene was like a magic trick, but Yang Kai's face was very dignified, because he actually felt that the black book could be absorbed into his body according to his thoughts. This wordless black book's material, could it be? Is it soul-suppressing stone? Yang Kai said, almost scaring himself. Soul-suppressing stone. That was a legendary treasure. Only in a place where hundreds of millions of souls gathered, the Nine Abyss, could it absorb the power of countless living beings to form this strange stone. There was an ancient legend about this kind of thing. A small piece of black stone thousands of miles away. No living being can approach, not even a blade of grass can grow. This was a bit of an exaggeration. A small piece of soul-suppressing stone. How could it be able to destroy thousands of miles of territory? But the process of forming this strange stone was really cruel and bloody. Any life form that got close to it would immediately die. The flowing time great emperor of this stone was also very long. The shortest was thousands of years, the longest was tens of thousands of years. The formation process would not be investigated, but once a soul-suppressing stone was formed, it was a supreme treasure. Because this thing had a very strange ability, it could be absorbed into a person's body, and it could also open up a unique space inside the stone. This space could be big or small, so it was perfect for storing things. Although Yang Kai was only a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, his status was low, but his knowledge was not lacking, not to mention the legend of the soul-suppressing stone had been passed down for many years. Anyone would have heard of it. When he first received the black book, Yang Kai did not think of this. But now seeing that it could be absorbed into his body, and then thinking of the golden skeleton that appeared from the pages, how could he not recognize the black book's material? Kai Yang immediately began to sweat profusely. The soul-suppressing stone only existed in legends. It had long disappeared from the world. But he did not think that he would be able to find one, and such a big one at that. The legend said that a small piece of soul-suppressing stone, even if it was only that big, it was still priceless. But the one in front of him was actually made into a wordless black book. A foot-long, 3 fingers thick black book. This value was immeasurable. If this matter were to spread out, not to mention a trivial High Heaven Pavilion, even the entire Great Han Dynasty would be trampled overnight. Yang Kai could not help but feel a burning sensation in his hand. Although he was frightened, he did not forget to wipe his sweat. Fortunately, this thing could be absorbed into his body, otherwise he would be in big trouble. With such a precious treasure, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. Like a thief, he quickly closed the door and hid in his room, his heart beating wildly. Kai Yang couldn't contain his excitement, but he was also anxious. His current strength was so low, how could he protect such a precious treasure? Although the wordless black book could be absorbed into his body, and there was no danger of it being exposed, Yang Kai was still uncertain. Only by cultivating, only by becoming strong, could he protect his own things. Thinking of the encounter 3 years ago, Yang Kai's frightened eyes gradually calmed down. He had traveled thousands of miles wandering to High Heaven Pavilion. Wasn't it all for the sake of cultivating? Since he had obtained the wordless black book, he might as well start with it. The first page of the black book gave him the unyielding golden skeleton, although he did not know what use it had, but it definitely would not be bad. Moreover, the black book had so many pages, could it only have one golden skeleton? Chapter 7. Although Yang Kai was only 15 years old this year, ever since he had experienced that catastrophe 3 years ago, his temperament had matured a lot compared to his peers. It was precisely because of that catastrophe that his tenacity and unyielding character had been tempered. So Yang Kai quickly calmed down, sat on the edge of the bed, and carefully looked at the first page of the black book. After confirming that the first page had no effect, Yang Kai slowly opened it to the second page. With his previous experience, Kai Yang's actions this time were a walk in the park. His eyes widened as he stared fiercely at the black pages. After a long time, the golden characters on the first page slowly appeared. Unyielding golden skeleton. Tempered body technique. Yang Kai's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. Things were just as he had guessed. Every page of this black book was probably hiding something. Almost without thinking, Yang Kai's mind was completely focused on the second page of the black book. In an instant, the golden characters on the black book seemed to have turned into living fish, jumping out of the book, turning into a sky full of golden shadows, drilling straight into Yang Kai's head. When the golden shadows disappeared, Yang Kai felt as if there was something extra in his mind. And these things were brought by the golden shadows. Calming down his excited mood, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began to digest the knowledge in his mind. In fact, there was no need to digest. The knowledge that came with the golden shadows appeared clearly in his mind. With a thought it appeared, and he was able to understand it smoothly and freely. This is the tempered body technique. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He found that this was actually a set of fist and foot techniques. A set of seemingly simple but profound fist and foot techniques. Moreover, this set of fist and foot techniques also had a strict time requirement. It actually required the sun to rise from the east to practice. In other words, every day at most he could only practice for half an hour. Right now it was still early in the night, so if he wanted to wait until dawn, he would have to wait for at least 10 hours. Kai Yang had been busy the whole day, and had only eaten a single roasted sweet potato, so his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Although his body was weak and tired, after obtaining a treasure like the wordless black book, his spirit was extremely excited. For a while he couldn't sleep, so he began to study the third page of the black book. However, to his disappointment, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see any changes on the third page. He fell asleep while reading. When Yang Kai woke up again, it was just before the sun rose from the east. Before dawn, the darkness was the deepest, and everything was quiet. The entire high heaven pavilion was quiet, and occasionally the sound of insects and birds could be heard, the early birds looking for food. With something on his mind, Yang Kai quickly climbed out of bed and walked to the front of the hut. Taking a few deep breaths, he slowly relaxed his body. As the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai opened his eyes. In his mind, he had already practiced the set of fist and foot techniques from the tempered body technique countless times, so he immediately took up a familiar stance. His hands formed into palms, his movements gentle and slow, one to the left and one to the right, pushing forward, then pulling back, holding the world in his arms, rubbing all things in his palms, stepping on the earth, swallowing the sun, the moon, and the stars. His left foot stepped forward, so close was the end of the world. His right foot gently stepped forward, so close was the end of the world, but in a breath life was full of vitality, just like 100 flowers blooming in spring. Spring left and summer came. The scorching sun was faint, and the fragrance of the lotus flowers filled the air. The autumn wind was bleak, and the golden fruits were fresh, refreshing the heart. The biting cold wind whistled, and the white snow was wrapped in silver. Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified, and the slowly moving fists and feet seemed to be pressed by a 10,000-pound boulder. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, Yang Kai's face turned pale, and he suddenly staggered, almost kneeling on the ground. Although he had practiced this set of fist and foot techniques countless times in his mind, Yang Kai had never thought that the tempered body technique would be mysterious to such an extent. In that short moment, Yang Kai felt that the whole world was pressing down on him, and he could feel all the feelings of the world under this huge pressure. The tempered body technique didn't practice fists and feet, but it practiced the vicissitudes of life, birth, old age, illness, and death. It practiced the ups and downs of life, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. It practiced the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, and the changes of life and death. The slow fists and feet all affected the power of the world, and were full of mysterious rules and mysteries. Just now, Yang Kai only pushed out 6 palms and took 3 steps, which was less than 1% of the progress of the tempered body technique, and it was already difficult to continue. That crisp cracking sound came from his spine, which made Yang Kai mistakenly think that his bones were broken. He hurriedly felt it, but found that there was only some pain on his back, and it wasn't a big problem. After calming his mind, Yang Kai once again took a stance and displayed the tempered body technique's routine. Just now, Yang Kai wasn't mentally prepared, and his mind was in a trance, so he didn't feel it very clearly. This time, with the previous example, Yang Kai naturally held his breath and concentrated, and guarded his mind. Along with the slow movements of his fists and feet, Yang Kai once again felt the mood from before, and it was much clearer than before. His chest was filled with mixed feelings, and he couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. Not only that, but as the routine unfolded, his fists and feet became heavier and heavier, as if he was underwater, difficult and obscure, and difficult to use. The cracking sounds were incessant, and Yang Kai's every movement made his bones explode like firecrackers. Piercing pain came from all over his body, but Yang Kai was unmoved, and his tenacious perseverance was vividly displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was sweating profusely, and his hands and feet were trembling, as if the weight of heaven and earth was added to his body, making him extremely heavy. His heart was filled with perseverance. Suddenly, a warm feeling spread through his body, and the pain all over his body was alleviated in an instant. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused, and he concentrated even more on displaying his fists and feet. He knew that this warmth must be from the unyielding golden skeleton. After all, the tempered body technique was a complete set with the golden skeleton. The sun rose from the east, and in front of the most remote room in High Heaven Pavilion, a youth was sweating profusely, slowly displaying his fists and feet to cultivate. The long road of martial arts began today. Half an hour quickly passed, and when Yang Kai suddenly felt his body become light, without the heavy weight on his body, he knew that he could no longer practice the tempered body technique. The tempered body technique clearly stated that one could only practice this set of fist and leg techniques half an hour before sunrise. As if all the strength in his body had been drained, Yang Kai fell on his butt and sat down on the ground. He took a deep breath, and a purple aura was sucked into Yang Kai's mouth and disappeared. In a flash, Yang Kai felt refreshed, and his body seemed to faintly move. Yang Kai was surprised and quickly carefully felt his body. This time Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. Qi sense. He actually felt qi. In other words, he had broken through the tempered body third stage, and had already stepped into the tempered body fourth stage. This great news made Yang Kai's heart burst with joy. Since entering High Heaven Pavilion until now, it had taken him 3 years to reach the tempered body third stage. But today, after only half an hour of practicing the tempered body technique, he unexpectedly broke through. The tempered body realm had a total of 9 stages, and it trained the body. The first 3 stages only strengthened the body, and there was nothing special about it. But after the 4th stage, the meridians would feel qi. Only after feeling qi would one be able to take a step further in cultivation. Although at this time one could feel qi, there was still no yuan qi in the body. Only after reaching the tempered body 7th stage would one's body produce a small amount of yuan qi. Only after reaching the tempered body 9th stage, when the meridians of the body were connected and yuan qi began to open, one would break through to the initial element realm and truly possess one's own yuan qi. The initial element realm was the beginning of a cultivator. Everything in the tempered body realm was to lay a foundation for the future. This foundation was not fixed, and as one's strength increased, the muscles, bones, and skin would be repeatedly tempered until they reached the peak. At this time, Yang Kai had just entered the tempered body 4th stage, and had just started to feel qi. To an outsider, this didn't mean much, but to Yang Kai it was great news. Chapter 8. Half an hour to break through to the next stage. The effect of the tempered body technique was self-evident. Although Yang Kai's own hard work had contributed to this, without the tempered body technique, Yang Kai believed that he would have needed at least 3 or 4 months to break through. In his excitement, Yang Kai couldn't hold his breath and hurriedly spat it out. A jet-black smoke-like qi came out of Yang Kai's mouth. It was filthy and dirty, and it went straight to the ground, rolling up a layer of dust. After this exhalation, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his whole body become lighter, and his 6 senses became much sharper. Is this the acquired impurities? Yang Kai was shocked on the spot. In the tempered body realm, every time one broke through, they would expel impurities from their body. Yang Kai had also experienced this before, but it was far from the degree of this. Countless thoughts and feelings of joy lingered in Yang Kai's mind, unable to be erased. Although this time he had directly broken through to the next stage, He hadn't been able to display the true effect of the tempered body technique. This was because after practicing for half an hour, Yang Kai had only used 1% of the moves in the tempered body technique. If 1% could bring about this kind of effect, then what would happen if he used all of it? But if he was anxious, he wouldn't be able to eat hot tofu, and if he was flustered, he wouldn't be able to touch a hot but, after thinking deeply for a moment, Yang Kai made a plan for his future path. Although it wasn't comprehensive, it was no longer like before where he could only take one step at a time. For a moment, his mood couldn't help but surge. After eating a little, Yang Kai picked up his broom and began sweeping the floor. Although Yang Kai was the High Heaven Pavilion's floor sweeping servant, he didn't have to sweep the entire High Heaven Pavilion. The area he was responsible for was only 1/10 of the High Heaven Pavilion. Therefore, it wasn't too troublesome to clean up. Basically, it could be done in about 2 hours. Xiaoning Chong was standing at the top of a tree, monitoring the activities of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Inadvertently, he saw Yang Kai sweeping the ground and couldn't help but feel strange. Today, Yang Kai was clearly distracted. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually swept a certain area for half an hour without leaving. He swept the ground until it was shiny and clean. So shiny that even a mosquito would sprain its leg if it landed on it. This guy, Xiaoning Chong, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai was indeed thinking about something. After obtaining such a great opportunity yesterday, he naturally had to think about his future. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea. He could only cultivate for an hour before sunrise. What should he do with the rest of the time? Just as he was thinking about it, a rush of footsteps came from behind. Yang Kai quickly dodged, but who would have thought that the other person would also make a dodging action? So he bumped right into him. Nothing happened to Yang Kai, but his figure swayed slightly. The person who had bumped into him, on the other hand, felt as if he had hit a steel plate and fell to the ground with a cry of pain. The place where he had been hit was numb. Yang Kai recovered and looked at the other person apologetically. "Junior brother, are you okay?" That person was still a bit annoyed, but when he raised his head and saw that it was Kai Yang, the one who was beaten up every 5 days, his anger dissipated. There was no point in getting angry at this kind of person, and this time he was also responsible for this matter. He quickly waved his hand and said, I'm fine. As he spoke, he stood up and ran off in a hurry. Yang Kai asked, "Junior brother, where are you going in such a hurry?" The person didn't even look back as his voice came from afar. "To the contribution hall, where else?" Hearing him say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that today was the 8th day of the month. The 8th day of every month was the day when the sect gave out the contribution points for the previous month. Therefore, on this day of every month, the sect's logistics department would be very lively, especially at the contribution hall. Countless people would flock there, wanting to know how many contribution points they had received last month. If they had a lot of contribution points, they would naturally want to exchange them for pills, armors, and books to improve their strength. Therefore, on this day, the mood of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples would be quite excited. Some people were happy while others were sad, and Yang Kai was one of the latter. Stunned, Yang Kai counted with his fingers and couldn't help but frown. The contribution points he had received last month were as pitiful as ever. Sweeping the floor earned him 10 contribution points, but last month he had been challenged 6 times and lost all 6 battles. Every time he lost, 1 contribution point would be deducted, so he had only received 4 contribution points. This made him feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, he was now a trial disciple and his status was at the bottom of the High Heaven Pavilion. Every time he was defeated, he would only lose 1 contribution point. If it was an ordinary disciple, every time he was defeated, he would lose 2 contribution points. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a burst of joy. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Right now, he was counting on these contribution points to maintain his livelihood for the next month. Without hesitation, he quickly swept the floor. At noon, Yang Kai finally finished his work and carried his broom all the way to the contribution hall. After a morning of buffering, the contribution hall was now very quiet and deserted. This was why Yang Kai hadn't come in the morning. If he had come in the morning, he would have had to line up, which was really troublesome. Walking into the contribution hall's attic, it was really quiet inside. Only the old man behind the counter was dozing off. The old man was the shopkeeper of the contribution hall. He was around 50 to 60 years old, with thin white hair and a kind face. He looked harmless to humans and animals, but Yang Kai knew that this old man was a genuine master. There was once an elite disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion who was acting presumptuously in the contribution hall, and was sent flying by this old man's finger, almost losing his life. At that time Yang Kai was also present. It was from then on that he knew that this old man's strength was unfathomable. Yang Kai walked forward and saw the old man sleeping soundly, snoring loudly, his mouth constantly smacking, a wretched smile on his face. This old man. I wonder which High Heaven Pavilion female disciple he is dreaming of. Yang Kai didn't find it strange. Gently tapping the counter a few times, he softly called out, "Treasurer Meng." The old man's surname was Meng, but as for what his name was, Yang Kai didn't know. He had always called him that. A few soft knocks disturbed the old man's sleep. Opening his hazy eyes, he saw that it was Yang Kai. His old face immediately wrinkled, as if he had seen a pile of feces. "What's with that look?" Yang Kai angrily asked. Treasurer Meng rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you come this morning?" Yang Kai confidently said. "There were many people this morning, so now it's quiet." Disturbing this old man's sleep. "Do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young?" Yang Kai leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Which girl did you dream of?" Immediately Treasurer Meng's face lit up. Wiping his mouth, he was just about to ask Kai Yang a question when he saw the look of disdain in Kai Yang's eyes. Immediately waking up, he slammed the counter and said, "What you just asked is simply tarnishing this old man's reputation. How preposterous. Is her figure good?" "Good." Treasurer Meng's saliva almost flowed out. "Good figure, long legs, fair skin and a slender waist?" Treasurer Meng quickly nodded, almost treating Yang Kai as a soulmate. "Heh." Yang Kai sneered without saying anything. Treasurer Meng's face was as red as a monkey's butt. He was so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole and crawl into it. Chapter 9. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai was only familiar with one person, Treasurer Meng, in front of him. After all, he had to come here once a month. Treasurer Meng had a nickname, Dreamy Skinner. Although he was only a small contribution hall treasurer, what he liked to do the most was to squeeze the contribution points out of the disciples. If the original price of the blood coagulation cream was 10 contribution points, he could sell 2 bottles for 3 bottles. His method was very simple. He simply put 2 bottles into 3 bottles. If you don't want to buy, then get lost. Of course, Treasurer Meng didn't do this kind of thing often, but only occasionally. Moreover, his targets were the rich disciples. Like Yang Kai, this kind of poor ghost, he didn't even bother to look at them. Every High Heaven Pavilion disciple's contribution points were hard to come by. How could they bear to be exploited like this? So basically, every disciple who had been cheated by him would report it to the Elder Council. Treasurer Meng had also received warnings from the Elder Council time and time again, but he still continued to do as he pleased, unmoved. However, his position as the treasurer was unshakable, and no one could replace him. Because of this, Treasurer Meng was hated by countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples. The old man didn't care about anyone, but he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. This was because once, when he was excitedly staring at a female disciple's butt, he was caught red-handed by Yang Kai. An old man without respect. What kind of scandal was this? Being caught red-handed, Treasurer Meng felt that he had to lower his head in front of Yang Kai. It was also because of this reason that Yang Kai was familiar with this old man. The old man was lecherous and had a thick face. In an instant, he adjusted his expression and looked at Yang Kai. "Old rules." Yang Kai nodded honestly. Treasurer Meng didn't say a word. He took out 10 silvers from the counter and threw it in front of Yang Kai, then took out an account book and recorded it. Yang Kai put away the silvers and asked, "How many contribution points do I have now?" Treasurer Meng rolled his eyes. "You save 4 contribution points every month, so every month you spend 1 contribution point to exchange for 10 silvers. Now you only have 3 contribution points left. What, do you want to buy a bottle of blood coagulation cream?" "No, I'm just asking." Yang Kai waved his hand and muttered, "It's only 12 o'clock. Such a small amount of contribution points, it wasn't even enough to buy a medicinal herb." Treasurer Meng's expression, he whispered, "Little Yang Kai, I know that you want to use the baptizing marrow pill, but how many years do you know how long it will you save? You can always save up enough, right?" Yang Kai chuckled. Treasurer Meng was left speechless as he thought to himself, at this rate, by the time you have enough money, this old man will have been dead for 100 years. But Treasurer Meng, there is one thing I don't understand. Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Speak." The old man put on a "consider yourself lucky, I'm in a good mood today" attitude. "How can such a precious baptizing marrow pill appear in the contribution hall? And why hasn't anyone else taken it?" Treasurer Meng smiled proudly. "Because this baptizing marrow pill is this old man's own treasure. No one else knows about it." It's yours?" Yang Kai was stunned. He always thought that the baptizing marrow pill belonged to High Heaven Pavilion, but it turned out to be his own. No wonder this old man gave him such a high price. "Don't be angry." Treasurer Meng happily picked up the teapot on the counter and took a sip. "Although it's my own, I won't let you take advantage of me. If you want it, then you can use enough contribution points to exchange for it. This old man's nickname, Skin Ripper Meng, is not for nothing." "I'll save enough." Yang Kai nodded. Treasurer Meng's expression suddenly changed. He winked at Yang Kai and whispered, "I heard that you were beaten up again yesterday?" Yang Kai glared at him and turned around to leave. Treasurer Meng shouted from behind, "Tell this old man, don't be in such a hurry to leave." What was there to say? Old man Meng was obviously taking pleasure in his misfortune. Without waiting for Yang Kai to leave the contribution hall, old man Meng's expression suddenly became dignified. Staring at Yang Kai's back, he said in a deep voice, "Little Yang Kai, go back to where you came from. High Heaven Pavilion is not a place where you can stay. Sooner or later you will be beaten to death." Yang Kai's movements paused, but he didn't turn around. He just whispered, "I have no place to go." Finished speaking, he left the contribution hall. Old man Meng held the teapot with both hands inside. Really, why bother? Baptizing marrow pill. How could this old man have such a heaven-defying treasure? "I just made up a lie to give you hope, but I didn't think you would take it seriously." Yang Kai first returned to his room, put down the broom, and then hurriedly walked out of High Heaven Pavilion. He had to go to Black Plum Town 10 miles away from High Heaven Pavilion. Today, he had used a contribution point to exchange for 10 silvers, so naturally he had to buy some food. This was something that Yang Kai did every month. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't feel tired for the first time. In the past, every time he came to Black Plum Town, his face would be flushed, his heart would beat faster and he would gasp for breath. But today he didn't feel anything at all. Only his body was slightly warm. Yang Kai was confident that he wouldn't feel tired, even if he walked another 100 miles. Was it because of the golden body? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. This morning when he was sweeping the floor, he was bumped into by that unknown junior brother. As a result, he was able to stand steadily while the other party was knocked to the ground. At that time he didn't think too much about it, but now that he thought about it, it was obviously inconceivable. With his thin and weak body, when was it someone else's turn to be knocked to the ground? It was always him who was knocked flying. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The changes that the golden body brought to him were not small at all. This kind of change couldn't be seen in a short time. Only when he gradually grew up in the future would he be able to slowly discover the power of the golden body. Lost in thought, Yang Kai didn't recover until he reached Black Plum Town. Looking left and right, he walked along the left side of the street. Yang Kai wanted to go to a rice store. The scale of the rice store wasn't large. The owner was surnamed He, a local resident. He ran a small business, but his goods were genuine and he didn't cheat anyone. This was the reason why Yang Kai had always dealt with him. Small shops like this could be found everywhere in Black Plum Town. Black Plum Town was also very lively because within a 100-mile radius of Black Plum Town, besides High Heaven Pavilion, there were also Stormhouse and Bloody Battle Gang. There were also countless other small sects and gangs. However, these small sects and gangs were only small groups. Unlike High Heaven Pavilion and the other two sects, they didn't have their own territory. It was because of this place that so many cultivators were raised, that Black Plum Town was so lively and prosperous. Of course, it still couldn't be compared to a place like the central capital, After all, the central capital was the capital of the great Han dynasty. While walking, Yang Kai inadvertently glanced around and found a group of people gathered in an alley. These people seemed to be secretly plotting something, but one of them was very vigilant. After noticing Yang Kai's gaze, he immediately glared at him with an extremely fierce expression. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, but in line with the principle that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them, so he simply ignored them. However, what made him somewhat puzzled was that one of these people looked familiar. He seemed to be a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Chapter 10. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. This was Black Plum Town, so close to High Heaven Pavilion. It was normal for the disciples to come here and do some activities. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at He family's rice store. The rice store occupied 2 houses on the street. The business was very prosperous, and a worker was busy going in and out. The owner of the rice store was calculating an abacus at the counter, while the owner was greeting the customers. After waiting for a long time, the people who came to buy rice gradually decreased. Yang Kai then walked into the rice store. "Owner," Yang Kai greeted. The owner, who was about 40 years old, looked up and smiled. "Little brother, you came to buy rice again?" Yang Kai went straight to the cheapest brown rice and pointed to the bag. "Give me a bag." The owner nodded. While filling the bag with rice, she nagged. "Little brother, you come to buy rice once a month. Is this enough to eat?" Yang Kai said, "It is enough." "Liar." The owner looked at Yang Kai. "Look at your arms and legs. If you didn't have enough to eat, how could you be like this?" Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "I also go hunting in the mountains, so I won't be hungry." The owner at the counter, who seemed to be concentrating on the accounts, didn't look up and said, "Wife, there is some old rice over there. It's just sitting there. Give it to little brother." "I will listen to the owner." The owner smiled and said, "How can this be? You are also running a small business." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. The owner said with a straight face, "Why can't we? In any case, the old rice is full of worms and can't be sold." But the owner said that these worms are more nutritious than white rice. "You wait, I will give it to you." While talking, she walked to the back of the store. Yang Kai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He didn't know what to say. Every time he came to the rice store to buy rice, the kind owner and the owner would give him more. They would also find some excuses, such as saying that the rice was full of worms. In fact, it was all good white rice. This made Yang Kai, who believed that there was no true love in the world, feel slightly sad. "Thank you, Uncle He." Yang Kai's voice was slightly trembling. The owner smiled and looked up. "Who doesn't have a time when they are alone? If you are hungry in the future, you can come here. We don't have much, but we have enough rice." Yang Kai lowered his head. While he was sighing, another 2 people came to the rice store. The only waiter in the store greeted them with a warm face. Before he could say anything, he was kicked to the ground by one of them. "What happened?" "Boss," he quickly ran out from behind the counter. Yang Kai also pulled the waiter up and looked at the 2 people. He saw that these 2 people's faces were filled with killing intent. One of them had a pale complexion and was clutching his stomach. He looked extremely weak. The other person was supporting him. He had a bare waist and a tiger's back. He was the one who had kicked the waiter. "Who is the boss?" The one who was supporting the waiter shouted. I am. Boss," he quickly responded. He was just an ordinary merchant, but the 2 people in front of him had fierce faces and swords on their waists. They looked fierce. At first glance, he knew that they were not to be trifled with. He didn't dare to neglect them. "Wow, you black-hearted boss, you actually sold poison rice to my brother. Look at him now, a strong and healthy man actually became like this after eating your rice. My brother is usually able to fight a fierce tiger with his fists, but now he is about to lose consciousness. You black-hearted boss, you only want to make money. You simply don't take human life seriously." Boss, he was so scared that his face turned pale. How can this be? How can this be?" The man shouted again, "How do I know? My brother bought some rice from you this morning and cooked a pot of porridge. After eating it, he became like this. Fortunately, I didn't eat it at that time. Otherwise, wouldn't I go with my brother to the underworld?" Boss He's forehead was full of cold sweat. He kept wiping it with his sleeve and said, "This hero, I am afraid there is some misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your mother. If he didn't eat your rice, how could my brother become like this? The big man shouted. Yang Kai looked on coldly and took everything into his eyes. Yang Kai was very clear about Boss He's character. He helped him from time to time and gave him things for free. How could such a kind person do this kind of thing? Not to mention that Boss He was not so black-hearted. Even if he was a black-hearted businessman, he would not put poison in the rice he sold. If this matter spread out, how could he do business in the future? Who would dare to buy rice from him? The excuse these two people found was really crude and couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Therefore, these two men were definitely here to blackmail him. But this method was a bit too vicious. It was simply to cut off his path to wealth. Although Yang Kai's body was thin and weak, he was still a cultivator. He was young and hot-blooded. Boss He was also kind to him, so how could he stand to watch? He stood up with a straight face and said in a cold voice, "You too?" "What?" One of them glared at Yang Kai and became more and more irritable. Before Yang Kai could speak, Boss He quickly stood in front of him and blocked him. He gestured at him and slowly shook his head. "Uncle He." Yang Kai was stunned. "Spend money to avoid disaster." Boss He said softly. Kai Young helplessly sighed. For Boss He to say these words, it was clear that he had seen through the two men's intentions. But when opening the door to do business, amiability makes money. The noise just now had attracted a lot of attention. If this continued, the reputation of the rice business would be ruined. Even if he knew that they were here to blackmail him, Boss He had to go along with them. He just wanted to quickly send these two demons away. In desperation, Boss He could only put on a smile and said, "Your brother being poisoned should have nothing to do with my rice business." Hearing this, the two men were about to get angry, but Boss He said, "But even if it has nothing to do with you, since you came to my rice business, I can't just stand by and watch. Your brother is in so much pain, I can't bear to see him like this. It's better to quickly find a doctor. Of course, if you two are tight on money, I can help you pay the consultation fee." These words clearly showed that he wanted to spend money to avoid disaster. If these two people really wanted to blackmail him, he would accept it. Moreover, Boss He's words could let bystanders infer the truth of the matter. He didn't have to worry about damaging the rice business's reputation. It could be said that he was watertight. Who would have thought that the two men didn't have the slightest intention of compromising? The one who helped Yang Kai suddenly became angry. "You black-hearted boss, do you think us two brothers are bandits? How preposterous! Us two brothers are upright and have a clear conscience. But you, this black-hearted boss, selling some poison rice, where is your conscience?" These words were righteous and powerful. Yang Kai listened on the side and curled his lips. With this kind of conduct, you think you can sit upright and have a clear conscience? Boss He was also stunned on the spot. What? Didn't these two people come to blackmail him? Just when he didn't know how to deal with it, an elegant young man walked out of the crowd. This young man was about the same age as Yang Kai. He was handsome with red lips and white teeth. At a glance, one could see that his living conditions were 1,000 times better than Yang Kai's. The youth leisurely walked to the side of the two big men and circled around them with great interest. As he circled them, he kept smacking his lips and clicking his tongue. The others didn't understand what was going on, but Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He suddenly remembered that on the way here, he seemed to have seen these three people in front of him. It was in that alley. The man who helped Yang Kai just stared at him, and the young man in front of him was also there at that time. Weren't these three people in a group? Yang Kai suddenly smelled a strong smell of treachery. Chapter 11. The High Heaven Pavilion disciple who had suddenly walked out of the crowd circled around the two big men several times. His expression was quite cynical and his eyes gradually filled with mockery. The two big men saw that the newcomer had ill intentions and their brows wrinkled. The one holding the man glared at him and angrily shouted, "You little brat, you're going to make this uncle's head dizzy. What do you want?" The young man smiled and stood in front of the two men. He deeply looked at the poison man and said, "Your face is pale. It seems that the poison isn't light." "Of course." The big man holding the man said with a fierce expression, "If it weren't for this, Why would us two brothers not seek medical treatment and instead risk our lives to come here? We want to expose this black-hearted boss and let the neighbors know his true colors so that they won't come here to buy rice in the future. Bossy's face paled. He didn't know what the purpose of these two people was. Bossy could understand if they were here to extort money, but the fact that they were here to accuse him of a crime was really confusing. He couldn't see through them. While he was pondering, Yongkai softly asked, "Uncle He, have you offended anyone during this time?" Bossy thought hard and said with a sad face, "No." "Then your rice business is blocking someone's path to wealth." Although Kai Yong was young, he had seen a lot of intrigue in this world, so he quickly thought of this possibility. A small business, how could it block someone's path to wealth? Bossy shook his head again and again. That's strange. Yongkai narrowed his eyes and looked at the field, trying to figure out the possibility of this matter, but he still couldn't figure it out. In the middle of the field, the High Heaven Pavilion youth suddenly sneered and shouted angrily at the pale-faced man, "Watch out!" As he shouted, he used the Black Tiger Steals the Heart technique and went straight for the poisoned man's heart. A surprising thing happened. The poisoned man, who had a dispirited expression and had been moaning endlessly since he appeared, as if he was about to step into the gates of hell, actually jumped back nimbly when the fist struck over. He had a graceful bearing of being as still as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. The moment he moved, the pale complexion on his face instantly disappeared, and he became incomparably rosy. The onlookers cried out in surprise. They were obviously shocked by this sudden turn of events. "He's poisoned." The High Heaven Pavilion youth looked at the two big men with ridicule. "Even after being poisoned you still have such skill. This one admires you." The two men's faces turned green and white after their scheme was exposed. It was as if they had really been poisoned. The onlookers also booed. They were not fools. How could they not know the truth of the matter after seeing this? It was unknown what purpose these two men had, but they had actually pretended to be poisoned and slandered He Clan's rice store, but had been exposed by the young man from High Heaven Pavilion. For a time, the field was filled with disdain for the two men and praise for the High Heaven Pavilion youth. This youth himself was very likable, and this time the title of young hero was confirmed. Yongkai faintly realized that this was a two-man play. It was a play of chivalry, helping the weak, and then blackmailing them for favors. If he hadn't inadvertently seen them together on the way here, he was afraid he would have been deceived. But why were they tormenting themselves like this? The two big men could no longer pretend. They stared fiercely at the High Heaven Pavilion youth and said, "Boy, who are you? You dare to meddle in my brother's business." The High Heaven Pavilion youth proudly said, "This one is High Heaven Pavilion's disciple, Sassafras." Hearing the three words High Heaven Pavilion, one of the big men looked quite afraid and said with difficulty, "So it was High Heaven Pavilion's disciple. No wonder you were born a dragon among men. Today us two brothers admit defeat. Boy, I'll remember you. We'll meet again someday." These words seemed to have been discussed beforehand, making Yongkai want to laugh. Sassafras sneered, "Farewell, I won't see you out." Now that things had progressed to this point, if there were no unforeseen circumstances, the two big men would probably leave. Then this Sassafras would be praised by everyone, especially Boss He's gratitude. But Yongkai didn't want Boss He to be kept in the dark. Taking advantage of the two people not leaving, he quickly shouted, "You can't let them go. These people are despicable, framing a good merchant. Today it's He's rice store. If you don't teach them a lesson, then tomorrow it will be Lu's clothing store and Zhang's general store." Most of the onlookers were nearby shop owners. They were just watching the show, but when they heard these words, they couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Right, how could they let these two despicable people leave so easily? If I let them go today, what if tomorrow they come to my store and cause trouble? Wouldn't I lose money and lose my reputation? At that time I won't be as lucky as Boss He. Thinking of this, the people who were about to give way immediately stood still and looked at the two big men with an unfriendly expression. Yongkai clearly saw a trace of surprise and panic in Sassafras' eyes. At this time Sassafras also followed the source of Yongkai's voice and looked at him. The two people's eyes met, and the latter immediately adjusted his expression. Yongkai chuckled at him and said, "Junior brother, as the saying goes, do good to the end. Why don't you and I take down these two people together?" Sassafras saw that Yang Kai's body was thin and looked weak, but he actually called him junior brother. Now that his plan was ruined, he couldn't help but be annoyed. "Who is your junior brother?" Yang Kai said. "I am also a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. I have been in the sect for more than 3 years." Sassafras was speechless. This was really his brother. "Let's not talk nonsense." Yang Kai stepped forward and said with a strong sense of righteousness, "When we walk the world, the most important thing is the word chivalry. Being chivalrous is the duty of our generation. Brother, you can't let junior brother monopolize everything. Today you and I will join hands to take down these 2 despicable people. We will give justice to Boss He and bring justice to Black Plum Village." His speech made the crowd burst into applause. Sassafras was very worried. He felt that he was dragged into a pirate ship by this brother he didn't know. Now he couldn't get off even if he wanted to. The 2 men were also looking at them. Sassafras looked up at them and couldn't help but feel guilty. "Junior brother, let's go." Yang Kai grabbed Sassafras's shoulder and rushed straight over. "What the hell is this?" Sassafras wanted to cry but had no tears. Where did this brother come from? He really ruined my plan. But since it had already come to this point, Sassafras couldn't do anything. He rushed towards the 2 men and signaled them with his eyes. He signaled them to stay calm and find an opportunity to let them go. The 2 men nodded slightly. All of this was seen by Yang Kai and confirmed his guess. Boss He was worried that Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage, so he also picked up a weight and rushed over. He shouted, "Neighbors old and young, don't just watch the show. Come and help these 2 little brothers." Since Boss He had already stepped forward, the shop assistant from the rice store also shouted to show his loyalty. He also rushed forward with an empty cloth bag in his hand. Just now he was kicked by one of the 2 men, so naturally he wanted to take revenge. Being led by Boss He, the onlookers stopped watching and all flocked over. For a moment, the front of He family's rice store was crowded with people. The 2 men didn't care much at first, but after seeing this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They only had time to say, "Don't hit my face," and then squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Chapter 12. Although the merchants on this street were all ordinary people at this moment, they actually burst out with a jaw-dropping fighting strength. These merchants had more or less been extorted of their money, and they hated such people the most. Now that they had a target to vent their anger on, how could they be lenient? Especially the waiter of his rice company. He threw 2 cloth bags at the 2 men's heads, 1 for each person, and beat them up violently. At this time the crowd beat them up even more fiercely. Since the 2 men couldn't see who was beating them, they naturally didn't have to worry about being punished later. There was strength in numbers and Yang Kai only put on a show. Before he could do anything, he was squeezed out by the merchants. After a long time, the merchants gradually stopped, leaving only the 2 men curled up on the ground and wailing. The cloth bags covering their heads were also sent flying. Sassafras looked inside and cursed in his heart. The soles of his feet were cramping. The 2 tall and sturdy men, who were originally extremely tall and sturdy, had now lost their noses and eyes. Their faces were also swollen like a pig's head. They were almost beaten to the point that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. The reason why this happened was because these 2 men didn't have much strength. Although they had swords at their waist, it was just for show. If they were really experts, why would they care about the attacks of these ordinary people? But then again, why would a real expert do such a dirty thing? After beating these 2 men, the merchants all felt that they had vented their anger, but they still gathered at the side and refused to leave. The 2 men felt that the crowd was not looking good, and they were terrified. One of them reached out his trembling hand to Sassafras and weakly shouted, "Sue." Sassafras's face changed greatly, and he roared, "What do you mean by soft? Do you want me to give you some?" Yang Kai saw this and laughed in his heart. He walked forward and said loudly, "These 2 despicable people, I don't know how many merchants they have harmed with this method, forcing people to break up their families. It's really abominable." Yang Kai's words were a bit exaggerated, but the people present were all merchants and for a moment they felt a sense of sympathy. The waiter of his rice company even spat, "Bah, stinky things that deserve to die. How dare you come to our rice company and behave so atrociously?" The waiter was just venting his anger, but who would have thought that Kai Yang would immediately follow up? And this kind of person really deserves to die. This junior brother, why don't you and I each kill one of them? That way, they won't be able to cause any more trouble in the future. It would be a form of justice for the heavens. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked, and the two men who fell to the ground had cold sweat on their foreheads. They looked at Yang Kai in horror. They never thought that this thin young man would have such a ruthless heart. Sassafras stared at Yang Kai to see if he was joking, but Yang Kai's face was serious, and it was obvious that he was serious. To be honest, although these two men were abominable, they did not deserve to die. Yang Kai's words were undoubtedly too cruel. Sassafras stammered, "Brother, this is too much, isn't it?" "Too much?" Yang Kai shook his head. "If they succeed today, then I'm afraid that Boss He's Rice Company will go bankrupt. Once Boss He's Rice Company goes bankrupt, how will his family make a living? This is forcing people into a desperate situation. How is it too much to kill them? You must know that a person has to pay a price for everything he does." Originally, when the merchants heard Yang Kai's suggestion to kill, they were a little reluctant. But after hearing these words, they felt that it was somewhat reasonable, and for a moment they did not know what to do. But anyway, even if they wanted to kill, they did not need to do it, so everyone just watched. Only Boss He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but Yang Kai stopped him with a look. But even so, you can't just casually kill people." Sassafras was really anxious. He never thought that this brother in front of him would be so cruel and merciless. His original plan was to let these two men come out and slander Boss He, and then he would solve the problem himself. In this way, Boss He would be grateful to him and his purpose would be achieved. However, he didn't expect that a cruel senior brother would jump out and want to kill him at every turn. This was very bad. Sassafras could clearly see that the two men on the ground were looking at him with pleading eyes, hoping that he could save them. There was even a hint of threat in those eyes. How could Sassafras not understand their meaning? "We are all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If we don't have a good time, you won't have a good time either." Yes, that's the kind of eyes. At this time, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior brother, scholars use literature to mess with the law, and chivalrous people use martial arts to violate the law. In our generation of Jianghu, which one of us has not killed a few people? Could it be that junior brother can't do it? Or, do you know each other? So that's why you don't want to kill them?" Sassafras' heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see that he was looking at him with a mischievous smile. "Brother, what do you mean?" Sassafras's face turned cold. He thought to himself, could it be that his plan was seen through? But from start to finish, he didn't reveal any flaws. How could he be seen through? He didn't know that Yang Kai was only able to see through it because of an unintentional glance. All of this was really a coincidence. If it wasn't for that glance, Yang Kai would have been fooled today. Boss He was a smart person. He could tell that Yang Kai was implying something. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Little brother, what are you singing about?" Yang Kai seemed to be targeting Sassafras. How could Boss He not see it? Yang Kai shook his head and didn't answer. He didn't point it out. He just continued to look at Sassafras. "Junior brother, I see that you are a courageous person, but today you are doing justice for the heavens. Why are you hesitating? What's more, you have brother with you. What are you afraid of?" "What am I afraid of?" Sassafras laughed, his face twitching a little, as if he was talking to himself. "What am I afraid of? Isn't it just killing a person? Who hasn't killed before?" It was as if admitting that he had never killed before would make him lower his head in front of Yang Kai. Sassafras was still a young man after all. After being provoked by Yang Kai, he couldn't get out of this situation. Sassafras hardened his heart. He looked at the two men on the ground with a murderous look. When the two men met Sassafras's eyes, they knew that things were going to be bad. This kid had been fooled by others. He was already unconscious. "Junior brother, let's go." Yang Kai continued fanning the flames. Sassafras panted heavily. He slowly nodded his head. When the two men saw this, they immediately knew that the situation was not good. Their lives were in danger. How could the man who was helping the two men just now hold back? He immediately jumped up, pointed at Sassafras's nose and said, "Sassafras, you treacherous bastard. We agreed to let us brothers come to his rice store to cause trouble. Then you would come to help Boss He out of this situation to gain his favor. Now you want to make a move on my brother. You're worse than a pig or a dog. You're trash that grew up in a pile of trash. Bullsh *T. Sassafras was humiliated into anger after being exposed in front of everyone. Humph. The man sneered, but he didn't expect that the wound on his face would be affected. He couldn't help but let out a cry and covered his mouth. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, today my brother came to his rice store to cause trouble. It was all this kid's idea." He had his eyes on Bossie's daughter, but she didn't like him, so he came up with this idea. Chapter 13. These words caused an uproar. Countless people immediately turned to look at Sassafras, their eyes full of disbelief. So that's how it is. Young Kai suddenly realized. He had been trying to guess what Sassafras's purpose was, but he could only think of two possibilities. One was for profit and the other was for fame. But he didn't think that he had guessed wrong. He was actually after beauty. Young Kai had seen Bossie's daughter before. The little girl was very pretty, and although she wasn't a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, she was still a pretty girl. She had delicate features and a slim figure. She was only 14 years old this year, and was a famous beauty in Black Plum Town. Who would have thought that such a young girl would be targeted by Sassafras? This was why the rice store had attracted such trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Sassafras's face was extremely red, and he still wanted to quibble. The man continued to sneer and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. Although the two of us have a bad character and often do things to blackmail people, we can't do things like slandering other people by poisoning the rice and cutting off other people's path to wealth. You must know that all of you are our parents. Cutting off other people's path to wealth is equivalent to cutting off our own path to survival. How could I do such a thing?" All of this was instigated by this little brat. These words were said with sincerity, making the group of people laugh. Young Kai timely asked, "After this matter, how much did he promise to give you?" 50 taels of silver. The big man replied, 50 taels, that's a lot. Young Kai nodded gently. After listening for a long time, Bossy naturally understood the whole story. He immediately glared at Sassafras and said with disdain, "You despicable villain, actually using such dirty means. How could my daughter like you? High Heaven Pavilion actually produce such a scum like you? It's simply ruining High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. You have such a good appearance, but your character can't even compare to little brother Yang's. Sure enough, one square of rice can raise 100 different kinds of people. I feel ashamed for your parents." The merchants also scolded Sassafras with disdain for his despicable actions. Sassafras's face turned green and red. He knew that after today, he would have to cover his face when he came to Black Plum Town again. And the source of this disaster in front of him was this brother. If it wasn't for him, he would definitely be able to win the favor of Bossy today. If he had more contacts in the future, it would be more convenient for him to interact with the daughter of the He family. With the reputation of being a hero, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. He might even be able to get the beauty back. But now all of this had gone up in smoke. Not only had the plan failed, but his reputation had also been ruined. Yes. Young Kai winked at him. Sassafras took a deep breath and said, "Even if you don't say it, I will know your identity. You've been here for more than 3 years, yet you still haven't broken through to the tempered body stage. You must be a trial disciple. There are less than 10 trial disciples in High Heaven Pavilion. Just you wait, I will find you to settle this account." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. After all, Sumu had some kung fu skills. Even if someone tried to stop him, he was pushed away by him. Then he walked out of the empty space and left leisurely. After Sumu left, everyone remembered the 2 men who had been beaten into a pig's head. But where were they on the scene? They had secretly run away when Young Kai and Sassafras were confronting each other. This farce came to an end, but Young Kai's eyes were like torches. He saw through this trick and made the merchants praise him. Especially Boss he was very grateful to Young Kai. The young waiter also looked at Young Kai with a look of worship. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the lady boss came over. She held Young Kai's hand and didn't let go. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Boss, he showed a worried expression. Nephew Yang, today you offended Sassafras. I'm afraid you will have some trouble in the future. After today's matter, Boss He's address of Yang Kai had become more intimate. I'm not afraid. Yang Kai smiled. The sect has its own rules. Even if he hates me, he can't do anything to me. That may be the case, but you must be careful, nephew. If today's matter brings any harm to my nephew, then as your uncle, I will feel uneasy. I will be careful. Yang Kai comforted him. The He couple was very grateful to Yang Kai for his help today, and insisted that he stay for dinner. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to agree, but the lady boss scared him away. Little Yang, are your parents here? Where do you live? Are you married this year? Looking at her attitude, the lady boss wanted to be promoted to become his mother-in-law. Yang Kai vaguely replied and quickly left. Before leaving, he carried a big bag of white rice, far more than what he could buy with 10 silvers. Now he didn't have to worry about food for a month. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that Sassafras would ambush him on the road. After all, although Sassafras looked handsome, he was narrow-minded and treacherous. Ambushing him wasn't impossible, but when Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he didn't appear. Thinking about it carefully, Sassafras didn't ambush him. Although many of High Heaven Pavilion's disciples died during the internal challenges, the rules of the sect forbade them from killing fellow disciples for no reason, especially outside of the sect. If he dared to ambush him outside of High Heaven Pavilion and the matter was exposed, Sassafras himself would be in big trouble. If he wanted to deal with him, he would definitely make a fuss during the internal challenges. As for whether or not he could find out his identity, there was no doubt about that. High Heaven Pavilion's trial disciples were few in number, so even if Sassafras didn't know him before, he could casually ask and find out who he was. Yang Kai couldn't see through this person's true strength, but he was sure that he was at the tempered body stage. He just didn't know what stage of the tempered body stage he was at. It seemed that he had to hurry up and cultivate, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stay in High Heaven Pavilion. With his mind preoccupied, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to his small room and rested for a while before beginning to cultivate. At this time he was no longer able to cultivate the tempered body record, but he could still cultivate the basic martial arts of High Heaven Pavilion. These basic martial arts were used to temper the body. External martial arts consumed the user's physical strength in order to achieve the goal of tempering the body. For example, when Yang Kai was challenged, the long fist and whip kick were these basic martial arts. The long fist and whip kick weren't considered martial arts, so they couldn't be considered real martial arts. They could only be considered basic martial arts. These basic martial arts were a must-have for every sect and family. On the left side of Yang Kai's small room there was an open space. There was a wooden dummy that was as tall as a person. This was something he had made himself. The material he used was a 100-year-old locust tree. Its texture was very hard, so it was perfect for cultivation. This wooden dummy was full of holes and even had faint traces of blood. These were the traces left behind by Yang Kai's daily cultivation. Getting into a fighting stance, Yang Kai began to hit the wooden dummy. Every punch was full of strength, and every kick was as fast as the wind. The wooden dummy was hit until it swayed and a series of banging sounds could be heard. However, after cultivating for a short while, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. The strength of his punches and kicks today seemed to be much stronger than before. From the way the wooden dummy swayed and the muffled sounds it made, it could be clearly compared. Moreover, with the passage of time under his flesh and blood, a warm and numb feeling could be felt. This was clearly a feeling coming from his meridians. The feeling of chi that he had felt in the morning was gradually becoming clearer, stirring up within his body. Starting from the fourth stage of tempered body, the feeling of chi was produced, and the meridians within his body could be tempered. This warm and numb feeling was the movement of his meridians opening up. Chapter 14. When it was time to light the lantern, Yang Kai reluctantly stopped. After a long period of punching and kicking, not only did he not feel tired, but he was also full of energy. Ever since he obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, his physical strength seemed to have improved a lot. Today, he walked 20 miles without feeling tired, and carrying a big bag of rice was as light as a feather. Perhaps only when he practiced the tempered body technique would he truly feel the pressure. Thinking about the feeling of practicing the tempered body technique this morning, Young Kai couldn't help but shiver. The feeling of heaven and earth pressing down on his body was very uncomfortable. However, with pressure there was progress. Now that he didn't even feel the pressure, how could he cultivate? A person's potential was forced out, and a cultivator's growth was even more so. Step by step, they would force their potential to exceed their own limits. This way, their strength would be able to increase. But now that he had punched and kicked so many times, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. How could he reach his limit, so how could he force out his potential? This was difficult. Young Kai was also a bit depressed. Obtaining the unyielding golden skeleton was indeed a great thing, but with its strong recovery ability, he could no longer cultivate the foundation techniques of Soaring Cloud. Could it be that he could only cultivate for half an hour every day before sunrise? A full 24 hours a day. If he only cultivated for half an hour, then what would he do with the rest of the time? Sleep with his head covered? Absolutely not. Young Kai rejected this idea without even thinking about it. While he was absent-mindedly cooking, Young Kai was also thinking about how to make himself feel the pressure. If other people knew about this, they probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Other cultivators would be eager to relax on their path of cultivation, but Young Kai was looking for trouble. After thinking about it, he still couldn't think of a good idea. The main reason was that his current financial situation could not keep up. Tempering body stage cultivation could be aided by many medicinal pills. Aside from medicinal pills, there were also other external methods. However, the root of all these was one word: money. In Soaring Cloud, money meant contribution points. Poor Young Kai only had 12 contribution points. He had the will but not the strength. After the rice was cooked, Young Kai ate a few bowls. There were no side dishes, so he just ate them. However, Young Kai was already very satisfied. This was the only meal he had eaten in recent days. After the meal, Young Kai didn't cultivate. Instead, he went straight to take a bath before lying down on the bed. Continuing to cultivate would only yield half the results with twice the effort. It was better to think of a solution. After all, sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Thinking about this, Kai Young suddenly thought of something and summoned out the wordless black book. Young Kai had more or less figured out the name of this black book. Every page of the book was sealed with something. As long as his strength reached a certain level, he could summon it. The unyielding golden skeleton on the first page was the foundation and also the source. The second page was the body tempering chapter. This was the cultivation chapter for the unyielding golden skeleton. He didn't know what was on the third page because when he looked at it last night he couldn't see anything. This was definitely related to his own strength. Now that the first and second pages were empty, Young Kai carefully studied them for a long time but still couldn't find anything. However, when he inadvertently turned to the third page, his eyes were in a trance. Young Kai frowned and stared at the third page. Almost in an instant, the third page flashed with a golden light and countless golden shadows jumped out, directly jumping into Young Kai's mind. Immediately, a vortex appeared on the third page, and from the vortex rose an antique incense burner. This change made Young Kai a little absent-minded, but when he understood, he was overjoyed. Right, didn't he break through to body tempering stage 4th stage this morning? Last night he couldn't see the mysteries of the third page, so why didn't he try after breaking through today? Although it was only a difference of one level, it was this difference that hindered him from prying into the third page. After understanding this point, Young Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had looked at it this morning, perhaps he wouldn't have to waste time thinking about it now. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Young Kai took the incense burner in his hand and carefully examined it. This incense burner wasn't big, and looked like something ordinary people used to burn incense. However, it was in a semi-closed state, with a lid on the mouth and a few small holes on the lid. It was antique but not outstanding, and no matter where it was placed, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Young Kai lightly sniffed and found that this thing didn't have a smell, and it wasn't heavy. What is this for? Young Kai couldn't understand for a while, so he could only close his eyes and concentrate, looking at the information that had just entered his mind. After a short while, Young Kai opened his eyes with a strange expression. According to the information that Young Kai received, This incense burner was actually to help him cultivate. However, the incense burner itself didn't have any use, but needed to be added to it to burn a strange fragrance. And this strange fragrance was something that could help him cultivate. At different realms, the herbs that needed to be added to the incense burner were different. What made Yang Kai a little suspicious was that the herbs that were suitable for his realm were the three-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass. According to what Yang Kai knew, these two herbs weren't very valuable, but they were a little rare. Moreover, they had a bit of poison, and although the poison wasn't very strong, if one inhaled the medicinal properties of these two herbs for a long time, it would be harmful to the person. Were these two herbs really helpful to his cultivation? The contribution hall definitely had these two herbs, but with Old Man Meng's character of taking advantage of every opportunity, the price would definitely not be cheap. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have many contribution points, so how could he squander them? Thus, he could only think of a way to find these two herbs. Fortunately, the Black Wind Mountain range wasn't far from Soaring Cloud, and Yang Kai had gone in and out many times to hunt, so he was familiar with it. Perhaps there would be some herbs there. Tomorrow he would enter the mountain. After making up his mind, Yang Kai's worries disappeared, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Before going to sleep, Yang Kai purposely checked the 4th page of the wordless black book, so as to avoid an embarrassing situation like today. However, there was no movement on the 4th page, probably because his tempered body 4th layer strength was not enough to pry into it. The next day, Yang Kai woke up early in the morning. Practicing the tempered body technique yesterday had greatly benefited him, so he was naturally hungry for more. Moreover, he was not a lazy person. Taking advantage of the purple chi coming from the east, he slowly began to practice the tempered body technique, which contained the principles of heaven and earth. Although his cultivation was a level higher than yesterday, he didn't make much progress in using the body tempering technique today. After half an hour, he was still stuck at 120. Instead, his body was tormented to the point that his back was aching and his bones were popping one after another, as if they were popping beans. After inhaling a mouthful of purple chi, the faint feeling of chi in his body became clearer and more solid, and his meridians seemed to have opened up quite a bit. His skin also began to exude a lot of impurities. Chapter 15. After finishing his cultivation, Yang Kai spent more than an hour to finish his work for the day, and then ran to the contribution hall. Although he had decided to go into the mountains to search for herbs, Yang Kai didn't understand much about medicine. He had only heard of the three-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass, but had never seen them before. If he really encountered them, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize them. Therefore, he had to prepare well, so that he wouldn't be embarrassed if he came here empty-handed. Yang Kai went to the contribution hall because he wanted to memorize the appearance of these two herbs. Originally, he wanted to ask Treasurer Meng to open the door and teach him about the herbs, but he didn't think that he would directly throw a booklet over. Yang Kai took a look and found that this booklet introduced the herbs. Not only did it include the medicinal effects, but it also included the growing environment of the herbs. On each page there were illustrations and the introduction was quite detailed. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that this booklet only introduced the common grade herbs, and there were no more. People's cultivation was divided into different levels, and the world's herbs, weapons, and pills were also divided into different levels. From bottom to top they were common grade, earth grade, heaven grade, profound grade, spirit grade, and saint grade. Each level was divided into 3 grades. For example, the three-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass that Yang Kai needed were common grade, low grade herbs. Their medicinal effects were low, so their value wasn't high. After leaving the contribution hall, Yang Kai went to the General Affairs Department to ask for leave. After all, he was still the High Heaven Pavilion's little servant. Since he was going to Black Wind Mountain, he definitely wouldn't be able to return. The General Affairs Department steward didn't make things difficult for him, and straightforwardly allowed him to stay for 3 days. After that, Yang Kai set off. Black Wind Mountain was only 20 li away from High Heaven Pavilion. It wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. In the past, Yang Kai often went hunting, so he was quite familiar with it. However, going into the mountains to pick herbs was a first for him. Yang Kai was also well prepared. He brought some water, a few rice balls, a spatula, and a cloth bag before setting off. Hurrying for an hour, Kai Yong arrived at the foot of Black Wind Mountain. As far as the eye could see, the pitch-black mountain forest was like a gigantic beast that stretched across the heavens and the earth, with no end in sight. The mountain was lush with verdant trees and rugged rocks. The scenery was unique and beautiful. Even the breeze that blew in Kai Yang's face made him feel refreshed. There were many ferocious beasts and birds of prey in the Black Wind Mountain. Many of these ferocious beasts and birds of prey could not be defeated by even a cultivator with a high level of cultivation. Therefore, most people who entered Black Wind Mountain would not dare to go too deep if they were not strong enough. The outer 15 kilometers was still considered a safe zone. Beyond that, it would be filled with danger. The further in one went, the more dangerous it would be. Yang Kai only wanted to find some herbs that weren't very valuable, so he naturally wouldn't go too deep, so his own safety wasn't a concern. During the 2-hour journey, Yang Kai did not idle. He had been trying to remember the herbs he had encountered before entering the Black Wind Mountain. At that time he did not recognize them, so he did not collect them. Now that he was prepared, he could not let them go. Thinking back, Kai Yong was able to think of quite a few places. Even the herbs that he needed right now could be found in one of these places. Yang Kai was full of enthusiasm. He immediately entered the Black Wind Mountain along the familiar path. Half an hour later, a sharpened toothgrass hidden among the thorns was successfully collected. With a good start, the scattered memories in Yang Kai's mind became clearer. He followed the map and collected the herbs as he walked. By evening, Yang Kai had already collected 4 different herbs. After all, this was the periphery of the Black Wind Mountain. There were often people coming in and out, so it was difficult for herbs to grow here. Basically, as soon as they grew, they would be taken away. Therefore, although Yang Kai only collected 4 herbs, he was satisfied. These 4 herbs were not what he needed, and their grades were not high. They were only the lowest common grade, but if he took them back, he could still exchange them for some contribution points. As the sun was about to set, Yang Kai hurriedly made his way to the last location where he could remember the herbs before the sun set. This was a very strange place. The surroundings were lush with vegetation, but the place in front of him was completely empty. The area within a radius of about 30 feet was practically a dead land. Not only were there no trees, there weren't even any weeds growing. In the center of this wasteland, there were 3 stalks of grass that were fluttering in the wind. The grass was a withered yellow color. At first glance, one would think that they were about to die, but in fact this was the original color of this herb. Seeing that the herbs were still here, Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He quickly ran over with a smile on his face and took a shovel to dig. Not long after, the 3 herbs were in his hands. Somewhat worried, Yang Kai took out the booklet given by Treasurer Meng and compared them. Only then did he feel relieved. These were indeed the dead Jedi tree grass. The real thing in his hands was no different from the illustration in the booklet. Even the growing environment was as described in the booklet. The dead Jedi tree grass grew in places where there were no trees, so it was quite easy to find. Basically, if there was a place in the mountain forest that became a dead land, it was definitely because of the growth of the dead Jedi tree grass. Carefully putting the 3 dead Jedi tree grass into his cloth bag, Yang Kai took out some water and rice balls and began to eat. This time, the main purpose of entering the mountain was to find the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass. Until now, he had only found one, and the amount was too little. He had to continue to work hard. But now that the sky was dark, it was naturally inconvenient to move, so Yang Kai decided to rest for the night and wait until dawn to continue his search. In the past, when he went hunting in the mountain, he would leave on the same day and return on the same day. Yang Kai really hadn't spent the night in the mountain, but as the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you still have seen a pig run. What to pay attention to when spending the night in the mountain, Yang Kai naturally knew. Looking for a nearby tree, Yang Kai climbed up and found a suitable and comfortable place to sit down. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Unable to sleep for a while, Yang Kai summoned the wordless black book and flipped to the 3rd page. With a thought, the incense burner appeared. This was a secret that Yang Kai had inadvertently discovered. The things that came out of the black book could also be taken back. After all, the black book was made from the soul-suppressing stone. The soul-suppressing stone itself had the ability to open up a space and store things. It was not difficult to understand why the incense burner could be placed inside. The only thing that puzzled Yang Kai was that other than the incense burner, the black book could not accept other things. This made him somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the wordless black book made from the soul-suppressing stone could selectively store things? After playing with the black book for a while, Yang Kai was also tired. After all, he had walked a lot of mountain roads today, so he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without any words. Early the next morning, Yang Kai practiced the tempered body technique for half an hour as usual. The results were good. Not only did he throw a few more punches compared to the previous 2 days, but the chi in his body also became more condensed. Yang Kai had a feeling that he was about to break through a barrier. The chi in his meridian seemed to have reached the limit, and he was only one step away from reaching the next level. Chapter 16. This discovery made Yang Kai excited. After cultivating in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, he was only at Tempered Body 3rd stage, but after obtaining the wordless black book, he broke through to Tempered Body 4th stage on the 2nd day. Now only 2 days had passed and he was about to break through again. This cultivation speed was terrifying even for Yang Kai. Practicing the Tempered Body record consumed a lot of energy, so Yang Kai rested for a long time before gradually recovering. He ate the remaining rice balls and continued his journey of searching for herbs. Yesterday, he had already searched for all the herbs in his memory, so today he would have to try his luck. Fortunately, the value of these common grade herbs was not high, so not everyone would pick them, so he still had some harvest. During the day, Yang Kai found 7 or 8 herbs, even 2 3-leaved chaos spirit flowers. This time, he finally collected all the herbs he needed for cultivation, but the quantity was somewhat lacking. Time passed quickly, and when night fell, Yang Kai was still walking in the forest. It was not that he did not want to rest, but that he was too hungry. He originally thought that he would be able to hunt some game today, but he did not think that he would not even be able to find a rabbit. He only found a few fingernail-sized wild fruits, which he ate until his teeth ached. After eating them, he felt even more hungry. If he had known earlier, he would have made more rice balls and brought them along. He really regretted it. Where was he going to find food in the middle of nowhere? Just as he was feeling embarrassed from hunger, Yang Kai suddenly saw a trace of fire in the forest in front of him. He immediately became alert and quickly walked in that direction. Those who dared to start a fire in the mountains were either inexperienced idiots or experienced veterans. The one Yang Kai had encountered this time belonged to the latter. Just as he approached the fire, he heard an angry shout, "Who is it?" At the same time, Kai Yang felt his skin tighten and a cold wind blow down his spine. Looking over, he saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, standing next to the fire, both of them looking at him with vigilance. The taller one was a sturdy man. He held a bow in his hand with an arrow nocked on it. The bowstring was already pulled back and the tip of the arrow was aimed at himself. Beside this man was a boy of about 11 or 12 years old. Although he was young, the boy's eyes were very bright. Not only did he not show the slightest bit of fear, he even seemed to be eager to try. The little boy was also holding a bow in his hand, but it was much smaller, so it shouldn't be very powerful. Although he was being pointed at by 2 fully drawn bows, Yang Kai was not the slightest bit angry. When traveling outside, one must always be on guard against people, so what they did was not a big deal. "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to pick herbs," Yang Kai hurriedly said. Hearing this, the 2 men on the opposite side, one big and one small, carefully sized him up. The sturdy man slowly put down the bow in his hand and patted the small boy, indicating that he should relax. He then smiled and said, "I thought the fire had attracted some fierce beast. It was a false alarm." Sorry. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. The sturdy man was very forthright. He waved his hand and said, "Come here. The night wind is cold. It's not easy to make a living outside." Yang Kai thanked him and then went forward and sat by the fire. The sturdy man kept looking at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was thin, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Since they were sitting together, they naturally had to talk. During the chat, Yang Kai learned that this was a father and son. They lived at the foot of the mountain and hunted for a living. Although they were not rich, they were able to maintain food and clothing. Moreover, although the little boy looked young, he was also a veteran hunter. He had followed his father in and out of Black Wind Mountain many times. He had a lot more experience than Yang Kai. Yang Kai also introduced himself. After learning that he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, the sturdy man was a little surprised. The little boy was even more curious. His bright black eyes kept looking at Yang Kai. The man said, "My boy also wanted to practice martial arts, but his aptitude was not good enough, so he was rejected. So he admires you cultivators very much." These words made Yang Kai recall his own experience in the past 3 years. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sympathy. He reached out and touched the child's head. While they were talking, Yang Kai's stomach failed to live up to his expectations and growled. The little boy was stunned. He suddenly smiled and then took out some dry food from his bag and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was moved, but he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he looked at the sturdy man. The man smiled and said, "Eat it. You don't seem to have eaten anything today." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He took the dry food and wolfed it down. After chatting for a while, the 3 people went to sleep around the fire. Yang Kai didn't dare to sleep too deeply. He was always in a light state. If there was any danger in the surroundings, he would eliminate it for the father and son. It could also be considered as returning the favor. But after a night passed, nothing happened. Morning came again. Yang Kai didn't wait for the father and son to wake up and quietly left. Before he left 2 herbs as a thank you gift for last night's meal. If these 2 herbs were crushed, they would have a certain healing effect. The father and son had been in the mountains for many years, so there would be a time when they could use them. The Eastern Purple Qi overflowed, and Kai Yang practiced tempered body record for half an hour. When he finished, he inhaled a mouthful of purple qi. His meridians suddenly shook, and a warm feeling spread throughout his whole body. His sense of qi surged within his meridians. Tempered body 5th stage. Yesterday's feeling was right. He was about to break through. Today, after practicing for half an hour, he really broke through in one fell swoop. Yang Kai was very happy. He was looking forward to the tempered body technique more and more. He had only obtained the tempered body a few days ago, but he had already broken through twice. This cultivation speed was simply unparalleled. This was under the condition that there was a limit to the time he could cultivate. If he could cultivate at any time, how fast would his cultivation speed be? Yang Kai was a little speechless as he thought about it. However, the tempered body was only the foundation stage of a cultivator. Naturally, his cultivation speed would be faster. Later on, as his cultivation level increased, his cultivation speed would slowly slow down. After resting for a while, Yang Kai continued to look for herbs. Today's harvest was not bad. He collected more than a dozen herbs and also caught a fat rabbit, so he didn't have to worry about starving. On the 3rd day, Kai Yang ventured deeper into Black Wind Mountain, reaching the outer limit of 30 li. After reaching this point, Kai Yang didn't dare to go any further. With his current strength, if he were to encounter any vicious beasts or birds of prey, he would have no choice but to flee. If he wasn't careful, he would become food for those beasts. However, although he didn't go too deep, his harvest today was much better than the previous 2 days. There were more than 20 herbs. Including the harvest of the previous 2 days, he had found nearly 40 herbs. However, the 2 herbs he needed were still very little. In 3 days he had found 40 herbs. Although they were all ordinary level, low-level herbs, his harvest was not small. If he brought them back to the sect, he could exchange them for contribution points. However, this would delay his cultivation time, so the loss outweighed the gain. Chapter 17. In the afternoon, Yang Kai turned around and headed towards Ling Zhao's location. He had only taken 3 days off, so the day he set off didn't count. He had to get back before tomorrow morning, otherwise he would be punished. There was plenty of time. Yang Kai estimated that he was about 100 miles away from Ling Zhao, which wasn't too far, so he should be able to get there before dark. Looking forward to the 3rd page of the wordless black book's incense burner, Yang Kai was in a good mood, so his footsteps were light. But before he was halfway there, Yang Kai suddenly heard a burst of roars and heart-wrenching shouts from not far away, mixed with the cry of a child. Hearing this movement, Yang Kai's footsteps paused and he quickly listened carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly ran in the direction of the sound. He could tell that the angry roar came from the hunter he had encountered the night before, and the crying sound came from the little boy. This father and son pair must have encountered some kind of trouble, otherwise they wouldn't be so panicked. That night, Yang Kai had eaten their food, so he owed them a debt of gratitude, so how could he ignore them now? As he ran, the hunter's roars became more and more desolate, while the little boy's cries gradually weakened. Yang Kai's face was heavy, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. When Yang Kai reached the place, he couldn't even hear the hunter's roars anymore. He could only see a dark cave entrance at the foot of a high slope. The entrance was surrounded by thick grass and sea spiders. There was a small bough on the ground, which was the weapon that the little boy had held that night. Without thinking, Yang Kai quickly threw the things on his body to the ground, opened his eyes wide, and became vigilant of his surroundings. He directly rushed into the dark cave entrance. The light in the cave wasn't very bright, but he could still see things. Looking carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that the cave was full of spiders, and beside the cave walls and on the ground, there were layers of silvery white spiders, as thick as chopsticks, crisscrossing layer upon layer, blocking his path. The cave was damp and dark, with water dripping from the ceiling. When Yang Kai stepped on it, he felt like the ground was sinking slightly. Holding his breath, Yang Kai walked inside. After a few steps, he saw a person almost wrapped in spider silk lying on the ground, only his face showing. It was the hunter he had encountered the night before. Yang Kai rushed forward and probed him. Discovering that the hunter had only fainted due to anger, he didn't have any serious injuries. Quickly, Yang Kai pinched the hunter's philtrum. The hunter slowly woke up, and when he saw Yang Kai, he anxiously said, "Save the child." The child was dragged inside. "I beg you, please save the child." Dragged inside? Startled, Kai Yang tried to untie Hunter in a fluster. Unfortunately, the spider silk that was wrapped around his body was extremely tough. He couldn't untie it in a short amount of time, so he could only give up for now and dive into the cave. The hunter behind him warned, "Be careful, that's a spider monster beast." Hearing the word monster beast, Yang Kai's heart thumped. A monster beast was not like an ordinary beast that could only be slaughtered. It was a real beast, and Yang Kai couldn't afford to provoke any of them. The reason why the outer 30 miles of the Black Wind Mountain was defined as a safe zone was that there was no monster beast here. But now there was actually one here. It was really unexpected. Knowing that there was a monster beast inside, Yang Kai became more cautious. After walking for about 100 feet, he saw the hunter's son. At this moment, the little boy was tightly bound by spider silk like his father, stuck to a huge spider and suspended in midair. Next to the little boy, a huge flowerback spider was sticking out the straw in its mouth and inserting it into the little boy's arm. Strands of red blood were clearly seen flowing from the little boy's body into the spider's mouth. On the ground of the cave, various strange bones were piled up into a mountain. It seemed that the spider monster beast had hunted a lot of prey here. Kai Yang didn't have time to consider whether or not he had the ability to fight this spider. Any delay could cost the little boy his life, so he didn't say anything and rushed forward. The huge flowerback spider probably didn't expect to be disturbed at this time. While it was eating, a brute force hit from the side, and the huge spider was immediately hit with a big hole. The flowerback spider and Yang Kai flew out together, and the little boy fell to the ground. Suddenly attacked, the flowerback spider was furious. Its 8 hairy legs swung on the ground, and its eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to get up, and the flowerback spider pounced on him and pressed him to the ground. With a roar, Kai Yang sent out an iron fist towards the flowerback spider's mouth, causing it to stagger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Yang sent out a kick, sending the spider flying. Yang Kai rolled on the ground and half-squatted, vigilantly watching the flowerback spider's movements. After this confrontation, he calmed down a bit. This monster beast's level wasn't high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight it. It was probably just a level 1 monster beast. But even if it was just a level 1 monster beast, it would be difficult for him to deal with it with his current strength. Both sides were sizing each other up. The flowerback spider wasn't anxious, but Yang Kai was a bit impatient. The little boy looked like he had lost a lot of blood, and there were signs of poisoning. If he didn't quickly deal with this, he wouldn't be able to save him. Suddenly, the flowerback spider opened its mouth, and as it breathed in and out, a bright silk thread shot out from its mouth, heading straight for Yang Kai. Yang Kai had experienced the toughness of the spider's silk before, so he naturally knew that he couldn't be trapped. He immediately rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Who would have thought that the flowerback spider wouldn't even care about his attempts to avoid it? It continued to spit out spider silk in one direction. By the time Kai Yang reacted, the cave had already been separated by a giant spider, completely cutting off his escape route and trapping him inside. Is this forcing me to fight to the death? Yang Kai smiled and the last trace of worry disappeared. The arrogance in his bones was aroused. In this situation, if he didn't kill this spider, he definitely wouldn't be able to get out. Since that was the case, then he could only fight to the death. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai didn't have time to waste. His feet kicked off the ground, and he quickly approached the flowerback spider. Yang Kai was on guard against this move of the spiders, so how could he not avoid it? After dodging 3 consecutive spiders' silk, he finally closed the distance between him and the monster beast. But before Yang Kai could punch, the flowerback spider raised one of its front legs and fiercely chiseled at him. Yang Kai raised his arm to block, and the flowerback spider's sharp front leg pierced through his arm. The pain caused Kai Yang to roar out in anger. His blood suddenly began to boil. Although blood flowed out, not only did he not feel fear or panic, instead he felt an inexplicable excitement and expectation in his heart. His bones began to creak as a warm feeling spread throughout his body. Chapter 18. Yang Kai's fist whistled through the air, hitting the left row of eyes of the flowerback spider, bursting 2 of them on the spot. The flowerback spider was horrified. What little consciousness it had left made it fear the person in front of it, who was still excited even though he was bleeding. It tried to withdraw its front leg from Yang Kai's arm, but Yang Kai tightened his muscles and held it in place. For a moment it was unable to break free. Yang Kai's second fist whistled through the air, once again bursting 2 of the flowerback spider's eyes. The flowerback spider cried out in pain, its body continuously shrinking back, its few legs flailing around, leaving rows of wounds on Yang Kai's body. The wounds weren't deep, but there was still blood. The pain made Yang Kai more and more excited, as if his whole body was gushing with endless strength. The corner of his mouth revealed a cruel smile, and he used his uninjured fist to attack his opponent. The more he struck, the more powerful and faster he became. The flowerback spider's forehead burst open, and its body fluids splattered everywhere. Mournful cries continuously rang out. The flowerback spider was unwilling to sit still and wait for its death. It continuously spat out spider silk from its mouthpart, which Yang Kai couldn't dodge at such a close distance. He was quickly wrapped up. But at this moment the flowerback spider was beaten to a pulp, its entire head almost bursting open. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a monster beast and had a strong vitality, it would have died long ago. Even so, after it spat out its last spider silk, it gradually stopped struggling and finally died under Yang Kai's fist. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would actually be able to easily defeat a monster beast, and even kill it. Even if it was only a level 1 monster beast, it wasn't something that a body tempering stage level 5 could easily deal with. Although his injuries weren't light, he didn't feel that it was a big deal. After confirming that the flowerback spider was completely dead, Yang Kai pulled out the front leg from his arm. The moment he pulled it out, it brought with it a spray of warm blood. With no time to check his injuries, Yang Kai quickly tore off the spider silk tied around his body and hurriedly carried the little boy lying on the ground out. The little boy's father finally broke free from the spider silk and was running towards them. When he saw Yang Kai running out with his son covered in blood, he quickly asked, "What happened to him?" "He lost a lot of blood and was poisoned," Yang Kai answered. Rushing out of the cave, Yang Kai put the little boy flat on the ground and ran out again. He took some herbs from the bag and put them into his mouth to chew. He also found some herbs and handed them to the hunter. "Chew them as hard as you can and then feed them to him." When the hunter heard Yang Kai's order, there was no hesitation. He quickly put the herbs into his mouth and chewed. At this moment young Kai's mind was very clear. The pharmacological characteristics of these herbs appeared in his mind one by one. Which herbs could detoxify, which herbs could heal, and which herbs could stop bleeding. He was comparable to a doctor who was proficient in pharmacology. Not long after, young Kai took out the herbs in his mouth and smeared them on the little boy's injured arm. The hunter also fed the herbs in his mouth into the little boy's mouth. Under the nervous and expectant gaze of the two people, the little boy's pale face gradually had a trace of color, and his breathing was much steadier than before. The hunter's heart was finally relieved. He fell on the ground and wailed, "Fortunately, it's all right. Fortunately, it's all right." Young Kai poured cold water on him. "It's not enough. These herbs are of the lowest grade. They can only relieve his symptoms. He must go down the mountain to find a doctor, otherwise, I'm afraid it will leave a lasting illness." The hunter listened to young Kai's words and immediately said, "Then I'll take him to find a doctor now." "Don't be in a hurry." Young Kai stopped him. "Let's wait for him to calm down first." Oh, what the benefactor said is right. The hunter had suffered such a big disaster, and had long lost his backbone. Whatever young Kai said was what it was. After saying that, he suddenly remembered that the benefactor in front of him was also injured. He was worried. "Benefactor, do you want to treat your injuries?" Young Kai waved his hand. "No need. But you've lost so much blood. How can you stand it?" The hunter looked at him in shock. "I don't know." Young Kai stood up and jumped. "I don't know why, but I feel good." Not only did he feel good, but he was also very excited. Young Kai guessed that all of this had something to do with his unyielding golden skeleton, but how could he explain it to the hunter? Recalling the battle just now, young Kai's blood boiled. This was the first time he faced a life and death battle, but not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he also enjoyed the feeling of blood splashing, as if all of this was a common occurrence. "By the way, wait a moment, I'll be right back." Young Kai suddenly picked up his bag and rushed into the cave again. The hunter thought that he was going to clean up the monster beast's body, but in fact that was not the case. Although the flowerback spider was a monster beast, its body had no value, and its level was too low. Young Kai entered the cave to pick herbs. When he was fighting with the flowerback spider, young Kai inadvertently found a large purple flower in the cave. At that time he didn't have time to look carefully, but now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel excited. If he was not mistaken, those purple flowers were the three-leaved chaos spirit flower that he urgently needed. The three-leaved chaos spirit flower grew in damp and dark places with a lot of dead bodies, and this cave was a suitable environment for its growth. With great expectations in his heart, young Kai returned to the cave to take a look, and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. People say that good people have good karma, and now it seems that this is really the case. If he didn't come to rescue the hunter and his son, how could he have encountered such a good thing? The large patch of purple flowers in front of him was indeed the three-leaved chaos spirit flower. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Roughly counting, there were about 30 to 40 of them. The small purple flowers connected together and looked very pleasing to the eye. Young Kai didn't hesitate, and quickly took out a shovel and put the three-leaved chaos spirit flower into his bag. After working for a while, young Kai was satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, he saw a dark red mushroom-like thing in the corner of the cave. Young Kai's heart moved, and he walked forward to take a closer look. This thing was about the size of a bowl, dark red, and looked like a mushroom, but also like a Ganoderma lucidum. Young Kai didn't recognize this thing, and there was no description of it in the booklet that Treasurer Meng gave him. Could it be some kind of rare treasure? Young Kai rubbed his hands, and no matter what it was, he would take it back first. After all, it didn't take up much space. When Kai Yang came out of the cave, his small bag was already filled to the brim. "Let's go, I will go down the mountain with you," young Kai said to the hunter outside. "Thank you, benefactor." The hunter was very grateful, and he knew that young Kai was afraid that they would be in danger, so he wanted to follow them. "It's just on the way, no need to thank me," young Kai said, and hurriedly ran down the mountain with the hunter. They didn't arrive at Black Plum Town until dusk, and quickly found a medical center in town. Chapter 19. After settling the little boy down, young Kai was not in a hurry to leave. After all, the little boy had given him some food that night, so he had to wait for him to wake up before he could leave. The hunter was very nervous as he rushed in and out of the clinic. Not long after, he was kicked out by the doctor who thought he was too noisy. Dr. Chu said that fortunately it was dealt with in time. Otherwise my son would have really lost his life. Benefactor I Zhongshan, am unable to repay your kindness. In this life I will be your slave at your beck and call. Finished speaking, the hunter knelt down in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't help him up, he just smiled and said, Brother Zhang, a man has gold under his knees. You have already repaid your kindness, so you don't need to worry about it in the future. I also ate your son's food, so I still owe you. After he finished speaking, he helped the hunter up. Zhang Shan was moved, he cried, Benefactor, you are really a good person. Just as they were talking, the doctor came out and said to Zhang Shan, there is no big problem, no need to worry. However, he has lost a lot of blood, so I am afraid he will sleep for a while. When he wakes up, he will be fine. Hearing this, Yang Kai and Zhang Shan felt relieved. As soon as his mind relaxed, Yang Kai felt a little tired. Today was really too exciting. He had also suffered a lot of injuries and lost a lot of blood. Although he was excited at the time, there was still some damage to his body. As soon as he relaxed, he fell asleep and slept until dawn. Early morning, High Heaven Pavilion. Many disciples had woken up early in the morning. They were all excited and gathered together, looking forward to a certain place. Their eager eyes, craned necks, and restless mood made them look like a group of women waiting at home for their husbands who had finally returned after so many years. They were so focused and full of expectation. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Everyone cast their gazes in the same direction. That direction was the location of Yang Kai's hut. Today they could challenge Yang Kai again. How could any of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples let go of these contribution points that were practically free of charge? Some people couldn't bear it and sympathized with Yang Kai's experience. After all, every 5 days he would be beaten up. It was really too miserable. But thinking about it carefully, their sympathy was useless. There were so many people who wanted to challenge Yang Kai. If they didn't challenge Yang Kai, someone else would. In any case, he was going to be beaten up anyway, so they might as well do it themselves. Thinking about it, they decided to try their luck. If he chooses me, I will definitely go easy on him so that he won't feel pain. Many people found excuses for themselves in their hearts. Did he sleep with her? Did he leave High Heaven Pavilion already? Impossible, you know Yang Kai's temper. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have left a few months ago when he was demoted to a trial disciple. Why would he wait until now? Everyone present was talking about it, but no one knew that Yang Kai had gone to Black Wind Mountain a few days ago and hadn't returned yet. This wasn't surprising. Yang Kai usually didn't interact with others, so naturally no one paid attention to his whereabouts. While the commotion was going on, a group of people walked over from not far away. The person in the lead had a jade-like face and was very handsome. He was a handsome young man, but for some reason, this young man had a gloomy expression on his face at this moment. As he walked, he gritted his teeth and cursed someone. Beside this young man, there were many High Heaven Pavilion disciples. They surrounded him like stars around the moon, making him stand out from the crowd. Arriving here and seeing so many people gathered, the young man leading the group showed a displeased expression and asked, "What's going on? Why are there so many people here?" A person next to him quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Young Master Su, today is the day we can challenge Yang Kai. So our brothers are all gathered here to wait for contribution points." The young man called Young Master Su raised his eyebrows and laughed. "It looks like our brother Yang is having a hard time." His words were full of schadenfreude and happiness. And he's basically beaten every 5 days. Not only that, he's knocked unconscious. The person who spoke earlier explained. Young Master Su smiled again, and I don't know why, but young Master's resentment has been vented a lot. But this isn't enough. You must drive him out of High Heaven Pavilion. As long as he's not a High Heaven Pavilion disciple, I can play with him however I want. Young Master Su, you're right. This brat dares to ruin your business in Black Plum Town. He really doesn't know how many eyes Young Master Su has. He doesn't even know who Young Master Su is. This flattery made Young Master Su feel very comfortable, and he nodded again and again. Young Master Su was the one Young Kai had met in Black Plum Town, Sassafras. On that day, Sassafras and the two big men had been exposed by Young Kai and had left in anger. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, young Master Su began to inquire about Young Kai's identity. In the end, he had some means and channels, so in less than a day he knew Young Kai's details. However, under the Sex Iron rules, it was not convenient for him to make a move directly, so he had waited until today to bring people to Young Kai. He hadn't expected that there would be so many people gathered here, and all of them were staring at Young Kai. This made Sassafras somewhat unhappy, so he waved his hand and said, "Tell them to disperse. Tell them that Young Kai is mine today." These words were spoken as if Young Kai was a prostitute who sold her body. One of the people behind him quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists to the crowd. "Brothers and sisters, today's battle with Young Kai has been decided by Sassafras, so I ask that everyone make way for us. I'm sorry for troubling everyone to wait here, so please forgive me." As soon as these words came out, many people were alarmed and looked towards Sassafras. Some of the people who didn't understand shouted, "Why? Young Kai always uses a broom to choose his opponent, so why should he let you win? Isn't there a first-come first-served rule?" As soon as his voice fell, someone pulled him and whispered, "That's Sassafras. Sassafras, do you know who he is?" "Who?" This person hadn't been in the sect for long, so he really didn't know. "Stupid, our High Heaven Pavilion has an elder surnamed Su, and one of the 10 core disciples is also surnamed Su. Who do you think he is?" Although his words weren't clear, the listener wasn't a fool, so he immediately shut up. He was just an ordinary disciple, so when he heard that Sassafras had such a big backer, how could he dare to be noisy? Winning against Young Kai won't give you many contribution points, so it's not worth offending him. Yes. The listener was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 20. Sassafras looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction and snorted in disdain. Although Sassafras had already decided to challenge Young Kai today, the people gathered here did not leave. They did not know how Young Kai had offended Sassafras, so they naturally wanted to stay and watch the show. After waiting for a while, Young Kai was still nowhere to be seen. Sassafras could not hold it in any longer and asked, "Where is he?" "I don't know. He usually comes out to sweep the floor, but I don't know why he's not here today. Young Master Su, do you want to take a look at where he lives?" Sassafras thought for a while and nodded, "Sure. He's just a little boy sweeping the floor. How dare he make me wait? I'll teach him a lesson later." It was not a secret where Young Kai lived, so the people around Sassafras led the way. The people who were watching the show also followed them. After a while, the group of people arrived at Young Kai's hut. Looking at the shabby wooden hut, Sassafras felt refreshed for no reason. He pointed at the hut and asked, "That kid lives here?" "Young Master Su, Young Kai is a trial disciple. He has to take care of his own food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The sect will not care about him. This is probably a hut that he built himself." Good. Sassafras was very happy. He was in a good mood when he thought about how Young Kai would become a drowned rat on a rainy day. Sassafras coughed lightly and stopped smiling. He walked up to the hut and shouted, "Young Kai, get your ass out here and die." His shout was like a bell, but it was full of hatred. It was full of blood and tears. The people who heard it trembled in their hearts. They secretly thought that the grudge between Young Kai and Sassafras was not small. Sassafras was awe-inspiring. After shouting, he stared at the door of the wooden house with anticipation. He imagined the scene of Young Kai running out of the house and begging for mercy. The more he thought about it, the more proud he became. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the room. Sassafras was a little embarrassed, and he roared again, "Young Kai, if you know what's good for you, you'd better come out now. Otherwise, we're going to charge in." There was still no movement. Sassafras also felt that something was wrong. If Young Kai was really inside, he should be breathing. Could it be that he wasn't inside? Tilting his head, Sassafras signaled one of his men with his eyes. The man quickly rushed out, kicked open the door of the wooden hut, and ran inside. Not long after, the man ran out again and said to Sassafras, "Young Master Su, There's no one inside and there's some dust. It seems that the kid knew that he was in trouble and ran away a few days ago. Ran away? Sassafras almost vomited blood. He had been preparing for this for a few days, and he even brought so many people with him to keep up appearances. That young Kai actually ran away? It was as if he had thrown an aggressive punch, but it landed on cotton. Sassafras felt an indescribable sense of helplessness and depression. Speaking of which, I haven't seen young Kai in the past few days. A wise man submits to circumstances. Young Kai offended Sassafras. He probably knew that he was in trouble, so he left the sect. No wonder he didn't appear until now. Sigh, now that young Kai is gone, there won't be any free contribution points in the future. The onlookers whispered, but not a single word escaped Sassafras' ears. Although he was pleased with himself, Sassafras was still unhappy that he couldn't get his revenge. After thinking for a while with a gloomy face, Sassafras had to accept this reality. He said angrily, that kid got lucky. But if I don't get my revenge, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Burn this broken house down. Everyone was shocked. Even the people Sassafras brought were hesitant. One of them said, Young Master Su, it's not good to set fire to the sect, right? What are you afraid of? Sassafras glared. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Besides, this isn't the sect's property. What's the big deal if it's burned down? This is a broken house, and it's in the eyes of the young master. Hearing this, everyone's worries were dispelled. After all, young Master Su had someone backing him up. Burning down a broken house wasn't a big deal. Immediately, someone went to get the fire and dried grass. After a while, everything was ready. Sassafras had a ferocious look on his face as he held a torch that he made on the spot. The light from the burning flame distorted his face. Young Kai, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Sassafras gritted his teeth and cursed. Just as he was about to throw the torch in his hand into the wooden house, he smelled blood beside him. Someone patted him on the shoulder and asked, What are you doing? Sassafras didn't even think and answered, I'm burning down the house. Why are you burning down my house? The voice of the person was a little annoyed. Your house? Sassafras pursed his lips and turned his head to look at the person. As soon as he saw the person, Sassafras immediately jumped a few steps to the side like a rabbit. His movements were unbelievably agile, and he put on a defensive posture. His face was full of panic, and his hair stood on end. It was because the appearance of the person was too horrifying. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was messy like weeds. Not only that, there were countless bloodstains on his body, and his clothes were stained with blood. There was a small bag on his shoulder and the bag was bulging. No one knew what was inside. A light breeze blew, and this person's tattered pants were messy in the wind, revealing the strong leg hair on his legs. What Sassafras couldn't stand the most was the smell of this person. It was a mixture of blood and sweat. It was nauseating and he wouldn't be able to eat for 3 days. This appearance, this style, it was really weird. If he were to hold a broken bowl in his hand, he would look like a beggar who ate from hundreds of families. But why did he look so familiar? Sassafras carefully looked at the person, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Young Kai. Who else could it be but Young Kai? Although his appearance was different, and his face was full of dirt, how could Sassafras, who had a grudge against Young Kai, not recognize him? How could he not recognize him? Young Kai also recognized Sassafras. He grinned, revealing his white fangs, and said, Isn't this the junior brother who showed his prowess in Black Plum Town? Sassafras's face turned green and red at the ridicule. He jumped and said, Young Kai, you didn't take the road to heaven, but you barged into hell where there was no door. You're going to die today. Are you looking for trouble with me? Young Kai frowned. Nonsense. Sassafras proudly said, Do you think I'm here to visit you? If you're looking for trouble with me, just come find me. Why did you burn my house? Young Kai asked. Sassafras quickly threw away the torch and rushed forward to stomp on it. It was as if he was stomping on Young Kai himself. He felt extremely relieved, and only after a long time did he extinguish the torch. After this delay, The onlookers finally came to their senses. Only now did they know that Yongkai didn't leave Sky Tower because he was afraid of Sassafras, but because he went out to do something. But what did he do to make himself so miserable? Wasn't there too much blood? There were also scratches on his clothes. It was obvious that they were made by some kind of sharp weapon. Did he fight with someone? And was it a life and death battle? Chapter 21. These wounds and bloodstains were the result of the battle with the flowerback spiders. He didn't have the time to take care of them, and he had to find a doctor for the little boy when he returned to Black Plum Town. Naturally, it was delayed. After that, Yongkai fell asleep. He only woke up this morning, and the little boy was already awake. Yongkai felt relieved and hurried back to the sect. From afar, he saw a group of people surrounding his wooden house. Some of them were even holding torches. It looked like they were going to burn down his house. How could Yongkai allow that? Naturally, he walked over and asked. He didn't expect that it was Sassafras who was looking for trouble with him. Sassafras, who had failed to set the house on fire, didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he became even more excited. He pointed at Yongkai and said, "Yongkai, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you can, wait a moment." Yongkai raised his hand and walked into the house. "Hey!" Sassafras swallowed his words. He felt like he had eaten a fly, and it was the kind that flew up from fresh feces. It was extremely uncomfortable. "Young Master Su, this guy is too disrespectful." One of Sassafras's subordinates felt that it was unfair. "Humph," Sassafras sneered. "Beat him up hard later. I heard that this guy never admits defeat, so don't go easy on him. Today, we must let him know the consequences of offending me." "Yes." Yongkai walked into the house and took off the small bag on his shoulder. This bag of herbs was the harvest of his 3 days of hard work. Yongkai was a little worried if he didn't put it down first. After putting the bag away, Yongkai walked out again. He looked at Sassafras with a serious face and said, "What did you want to say just now?" Sassafras looked at him with hatred. His face was full of resentment, and he had the urge to vomit blood. Just now, he had prepared his lines for a long time, but before he could say them, he was interrupted by Kai Yang. At this moment, seeing him open his mouth to ask again, he couldn't wait to shout out, "Kai Yang, don't say that this young master didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me a few times in front of all these brothers, and call me grandfather a few times, then I will spare your life. Or else." Humph. Those snorts were meaningful, and the smell of threats arose spontaneously. After saying that, Sassafras had a look of satisfaction as if he really did something to Yongkai. Kai Yang slowly shook his head, looking at Sumu with a pained expression. "What?" Sassafras felt a little guilty. It was mainly because Yongkai was too calm, which made him feel a little uncertain. After all, he had suffered a loss at Yongkai's hands in Black Plum Village, so there was a shadow in his heart. "You're unfilial." Yongkai sighed. The onlookers were stunned, and so was Sassafras. He thought to himself, how is this unfilial? "What do you mean?" Sassafras asked fiercely. "You don't understand? Come, I'll teach you." Yongkai acted like a kind person and said earnestly, "Let me ask you, do you have an elder in Sky Tower? At least you have some eyesight." Sassafras was so proud that his tail was about to reach the sky. Yongkai smiled. "You came to take revenge on me with such fanfare, so naturally you have someone to rely on. If there wasn't anyone above you, how would you dare to be so presumptuous and even burn my house?" "This person has a lot of power in the Sky Tower, right?" Yongkai asked again. "The position of an elder." Sassafras snorted. "I have an elder sister who is a core disciple. She can crush you with just a finger." Yongkai suddenly understood a little about Sassafras. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "That's right, you're too unfilial." "What's right?" Sassafras was furious. He was confused by Yongkai's words and didn't know what he was going to say. "You can't even understand such a simple thing. What's wrong with your head?" Yongkai frowned and looked at Sassafras with pity. He patiently explained, "Your sister is my senior sister. If I really called you that, how would your sister address you? How would that elder address you? You're unfilial, very unfilial. If I were that elder, I would lock you in the coiling dragon stream today, and make sure you don't come out for the rest of your life. Sassafras's body shook and his face turned pale. The coiling dragon stream was High Heaven Pavilion's most terrifying place. High Heaven Pavilion had existed for hundreds of years, and had dozens of generations of disciples. There would always be some disciples who, after leaving the sect, committed heinous crimes. Once these heinous criminals were caught by the sect, their cultivation would be crippled and they would be thrown into the coiling dragon stream. Basically, entering that place was equivalent to death. The 3 words coiling dragon stream were extremely famous within a radius of a few thousand miles. It was notorious for its ferocity. Sassafras wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but when he heard these 3 words he instinctively felt some fear. Noticing that Sassafras's state was not right, one of the people who followed him quickly stepped forward and said, "Young Master Su, this brat has a sharp tongue. Don't waste your breath on him. Today we're here to help you vent your anger." Sassafras came back to his senses and said angrily, "Yang Kai, don't talk nonsense. Today, if you don't kneel down and apologize, this young master will make you regret being born in this world." Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light. He clenched his fist and said, "Junior brother, you want to spar with me?" Sassafras said with disdain, "I want to, but you're not worthy. You don't have the qualifications. This young master is at tempered body 9th level. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood. The sect's rules stated that when disciples challenge each other, the difference in strength cannot exceed 3 levels. Sassafras really couldn't challenge Yang Kai. The difference between the two was too big. This was also the reason why he brought people here. These people were not just here to keep up appearances. Sumu looked at Kai Yang with contempt, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Without turning his head, he said, "Everyone, I heard that this senior brother Kai has already reached the tempered body 3rd stage. Which brother wants to go up and give him some pointers?" Tempered body 3rd level, such a high level. The crowd burst into laughter. Everyone here joined the sect later than Yang Kai, but who didn't have a higher level than him? "Let me do it, young Master Su. My strength is the lowest among the brothers, but I'm only at tempered body 5th level. I should be able to play with Yang Kai for a while." One of them walked through the crowd and looked at Yang Kai with disdain. Yang Kai looked back at him and laughed. He laughed at their outdated information. 5 days ago he was indeed at tempered body 3rd level, but now he was different from before. However, Yang Kai naturally would not spread this news. Advancing 2 levels in 5 days was a bit strange. The person that Sassafras brought said, "Brother Yang, my name is Zhao Hu. You must remember who beat you up today." "I'll remember," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Zhao Hu seemed to want to give Sassafras face. He waved his little finger at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, don't say that I don't give you face as a junior brother. I'll give you 3 moves. If you can make me move my feet, you win. If you can't, then don't blame this junior brother for not showing you mercy." Sumu was dazzled by Zhao Hu's arrogant provocation and blatant contempt. He exclaimed in his heart that Zhao Hu was really capable. He knew how to humiliate others and did a good job. Zhao Hu is really capable. He knows how to humiliate others. Although there were only 2 levels between tempered body 3rd level and tempered body 5th level, there was a gap between these 2 levels. The strength that could be displayed was completely different. Chapter 22. What's more, Yang Kai was currently in a sorry state. It was obvious that he had been through a lot, so how could he have any strength left to fight? In addition, his body was thin and malnourished, so it was easy for people to look down on him. Almost everyone thought that Yang Kai would not be able to escape today. Even Xiaoning Chang, who was standing on a nearby tree, thought so. As a member of the Dark Hall, Xiaoning Chang had come today to record Yang Kai's battle results. That's not good. How can I let junior brother go easy on me? Yang Kai was a bit hesitant. There's nothing wrong with that. Zhao Hu insisted, as junior brother. It's only right for me to let you have 3 moves first. Haha. Okay. Yang Kai seemed to be unwilling. Since junior brother Zhao says so, then this big brother won't be polite. Bring it on. Zhao Hu shouted. His feet were like boulders as he stood in place. His muscles bulged and blue veins popped out. Looking at the skinny Yang Kai who was walking towards him step by step, Zhao Hu sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, with your small body, I can blow you away with one breath. What kind of strength can you use? Yang Kai slowly walked in front of Zhao Hu. He raised a fist and deliberately waved it in front of Zhao Hu's eyes. He smiled and said, Junior brother Zhao, big brother is really going to fight? Come. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's fist had already smashed into Zhao Hu's chest. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The surrounding people did not even see any trace of Yang Kai's attack. This fist had just strangely landed. Zhao Hu's face paled. His chest could not help but cave in. Boom! The second punch arrived, landing on Zhao Hu's abdomen. Zhao Hu's body suddenly bent down, only to feel a stomach acid overturn. Pa! Yang Kai kicked Zhao Hu's chin, and Zhao Hu was sent flying. He fell to the ground motionless. He won. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Yang Kai in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Sassafras's eyes were especially wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. 2 punches and 1 kick. Zhao Hu, who was at body tempering stage level 5, was sent flying. Was this something a body tempering stage 3rd level cultivator could do? Although Zhao Hu didn't fight back from beginning to end, his strength was too great. How could a person weighing more than 50 kilograms be sent flying several feet away without any strength? Moreover, his speed was incomparably fast. Just a moment ago, Zhao Hu still had a disdainful smile on his face, but in the next moment, he was unconscious. Not only were the spectators in front of the hut unable to believe their eyes, even Xia Ningchang, who was watching the fight from the treetop, was the same. Her booklet clearly recorded Yang Kai's battle record. In more than 2 years, he had lost 147 times without a single victory. Unexpectedly, it was rewritten today. Moreover, he won so cleanly. Xia Ningchang was originally gracefully stepping on the branches, but in the end, she was so shocked that she couldn't recover from the Yuan Qi. Her body lightning technique was interrupted, and her body suddenly fell. With a light crash, this masked woman fell from the treetop 3 feet high. Her small butt first touched the ground, and she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Fortunately, she was agile and her reaction was not slow. At the last moment she borrowed some strength. Otherwise, the consequences of this fall would have been quite serious. Even so, her 2 perky buttocks were burning with pain. She tightly pursed her lips, and a layer of mist appeared in her watery eyes. Resisting the pain, she slowly stood up. Her 2 slender legs were slightly trembling. Xia Ningchang nervously looked around. Seeing that no one had seen her, she let out a sigh of relief. If someone saw her like this, she would have lost a lot of face. Circulating her Yuan Qi to relieve the pain in her buttocks, Xia Ningchang's eyes flashed. She really couldn't understand. How did Yang Kai's strength increase so much in just a few days? The spectators weren't very strong, so they couldn't see anything special. However, how could Xia Ningchang's eyesight be compared to ordinary people? Just now, when Yang Kai made his move, Xia Ningchang clearly felt the qi in his meridians stir. To be able to cultivate qi, Yang Kai was clearly at tempered body 4th level. Moreover, it seemed that Yang Kai's strength was higher than tempered body 4th level. But, didn't he just reach tempered body 3rd level a few days ago? That stinky junior brother. He actually hit his strength. Not only did he scare those people, but he also scared her so much that she fell from the tree. How hateful. Vaguely, Xia Ningchang had already blamed the pain in her buttocks on Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced in the direction where Xia Ningchang was hiding. Although Xia Ningchang's scream was short, he still heard it. However, he was a bit far away and didn't notice anything strange. He didn't think too much about it. He just frowned and looked at his fist, as if he was dissatisfied. Yang Kai was indeed dissatisfied. After all, this was the first time he had sparred with someone after obtaining the unyielding golden skeleton. He didn't control his strength well and actually sent Zhao Hu flying. Originally, he only wanted to make his opponent move, but it seemed that he used more strength than expected. In the field, Sassafras was the first to recover. He pointed at Yang Kai and shouted, "You cheated!" Yang Kai looked at him calmly and said, "Junior brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How did I cheat?" Sassafras was speechless. That's right, how did he cheat? Zhao Hu just stood there and didn't move. He arrogantly said that he would let Yang Kai make 3 moves. In the end, the other party really did use 3 moves to defeat him. How could this be considered cheating when it happened in front of so many people? How could he cheat? Young Master Su, it seems that the information is wrong. This kid's strength isn't just tempered body 3rd level. I'm afraid that he has already advanced. Otherwise, how could he beat up Zhao Hu? Some people with good eyesight saw some clues and whispered to Sassafras. So that's how it is. Sassafras nodded. His face was gloomy. Zhao Hu was too careless. If he really fought with him, how could he be defeated? In Sassafras's opinion, Zhao Hu's defeat this time was purely due to carelessness. After all, even if Yang Kai had advanced, he was only at tempered body 4th level. There was still a gap between him and Zhao Hu. If they really fought, Yang Kai would definitely lose. Brother Yang, you hit it well. Sassafras looked coldly at Yang Kai. He didn't get to vent his anger today. It was really uncomfortable for him to hold it in. Yang Kai didn't deny it and just shrugged his shoulders. We have plenty of time in the future. You won't be so lucky next time. Sassafras snorted coldly and led the people back the way they came. One of his subordinates carried the unconscious Zhao Hu on his back. Before he left, he gave Yang Kai a hateful glare. This grudge was really formed. Yang Kai didn't care. After all, the sect had its own rules. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they had to challenge him. Moreover, he needed someone to test his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how much he had grown. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai felt that it was a blessing to have made a feud with Sassafras. Today's battle was really not satisfying. Yang Kai was a little unsatisfied. After Sumu left, the excitement was over. The crowd of onlookers naturally dispersed, but many people still felt as if they were in a dream. The trial disciple Kai Yang, who had not tasted a single victory in over 2 years, had actually won today. Although there was an element of trickery involved, it was still a victory. Chapter 23. This matter caused an uproar among the ordinary disciples who were watching the battle. If it weren't for Sumu's identity, perhaps everyone would have rushed to spread the news and spread it. But because this matter was related to Sassafras, the crowd was tactful and didn't dare to spread the news. They could only keep today's matter in their stomachs. It was finally quiet in front of the hut. Looking at the sky, Yang Kai was a bit depressed. Today, he was delayed by Sassafras and missed the time to practice the tempered body technique. He couldn't help but say it was a pity. After returning to the hut and taking out his last set of clothes, Yang Kai ran to the side of the small pond and took off his tattered clothes, preparing to take a bath. These days, he had been wandering around in the mountains and fought with the flowerback spider, so there was a strange smell on his body. Xia Ningchang stealthily approached the hut. She wanted to see what realm this junior brother of hers was at. Because she was too far away, she wasn't able to see clearly. However, there wasn't anyone in the hut. Circling to the back of the hut, Xia Ningchang swept her eyes around. What came into her eyes was 2 shining white buttocks. Moving her eyes up, she saw that Kai Yang had already taken off all his clothes and was currently in a diving posture. Xia Ningchang's little face turned red. Although she was very strong, she was still a young girl. Not to mention buttocks, she hadn't even seen a man's thighs. How could she bear to see such a scene? It was too exciting. Xia Ningchang's heart thumped and she quickly hid her body. Why was she so fated with that place today? The poor girl's tears were about to fall. How could she care about prying into Yang Kai's secret? She stomped her feet and disappeared in a flash. This stinky junior brother. He dared to be so unrestrained in such an important place. He was naked in broad daylight. He was too shameless, too shameless. In the pond, Yang Kai was bathing while checking his body. He realized that ever since he started practicing the tempered body technique, his muscles had become much stronger. Although he was still skinny, he was skinnier than before. Furthermore, the wound on his abdomen from yesterday's battle with the flowerback spider had already scabbed over. Only the wound on his arm, where the flowerback spider had pierced through him, still hurt faintly. After all, it was a penetrating wound, so it was impossible for it to heal so quickly. However, it was not as serious as he had imagined. It seemed that he would only need a few more days to fully recover. Recalling the life and death battle yesterday, Yang Kai was a little excited. He didn't know why, but the more dangerous the situation was, the more motivated he became. He wasn't like this in the first place. Could it be that he subconsciously had masochistic tendencies that only awakened after living for more than 10 years? Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly sank into the pond and held his breath for a long time before popping his head out. Although he had a lot of things to do, Yang Kai still took a broom to sweep the floor after he finished bathing and putting on his clothes. After all, this was a job in High Heaven Pavilion. Since he had accepted this job, he had to treat it seriously. While sweeping the floor, Yang Kai clearly felt that many of his brothers were looking at him strangely, full of doubt. Presumably, these people had seen the commotion in the morning and didn't understand how he had been able to knock out Zhao Hu. Yang Kai calmly continued to work. After sweeping the floor, Yang Kai returned to the wooden house and opened his bag. He took out the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass he needed and put the rest back. Yang Kai had no use for these remaining herbs, so he could sell them to the contribution hall for some contribution points. Grabbing the bag, Kai Yang was just about to go out, but after thinking for a bit, he changed back into the blood-stained clothes and painted his face. Only then did he rush out. In the contribution hall, Old Man Meng was sitting behind the counter with a teapot in his hand. He was leisurely sipping his tea while humming a little song. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by the doorway. Old Man Meng weakly raised his head to look. Just as he was about to scold the bastard who didn't open his eyes and came to disturb this old man's peace so early in the morning, he saw Kai Yang walk in. His tattered clothes couldn't cover up his body at all. His 2 thighs were faintly discernible and the fine hairs on his legs were clearly visible. The 2 female High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were passing by saw this scene and cried out in alarm, covering their faces and retreating in shame. What kind of mental strength did Treasurer Meng have? He had climbed a mountain of blades, entered a sea of fire, piled a mountain of corpses, yet his expression didn't change. He had slaughtered 10 cities with ease, yet at this moment, he had spat out a mouthful of tea. Little Yang Kai, what are you doing? Old Man Meng hurriedly stood up and stared dumbfoundedly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai rushed to the counter and took a deep breath. I'm back. You must have suffered a lot, right? Treasurer Meng couldn't help but feel pity for Kai Yang. A few days ago, when Kai Yang had left his place, he was still fine. He didn't expect that after just one trip to Black Wind Mountain, he would become like this. Looking like neither a human nor a ghost, it was simply too tragic. Yes, it was a bit dangerous. Yang Kai nodded and didn't waste any more words. He quickly opened the bag and pointed at the pile of herbs inside. But the harvest was not bad. Treasurer Meng, do you want to accept these herbs in the contribution hall? Treasurer Meng took a look and frowned. These were only common-level low-level herbs, they didn't have much value. There were many of these herbs in the contribution hall. Even if he accepted them, there would be no place to put them. Just as he was about to refuse, Treasurer Meng saw Yang Kai looking at him with a face full of expectation. Looking at his clothes, Treasurer Meng's heart softened and he nodded. Okay, I'll accept them. Every 2 herbs will be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Then you take a look. Yang Kai didn't haggle and pushed the bag forward. Treasurer Meng took a look and found a total of 32 herbs. A total of 16 contribution points. He immediately recorded Yang Kai's account. You ran around Black Wind Mountain for 3 days and you only got these? Treasurer Meng casually asked. Being able to obtain this much is already quite good. While Kai Yang was speaking, he also looked around furtively. Cough cough, it's not bad. Old Man Meng couldn't bear to hurt Yang Kai. After all, he also knew about Yang Kai's difficult situation. This kid's aptitude wasn't good, but he was willing to work hard. There weren't many young people who could endure hardships like him. Unfortunately, his aptitude was his weakness and he was destined to not have much success in this life. Just as he was lamenting in his heart, Treasurer Meng saw Yang Kai looking around and couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai mysteriously leaned forward and whispered, "Treasurer Meng, this time when I entered the mountain, I seem to have found an incredible thing." Seeing Yang Kai so cautious, Treasurer Meng knew that this incredible thing wasn't ordinary. His expression became serious and he whispered back, "What is it?" "I don't know. Didn't I bring it back so you can help me take a look? You're experienced and knowledgeable, so you should be able to recognize it." As Yang Kai spoke, he reached behind his butt and took out a bag and gently placed it on the counter. Chapter 24. Treasurer Meng looked at Yang Kai and saw that Yang Kai's face was filled with anticipation and nervousness. He couldn't help but become cautious as he gently opened the package and looked inside. It was about the size of a bowl and was dark red in color. It looked like a mushroom or a Ganoderma lucidum, and its shape was not bad. Cough, cough, cough. Treasurer Meng couldn't help but lightly cough a few times. Yang Kai nervously looked at him and softly asked, "What is this thing?" Treasurer Meng looked at him strangely and didn't answer. Instead he asked, "Where did you find this?" "In a cave. There was a Class 1 demonic beast guarding it. In the end it was killed by me. Only then was I able to harvest it." Treasurer Meng's heart jumped. "You encountered a monster beast? Didn't I tell you not to go too deep?" "I didn't go too deep. I don't know how it ended up in the outskirts of Black Wind Mountain." Yang Kai felt wronged. Treasurer Meng couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the reason why this brat ended up like this was because he had fought with that monstrous beast. With his strength, even if it was only a first-grade monstrous beast, it definitely wouldn't have been easy to deal with. How pitiful. At such a young age, he had toiled for 3 days in the Black Wind Mountain range to earn a mere 16 contribution points. Furthermore, he had to fight against a level 1 demonic beast and narrowly escape death. If he were to find out about this was not appropriate. This was too hurtful. Forget it, this old man rarely does good deeds, so I'll just treat it as accumulating good karma. Yang Kai saw that Treasurer Meng's expression was dignified, but he still didn't answer. He couldn't help but become anxious. Just as he was about to ask again, Treasurer Meng took a sip of tea, smacked his lips and squeezed out a smile. "You little brat, your luck is pretty good." Hearing this answer, Yang Kai's anxious heart immediately relaxed. He was really worried that this thing wasn't worth a single cent. That would be a big joke. "Treasurer Meng, what is this thing? How many contribution points is it worth?" Yang Kai rubbed his hands in anticipation. "Oh, this thing is called bloodlingji mushroom. It's a rare medicinal ingredient, an ordinary." Before Treasurer Meng could finish, he saw the disappointment on Yang Kai's face and hurriedly changed his words. No, it's an earth-grade low-grade medicinal ingredient. It's an earth-grade low-grade medicinal ingredient. That's right." His tone was so firm that Treasurer Meng almost believed it himself. Earth-level low-grade? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. "Treasurer Meng, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Treasurer Meng's face stiffened. What a joke. This old man has spent his entire life reading women reading countless medicines. I have developed a pair of discerning eyes. How could I possibly be wrong? How many contribution points can I exchange for? Yang Kai was only interested in this. "I'll give you 20 points. So little." Yang Kai was a little disappointed. He had thought that this item would be considered a low-level item, and would at least cost a few dozen contribution points. "That's quite a lot, kid." Treasurer Meng thought to himself, "This is free, how can I give you so much?" But he still found a reason. Although this bloodlingji mushroom is an earth-grade low-grade medicinal ingredient, its size is small and its age is not high, so it's only worth 20 points. Yang Kai didn't refute and straightforwardly said, "Then I'll give you 20 points." Treasurer Meng nodded and recorded it in his account. This time, excluding the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and dead Jedi tree grass that he needed, he had a total of 36 contribution points. Adding the contribution points he had saved before, he now had a total of 48 contribution points. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he had become somewhat rich and overbearing. Although he could obtain contribution points by going into the mountains to gather medicinal ingredients, it would also delay his cultivation time. Moreover, he also had to rely on his luck, so it felt like he was putting the cart before the horse. Although he was excited, Yang Kai decided that in the future, unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't do such a thing. The purpose of accumulating contribution points was to cultivate, so Yang Kai was still able to distinguish between the two, so he didn't let the harvest this time go to his head. He currently had a lot of 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flowers. In the end, He had collected 30 to 40 stalks of 3-leaved chaos spirit flowers in the cave, but the amount of dead Jedi tree grass was very small, only 5 to 6 stalks. If he really wanted to use them for cultivation, he was afraid that they wouldn't be enough. He would have to exchange for some from the contribution hall just in case. After making up his mind, Yang Kai said, "Treasurer Meng, give me 10 stalks of dead Jedi tree grass." Old Man Meng glanced at him. Although he was puzzled as to why Yang Kai wanted them, he didn't ask. He only calmly looked at Yang Kai and said, 10 stalks of common grade low-grade herbs for 10 contribution points. Are you sure you want them? Yang Kai frowned and suspiciously said, "That's not right, didn't you just say 2 stalks of herbs for 1 contribution point? The charging price is the charging price, the selling price is the selling price, they are not the same." Treasurer Meng's smile was particularly brilliant, and a thick smell of profiteering spontaneously emerged. Yang Kai angrily pointed at Old Man Meng's nose and said, "You are completely profiteering, taking advantage of the difference in price. This is too shameful. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Old Man Meng waved his hand and said, "This is not me profiteering. This is the price set by the sect. It has nothing to do with me. All the goods in the contribution hall are clearly marked with a price. This old man is only responsible for looking after the sect. Otherwise, how do you think the sect is going to support your 3,000 disciples?" Yang Kai was stunned, but when he thought about it, doing business was all about making money. In such a big high heaven pavilion, if they didn't have some means, how could their 3,000 disciples survive? Although this was indeed a case of taking advantage of the difference in price, no one was forcing you to buy or sell. "Then do you still want the dead Jedi tree grass?" Treasurer Meng saw Yang Kai's pained expression, and his mood immediately improved. Yang Kai clenched his teeth. Sooner or later he would need it. Since he didn't want to go into the mountains to pick herbs, then he could only buy it here. Treasurer Meng turned around and went to the back of the hall. Not long after, he came back with 10 stalks of dead Jedi tree grass. Yang Kai counted them while Treasurer Meng recorded down the accounts. Humph! After eating a loss, Yang Kai was somewhat unhappy, so he took the herbs and turned around to leave. "Come back often when you have time," Treasurer Meng warmly called out from behind. "Come often so you can take advantage of me." Yang Kai finally understood how his nickname of Treasurer Meng came about. 3 steps turned into 2 steps. Kai Yang hurriedly rushed out. Just as he was about to reach the door, a figure flashed in from the outside, almost colliding with Kai Yang. The two people's reactions were quite fast. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and the other person also stopped. A refreshing fragrance blew in his face. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a pair of bright moon-like eyes staring at him, but he couldn't see the face because this person was actually wearing a veil. This was a woman, although her face couldn't be seen clearly, but judging from the color of her skin, she shouldn't be very old, so she should be his senior sister. Yang Kai nodded at her, slightly apologetic, and then moved aside half of his body, indicating that she should come in first. Unexpectedly, after being stunned for a moment, the other person's ears suddenly turned red, and she looked at his eyes evasively. Yang Kai saw this and thought that this senior sister was quite shy, so he quickly looked away, so as not to offend her. Xiaoning Chang was embarrassed to death. She never thought that she would meet Yang Kai at the entrance of the contribution hall. As soon as she saw this person's face, Xiaoning Chang thought of her own. Then she thought of his. In an instant, Xiaoning Chang's face turned red, and her ears became hot. She hurriedly flashed into the room, not daring to raise her head. Yang Kai thought it was a bit funny, such a timid woman was rare, and there were many female disciples in Sky Tower Pavilion, but those who practiced martial arts were generally more open-minded, unlike her, who just blushed when he looked at her. No wonder she was wearing a veil. This senior sister was quite cute, but why did he feel that her fragrance was somewhat familiar, as if he had smelled it before? Chapter 25. When Xiaoning Chang entered the contribution hall, she secretly glanced back and saw that Yang Kai had already left. She couldn't help but sigh in relief. It was probably because of what happened in the morning that made her feel a little guilty. Just as her heart was in a mess, she heard Treasurer Meng sigh from behind the counter. "What's wrong, master?" Xiaoning Chang asked. "I'm just feeling sorry for that little brat." Treasurer Meng sighed. "He's a good child, willing to endure hardships and work hard. His character is also good, and his temper isn't bad either. When Xiaoning Chang heard her master praise Kai Yang, she immediately became angry. She thought to herself, "You still don't know what he did to your disciple this morning. He actually went so far as to take off all his clothes, sullying your disciple's eyes and scaring her." Treasurer Meng kept on talking, and the more Xiaoning Chang listened, the angrier she became. She reached out her hand and slapped the counter. Pa! The sound of something being smashed rang out. Treasurer Meng looked over and his face immediately became distorted. He howled, "My 20 contribution points worth of Earth-level low-level blood Lingji mushroom. This is a blood Lingji mushroom?" Xiaoning Chang looked at the powdered mushroom on the counter, and wondered if her master's eyes were blurred. How could this be a blood Lingji mushroom? No, I saw wrongly. Treasurer Meng lightly blew on the counter and the powdered mushroom flew out. It was as if it was pinched by an invisible hand and scattered outside the door. "That's right, why did you come looking for me today?" Treasurer Meng's face became serious. "I broke through." Treasurer Meng's face twitched as he carefully examined Xiaoning Chang's realm. He couldn't help but nod. Good, I didn't see wrongly. Only your physique is suitable for this technique. Come, eat this pill, it'll stabilize your realm." Xiaoning Chang took the pill and hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "Master, how are your injuries?" Treasurer Meng smiled. "Don't worry about me, it's been so many years, it's not a big deal." Kai Yang was filled with excitement and anticipation as he rushed back to the wooden hut. Now that the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass had been prepared, and the quantity was not small, it should be enough for a while. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Yang Kai really wanted to know if the incense burner could really help him cultivate. The wooden hut was located in the most remote and desolate part of High Heaven Pavilion, so basically no one cared about it. So Yang Kai didn't need to worry about exposing his secret. Walking into the hut, he summoned the wordless black book and flipped to the 3rd page, then took out the incense burner and placed it beside the bed. He then took out the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass, stuffed the 2 herbs inside and closed the lid. In an instant a faint fragrance filled the wooden hut. Yang Kai took a deep breath and carefully sensed it. He found that although this fragrance was a bit special, there was nothing noteworthy about it. Moreover, after he took a breath, his body didn't feel anything. However, from the holes in the incense burner's lid, a steady flow of fragrance drilled into Yang Kai's nostrils. It was like a slender snake, strangely enough, entering Yang Kai's body through his mouth and nose. It was as if there was something extra in his body, in his flesh, blood, meridians, and even his bone marrow. A numbing feeling spread throughout his body. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent, quickly taking the incense burner and preparing to cultivate. As soon as he took a step out, Yang Kai was surprised. His foot seemed to be filled with lead, incomparably heavy, and with this step, his physical strength was rapidly draining away. Taking another step, Yang Kai had the illusion that his whole body was about to collapse. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and all his muscles tightened. The chi that he had just cultivated not long ago was beating in his meridians, and the bones all over his body were making cracking sounds. After the 3rd step, Yang Kai's legs went soft, and he directly fell to his knees, the incense burner in his hand rolling far away. With both hands on the ground, Yang Kai was motionless like a mountain, but his heavy breathing was like a broken bellows. His chest violently rose and fell, and his flesh and blood were twitching. His meridians, internal organs, and bones were expanding and contracting, and the numbing feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Kai wanted to roar, but he firmly restrained himself. His current situation was clearly a state of overexhaustion. He had experienced this several times before, so Yang Kai was quite familiar with it. But just now, he had clearly only taken 3 steps, so how could he use up all his physical strength? Not only was his physical strength exhausted, even his spirit was exhausted. It was as if he hadn't slept for several days and nights, and his eyes were a little blurred. It could be said that his spirit had fallen to the lowest point, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. At this moment, the effects of the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and the dead Jedi tree grass appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Both herbs were slightly poisonous, but the toxicity wasn't strong. Ordinary people could eat a few of them, but the former was harmful to the spirit, while the latter was harmful to the body. Combined with his current physical condition, Yang Kai somewhat understood. Perhaps it was because he had inhaled the strange fragrance in the incense burner, that was why this happened. But whether it was the three-leaved chaos spirit flower or the dead Jedi tree grass, it was impossible for them to have such a strong medicinal effect. The mystery must have appeared in the incense burner. It could infinitely amplify the effects of these two herbs. He had obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, so his recovery ability was extremely strong. That day, he had cultivated for a long time without feeling tired, so naturally he couldn't reach his limit. Without reaching his limit, he couldn't force out his potential. But now it was different. He had only taken 3 steps, and he was already exhausted. If he reached his limit so easily, would he still be afraid of not being able to cultivate in the future? Yang Kai had always believed that a person's potential was limitless, and the key was how to dig it out. Although aptitude could affect a cultivator's growth, one's own efforts were also indispensable. So all these years, even if he knew that his aptitude was not good enough, he still worked tirelessly and never gave up on cultivating. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirit was lifted. His hands gradually used strength to support his exhausted body. His 2 legs trembled violently. Yang Kai's veins were exposed, and his eyes were about to burst. Little by little, inch by inch, he propped himself up. All the physical strength in his body was almost exhausted, and his consciousness was about to blur. But in his heart, an obsession fiercely burst forth. In his life he had never had such a strong desire, the desire to win. Stand up. Pick yourself up from where you fell. Stand up is to break through the limit and win. Time had never passed so slowly. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai half straightened his body. His feet stepped on the ground, and his legs were slightly bent, shaking like a pendulum. But the momentum of straightening his body was so firm, and even if it was slow, it did not change. Finally, accompanied by Yang Kai's roar, his body straightened up. He slightly staggered, but his feet firmly fixed in place. Chapter 26. At this moment Yang Kai smiled. Even though his physical and mental strength were exhausted, his eyes couldn't see anything, his ears were ringing, and his brain was stinging like needles, he still smiled. He won. The joy of defeating himself was far stronger than defeating others. Just when Yang Kai thought he was going to faint, a warm feeling suddenly spread through his body. This warm feeling came from his bones like the spring wind and rain, like rain after a long drought, scraping every inch of his skin, every inch of his flesh and blood, bringing a burst of vitality. His exhausted physical strength recovered a little, and even his mental strength was a lot better. Although he didn't fully recover, he didn't faint. Kai Yang didn't try to be brave anymore. Instead, he sat down on the ground and carefully examined the situation in his body. He discovered that the original numbness in his body had disappeared. Instead, it had become a kind of comfort, so comfortable that he almost moaned out loud. His whole body rhythmically pulsated. And with this pulsation, it was obvious that he had become more solid and explosive. The qi in his meridians was constantly pulsing, and his bones seemed to have become more solid. Just like this, his body seemed to have become a lot stronger. Yang Kai pondered. The warm feeling that came from his bones at the last moment should be the work of the unyielding golden skeleton. After experiencing this several times, Yang Kai could be considered to have grasped the key point. Only when he was unyielding and tenacious in the face of adversity could he stimulate the potential of the unyielding golden skeleton. If he had compromised in the face of adversity, the unyielding golden skeleton would not have provided him with any help. It really was a unique golden skeleton. Yang Kai chuckled. At this moment he finally understood why the incense burner was able to help him cultivate. The medicinal effect of the herbs in the incense burner was magnified thousands of times. After inhaling it, it increased the speed of his physical strength loss and the degree of mental fatigue. That's why he only took 3 steps before he almost fainted. But this kind of medicinal effect magnified by the incense burner, although tyrannical, shouldn't cause any sequelae, otherwise it wouldn't be able to help him cultivate. Only by overcoming this difficulty and stimulating the recovery ability of the unyielding golden skeleton could he obtain real benefits. and only then would he be able to break through his limits and become stronger. The incense burner wafting out of the incense burner, and the unyielding golden skeleton complemented each other. All of this was Yang Kai's own guess. But considering what had just happened, it was basically the truth. Next, Yang Kai had to verify it carefully. The strange fragrance in the incense burner never stopped. Even though there was no wind in the room, it still drifted towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai discovered that if he stayed where he was, the fragrance would not have any effect on him. After resting for an hour, Yang Kai felt that he had recovered a lot of strength. He stood up shakily, and Yang Kai once again stepped forward. Having suffered a great loss once, Yang Kai walked very slowly this time. As he walked, he carefully sensed his surroundings. When his foot landed on the ground, Kai Yang discovered that the strength in his body was like a flood breaking through a dam, gushing out of his body. His spirit was also the same. He suddenly felt exhausted. There was no reason for it, no sign of it. With another step, the little bit of strength that he had recovered was completely drained. Yang Kai almost fell. Clenching his teeth, Yang Kai's stubborn temper rose again, and he desperately moved his feet. This time Yang Kai walked 4 steps before he had to stop. Although he did not want to admit defeat, his body could not keep up. After all, his strength was still too weak. The warm feeling in his body slowly spread out, and the strength he had recovered was not enough to make him faint. After many tests, all of Yang Kai's conjectures were confirmed to be correct. Although the incense burner wafting out of the incense burner made people feel tired, it did not cause any sequelae. The unyielding golden skeleton also needed to be stimulated. The more unyielding the heart, the stronger the warmth, and the greater the benefits it would bring to the body. This kind of cultivation method was simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, it was like playing with one's life. If one was not careful, it would be beyond redemption. Fortunately, Yang Kai was very self-aware. Every time he broke through his limit, he would stop. After accumulating time after time, the results were very impressive. A person's potential was indeed limitless, but if one wanted to become strong, there was always a gradual process. After a whole day of torment, Yang Kai's progress was very obvious. He could already walk 6 steps, which was a big improvement compared to the first time. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He was only walking while smelling the incense. If he could use his fists and feet while smelling the incense, then it would be true cultivation. Then Yang Kai found a big problem. This kind of cultivation method consumed too many herbs. Putting a 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and a dead Jedi tree grass into the incense burner could only last for about an hour. After an hour, he had to put in the herbs again to produce the incense. Yang Kai calculated with his fingers, and his face suddenly became ugly. There were 24 hours in a day, and he cultivated for 14 to 14 hours a day. This would require at least 14 herbs. With his current reserves, he would use up all the dead Jedi tree grass and half of the 3-leaved chaos spirit flower in 2 days at most. What would he do if he ran out of herbs? He only had 38 contribution points now. How many days could he sustain himself? He originally thought that he was very rich, but now it seemed that he was still very poor. That night, Yang Kai fell asleep with deep worries. His mind was full of how to get herbs and contribution points. Even in his dreams, he found a large number of 3-leaved chaos spirit flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. That night, Yang Kai did not sleep well. That night, Sassafras did not sleep well either. Sassafras tossed and turned restlessly when he thought about how he had aggressively brought people to find trouble with Yang Kai in the morning, only to be defeated by him. If it wasn't for him, he might have already hooked up with Boss He's daughter. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Thinking about the He family's daughter, Sassafras was filled with resentment. He would never have the face to meet her again. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Yang Kai, you've gone too far by breaking up an affectionate couple. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but it's always too late for a villain to take revenge. Sassafras was undoubtedly the latter. Although he could challenge Yang Kai again in a few days, Sassafras could not wait until then. He couldn't wait to beat Yang Kai up right now. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Tossing and turning, Sumu couldn't sleep, so he got up in annoyance. Not only did he get up, but he also woke up his subordinates in the middle of the night. Chapter 27. Not long after, a group of sleepy Sky Tower disciples gathered in Sassafras's room. "Young Master Su, what's the matter?" one of them asked while rubbing his eyes. "Nothing, it's about this morning." Sassafras tried his best to calm down. "I called everyone here because I want everyone to give me some ideas on how to take revenge and resolve the hatred in my heart." Another person said, "Young Master Su, can't we just wait for another 4 days? After 4 days, I will challenge that Yang Kai and I promise to beat him into a pig's head." Sassafras was displeased. "Why would I call you all here if I could wait until then?" The group of people were sleeping soundly when they were woken up. Obviously, they didn't have the energy to respond to Sassafras's words. Instead, they kept yawning. Seeing their reaction, Sassafras became even more annoyed. He slammed the table and shouted, "All of you think carefully. If you can't come up with a good idea today, none of you can go back to sleep." Everyone was shocked. Only now did they realize that Sassafras was really angry. Their sleepiness disappeared and they quickly thought of a plan. Not long after, a Sky Tower disciple named Li Yuntian rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. He said to Sassafras, "Young Master Su, we can do this." As he spoke, he leaned over and whispered in Sassafras's ear, telling him how they could do this and this and this and this. Sassafras was overjoyed. He patted Li Yuntian's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. This is a good idea. I'll leave this matter to you." "Young Master Su, don't worry." Li Yuntian also smiled. "Go back to sleep." Sassafras waved his hand. Everyone was relieved and quickly dispersed. Looking at the dark night outside, Sassafras laughed sinisterly. "Yang Kai, brother Yang, let's wait and see." After a while, Sassafras fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Yang Kai woke up and practiced the tempered body technique. Then he went out to sweep the floor. Yesterday, he had used the incense burner to cultivate. Although it was torturous and his back was still aching, the results were quite obvious. The most obvious result was that when he was practicing the fist and leg techniques of the body tempering chapter, he could clearly feel that the power of heaven and earth had decreased a little. This was easy to understand. The incense in the incense burner gave him a great deal of pressure. Practicing the tempered body technique also gave him a great deal of pressure. Once he adapted to one type, he would naturally be able to adapt to another type. An incense burner is a good thing. Yang Kai was excited and wanted to finish his work as soon as possible so that he could continue his cultivation. However, Yang Kai was only halfway through when a person suddenly blocked his path. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the other person. He vaguely felt that this person was somewhat familiar. At this moment, this person was looking at him with a smile. Last night, Li Yuntian gave Sassafras an idea. Although he already had a plan in mind, he didn't dare to be careless. He was confident that he could deal with Yang Kai. Now, the most important thing was to find a way to trick the other party and make him fight with him. Fortunately, when he went to cause trouble with Sassafras yesterday, he hid behind the crowd. At that time he didn't say much. This Yang Kai shouldn't have noticed him. This made things easier for him. Early in the morning, Li Yuntian waited while Yang Kai was sweeping the floor. Sure enough, he saw Yang Kai walking towards him. He immediately put on a smile and put on a harmless expression as he walked over. His current appearance should be friendly enough. Li Yuntian encouraged himself. "Junior brother, is there something I can help you with?" Yang Kai didn't stand on ceremony. After all the tempered body disciples were his junior brothers. Although his level was low, there were benefits to entering the sect early. When he saw a tempered body disciple, he could call them brother. "Are you Yang Kai, brother Yang?" Li Yuntian asked despite knowing the answer. Yang Kai nodded yes. Li Yuntian was overjoyed. "It really is you, brother Yang. I've heard of your name for a long time. Seeing you today, you really do live up to your reputation." These words made Li Yuntian feel disgusted, but he had no choice but to show his sincerity. "You're too serious, too serious." Kai Yang was very clear about his own situation. His name was very famous among the ordinary disciples. Li Yuntian acted as if he was very familiar with Kai Yang. Grabbing hold of Kai Yang's large hand, he vigorously shook it. "Senior brother Kai, I heard that you taught that Zhao Hu a lesson yesterday. It really is satisfying. What? Do you have a grudge against him? Yang Kai sized him up. Li Yuntian's face turned cold. There is some enmity. This person has a human face but a beast's heart. He is despicable and shameless. He once humiliated me. Then why don't you take revenge? Yang Kai asked curiously. Even in my dreams I want to take revenge, but… Li Yuntian sighed, Senior Brother Yang. I'm afraid you also know that there is someone behind Zhao Hu. I don't care about a trivial Zhao Hu, but the person behind him is not someone I can provoke. That's true. Yang Kai nodded. Sassafras had someone backing them up. Ordinary disciples really didn't dare to provoke them. So, Brother Yang teaching Zhao Hu a lesson yesterday really helped Junior Brother vent his anger. Li Yuntian shed tears of gratitude. Yang Kai smiled. It was just a spar between fellow disciples. It wasn't much. Li Yuntian continued, Brother Yang was able to beat Zhao Hu, so your strength can't be considered weak. Yang Kai waved his hand. Small tricks, not worth mentioning at all. Li Yuntian sneered in his heart, thinking that you actually spoke the truth. If you hadn't used tricks yesterday, how could Zhao Hu have lost? But he didn't dare show it on his face. If Yang Kai became suspicious, then it wouldn't be good. Brother is too modest. Come. I Li Yuntian like to spar with others. Brother Yang is also my benefactor. Since we've met today I can't miss it. Li Yuntian beat around the bush for a long time before finally finding a chance to express his intentions. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. You want to spar with me? Li Yuntian nodded, of course. I hope Brother won't be stingy with your teachings. Let Junior Brother see how Brother taught Zhao Hu a lesson yesterday. It'll also solve one of my worries. This reason was really a bit far-fetched. Yang Kai shook his head. Forget it, I don't usually spar with others. Li Yuntian was anxious. That won't do. Brother, you have to agree today even if you don't want to. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Li Yuntian's heart jumped. He was too anxious just now and his tone was a bit harsh. He quickly put on a smile and said, Junior Brother is a martial arts fanatic. If he doesn't spar with others, he'll feel uncomfortable. I hope Brother can help. That's not good. Yang Kai refused. What's not good? There's no reason for this. Li Yuntian saw that Yang Kai seemed to be moved. He quickly struck while the iron was hot. Spar with fellow disciples to test each other's skills. Why would there be a need for a reason? A friendly spar is beneficial to both you and me. Even if that's the case. It still won't do. Yang Kai repeatedly waved his hands. Don't be like that, brother. A spar won't make you pregnant. Li Yuntian was anxious in his heart, but he didn't dare show it. His mind turned as if he had thought of something. He suddenly said, Brother, you're afraid that if you lose, your contribution points will be deducted. Chapter 28. Facing Li Yuntian's question, Yang Kai didn't answer. Li Yuntian thought he had guessed correctly and smiled. Brother, don't worry. Our strength should be about the same, so it's not certain who will win. If Junior Brother really wins, then Brother's loss will be compensated by me. Are you serious? Yang Kai was a bit surprised. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Li Yuntian solemnly promised. Originally, Li Yuntian thought that he had fooled Yang Kai and was ready to show off his skills. He knew that Sassafras was definitely hiding nearby and watching. As long as he could ruthlessly teach Yang Kai a lesson and vent his anger on behalf of young Master Su, then he would gain a lot of face. But he didn't think that Kai Yang's eyebrows would wrinkle again. Li Yuntian almost jumped up and cursed out loud. This senior brother of his was really annoying, just like a girl. How could Zhao Hu lose to this kind of person? Brother, do you have any other questions? Li Yuntian felt that he was on the verge of exploding. Oh, although I also want to compare notes with you. I was already challenged yesterday. If you want to fight again, you will have to wait a few days. Pig. Li Yuntian almost couldn't catch his breath and hurriedly said, Brother, you can challenge me. I haven't been challenged in the past few days. Don't we, High Heaven Pavilion disciples, have a chance to challenge others every day? So it's like this. Yang Kai suddenly understood and dryly laughed. Junior Brother, please don't blame me. Brother has never challenged anyone these past few years, so I completely forgot about this rule. Li Yuntian slowly exhaled, as if he wanted to spit out the anger and depression in his heart. After a long time he said, "Brother, can we compare notes now?" Yang Kai had another question. "Junior brother, if I lose, will you really compensate me with contribution points?" "Compensate? I will definitely compensate, and I will compensate you 10 times. Li Yuntian gnashed his teeth. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't believe you unless you give me the contribution points first." "How can I give it to you?" Li Yuntian was extremely gloomy. Contribution points were all recorded in the accounts room and couldn't be carried around for transactions. This brother is too narrow-minded. Could it be that I would renege on this kind of thing? "I have an idea." Yang Kai smiled slyly, beckoned to Li Yuntian, and then whispered a few words into his ear. Li Yuntian's expression changed several times. He couldn't help but admit that this Yang Kai's mind was really agile. He could even think of such a method. "Junior brother, it's okay if you feel embarrassed. It's not that I don't trust you as a brother, it's just that..." Yang Kai was playing hard to get. He wanted to say something but stopped. How could Li Yuntian not know what he meant? Although he despised him in his heart, for the sake of his own plan, he could only endure. He opened his mouth and said, "No matter. Brother, just wait here. I'll come after I get the things. Just wait, my speed is very fast." As he spoke, he hurriedly ran away. Looking at his disappearing figure, Yang Kai was filled with emotions. In this world, there were still people who sent themselves to him asking to be beaten up. Once they failed, they still gave him things. It was really strange. But this was also good. It could be considered as solving his urgent situation. Unfortunately, this method could only be used once. The next time it couldn't be used again. For a moment, Yang Kai was a bit annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have ruthlessly ripped him off like a lion. With Li Yuntian's eagerness, he reckoned that even if his request was a bit more excessive, he would still agree. Sassafras led a group of people and hid not far away. When they saw Li Yuntian and Yang Kai talking, they were secretly happy. They were prepared to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that Li Yuntian would actually hurriedly run away. This scene made Sassafras confused. The plan they talked about last night didn't include this step. What the hell was Li Yuntian doing? Sassafras was puzzled. He hurriedly sent people to intercept Li Yuntian. He wanted to ask about the situation over there. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the person he sent out came back and whispered to Sassafras, "Young Master Su, Li Yuntian said that Yang Kai is very petty. He said that he wants him to go to the contribution hall to exchange for 10 herbs to compensate for his losses before he is willing to spar with Li Yuntian." Isn't that too petty? Sassafras was dumbfounded. Yang Kai is just a trial disciple. If he is defeated, he will only lose 1 contribution. Why would he have to compensate him with 10 herbs? That person replied, Li Yuntian boasted, so he wants 10 times the compensation, so, well, serves him right. Sassafras had a strange expression. But forget it. As long as we can teach Yang Kai a lesson, 10 herbs is nothing. 10 herbs, it was estimated to be 10 contribution points. Sassafras really didn't put it in his eyes. When the group knew the situation, they could only bide their time and wait bitterly. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was almost done sweeping the floor. Only then did Li Yuntian run back with a face full of sweat. It wasn't that this place was too far from the contribution hall, but that the contribution hall's old man Meng was still sleeping. He only woke up after Li Yuntian knocked on the door for a long time. Old man Meng was disturbed from his wet dream, so his temper was naturally not good. Li Yuntian didn't have time to teach Yang Kai a lesson before he was taken advantage of by old man Meng. He spent 20 contribution points to exchange for 10 ordinary low-quality herbs. Li Yuntian was furious. He secretly swore that he would definitely get back at Yang Kai later. When he arrived at the agreed place, Yang Kai was indeed still there. He was standing there with a broom in his hand. Li Yuntian took 3 steps in 2, panting as he ran to the front. He handed over the 10 stalks of herbs in his hand and unhappily said, "Here, senior brother, take a look." No need. Yang Kai appeared to be very generous. He took the broom and the herbs without even looking at them. Brother, can we compare notes now? Li Yuntian asked. Yes. Junior brother didn't need to go through so much trouble. Junior brother only needs to say one word, brother will believe it. Yang Kai cheerfully laughed. Li Yuntian was so angry that one Buddha almost left his body, 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, 3 Buddhas nirvana, 4 Buddhas in the same hall. The one who said he wanted the herbs first was you, and the one who said he would believe it was you. All the good and bad words were said by you alone. This father had been busy all morning and hadn't eaten anything. Was it all for nothing? But forget it. Li Yuntian took a few breaths and calmed his mind. Now that half of his goal had been achieved, as long as this Yang Kai dared to challenge him, he would not show mercy. Then, junior brother, shall we begin? Yang Kai asked for Li Yuntian's opinion. Good. Li Yuntian's spirit was greatly aroused. He cupped his hands and said, Please advise me, brother. I don't dare. Yang Kai smiled. Neither of them reported their current realms to the other. Li Yuntian was afraid of scaring Yang Kai away, and Yang Kai was happy to do so. With a tacit understanding, the challenge began. With Zhao Hu's example yesterday and today's grievance and hatred, how could Li Yuntian be courteous? He was prepared to use the power of thunder to defeat this brother. In the time it takes for sparks to fly, Kai Yang and Li Yuntian had already begun to exchange blows. Li Yuntian's aura was as deep as the abyss. Li Yuntian suppressed his anger and didn't hold back at all. He used his full strength, his palms flying up and down, each palm faster and heavier than the last. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. His thin body's muscles tightened. The results of his training these past few days were displayed at this moment. He only used Sky Tower Pavilion's basic skills, long fist and whip kick, to face his opponent. As the palms and fists intersected, Li Yuntian was shocked. A strong force came from the other side, shaking his footing, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Not only that, his palms felt as if they had been imprinted on a rock, causing his bones to feel numb from the rebound. Chapter 29. After suffering a loss, Li Yuntian didn't dare to be negligent. Relying on his nimble movements, he circled around Yang Kai and leaped up and down, finding the right time to strike. Very quickly, he landed a dozen or so palm strikes on Yang Kai's body. Who told you to be so petty? Who told me to go to the contribution hall so early in the morning to be bullied? Li Yuntian was secretly pleased. Every time he struck Yang Kai's body, there would be a pong-pong sound. Sassafras, who wasn't far away, was dazzled, as if he was the one who struck Yang Kai. The two combatants were both tempered body stage martial artists. Their cultivation had just started, so they didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. Adding on the fact that Kai Yang wanted to test out his current body, Li Yuntian was able to gain quite a bit of advantage. After fighting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai already had a plan in mind. His current body was still okay, much better than it was a few days ago. Since his goal was achieved, Yang Kai didn't want to continue fighting with this junior brother. Just as Li Yuntian was about to follow up with another attack, he suddenly saw that brother Yang, who had been beaten back by him, suddenly had an excited expression. It was like a pervert seeing a naked girl. That excited expression gave Li Yuntian goosebumps all over his body. But upon closer inspection, this kind of excitement was different. This was a kind of cruel and bloodthirsty excitement. Li Yuntian cried out in his heart. Just as he was about to increase the distance between them, Yang Kai took a step forward, blocking his path like a mountain. Li Yuntian jumped high, wanting to break away from Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai flew up and heavily swept Li Yuntian's waist. With a miserable cry, Li Yuntian flew out like a rag sack, falling several feet away. Without waiting for him to get up, Yang Kai rushed up and sat on Li Yuntian's body. His fists rained down like raindrops. Miserable cries rang out. This round of sparring finally ended with Li Yuntian begging for mercy. Originally, Li Yuntian wanted to retaliate when Yang Kai beat him to the ground, but Yang Kai didn't care about his attacks at all. He was like a madman who was willing to exchange injuries for injuries. After a while, Li Yuntian couldn't hold on any longer. He discovered a strange thing. After being beaten, his and Yang Kai's reactions were completely different. When he beat him, the more he beat him, the more he beat, the more he beat him. In this world, who would be excited to be beaten? In the end, Li Yuntian could even see that Kai Yang's skin and flesh had turned red. Under his skin, blood was flowing and blue veins were bulging. His appearance was ferocious like a mad demon. Li Yuntian really thought that Kai Yang had gone crazy. However, after the sparring session ended, this senior brother actually returned to normal. His face was amiable, and he even affectionately pulled her up from the ground. He smiled and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Only then did he take the broom and leave. When he was fighting and when he wasn't fighting, he was like a completely different person. Li Yuntian's entire body was in pain. After taking so many of Yang Kai's fists, how could he not be injured? This time it was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Li Yuntian wanted to cry but had no tears. The other party had rejected him time and time again, refusing to spar with him. Yet, he had begged the other party to spar with him with the medicinal herbs that he had exchanged for with 20 contribution points. In the end he had been beaten up. Not only had the medicinal herbs been taken away by the other party, he had even lost the battle and had his contribution points deducted. This time it was a huge loss. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Li Yuntian was filled with regret. Sassafras and the others were also stunned. When Li Yuntian and Yang Kai started to spar, they couldn't help but cheer, celebrating the success of Li Yuntian's plan. They were about to see the scene of Yang Kai being beaten up. Sumu had even thought that after Kai Yang was beaten into a pig's head, he would go and taunt him a few times to release the pent-up anger in his heart. But when the battle started, everyone was shocked, because Kai Yang and Li Yuntian actually fought to a draw. Sassafras felt a little dizzy. He asked suspiciously, "What's Li Yuntian's level again?" Tempered body stage 7. His body has already produced some yuan qi. But it hasn't been long, so he hasn't started practicing martial arts yet. Someone beside him answered, "What about Yang Kai?" Sassafras asked again. "Probably tempered body stage 4? His tone was a little uncertain. The group looked at each other in amazement. The two were 3 levels apart, but they were evenly matched. This was simply too sensational. No wonder Zhao Hu was defeated in 3 moves. With Yang Kai's current strength, even if Zhao Hu used all his strength, he still wouldn't be a match for him. But how could this rumored punching bag be so strong? If he really had this kind of strength, then why did he lose every battle before? Yang Kai had been in the sect for 3 years. Basically, he was challenged in the first year after he entered the sect. From then until yesterday he had never won. In between, there were more than 2 years. Sassafras and the others were still shocked. Originally, they thought that Yang Kai was able to fight against Li Yuntian. It was already a miracle that he didn't lose. But when Yang Kai really defeated Li Yuntian, the group suddenly became silent. They couldn't believe their eyes. A tempered body stage 4 defeated a tempered body stage 7. This kind of thing had never happened in Sky Tower's hundreds of years of history. Could it be that this stinky salted fish had a chance to turn things around? While in a daze, Sassafras suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai holding a broom and looking at him with a smile. His face was affectionate. "Junior brother, next time something good like this happens, remember to tell me." "You already knew?" Sassafras's mouth twitched. Yang Kai chuckled. That junior brotherly hid behind the crowd yesterday. But as a brother, he doesn't have any other good points. Only his memory is good. So treacherous. Sassafras gnashed his teeth. Only now did he realize that his group had been tricked by Yang Kai. "Same to you." Yang Kai smiled. "Oh right, I can still challenge you tomorrow. Isn't there a chance every day? Have fun everyone, I'll find you tomorrow." The group's faces immediately turned cold. Hearing Yang Kai's words, it seemed that he had taken a liking to this kind of thing. Looking at Li Yuntian's current appearance and comparing their own strength to Li Yuntian's, everyone shivered and asked in horror, "Young Master Su, what should we do?" Sassafras didn't know what to do. After all, challenging was a tradition of the sect. Which disciple hadn't been challenged before? Although he had a backer, he didn't dare to recklessly break the sect's rules. "Don't worry, he's probably just scaring you. If he really dares to challenge you, I'll make sure he gets the consequences." Hearing Sassafras's words, Everyone's hearts calmed down a little. Yang Kai had only thought of this on the spur of the moment. Sky Tower disciples had a chance to challenge each day. He hadn't used this privilege before, so he had forgotten about it. Today, after being reminded by Li Yuntian, Yang Kai finally remembered this matter. Challenging once a day and defeating an ordinary disciple only gave him 2 contribution points, but even a mosquito's meat was meat. After a month of accumulation, it wasn't a small amount. What's more, the path of cultivation couldn't be closed off. Every day, he would compare notes with these brothers and little brothers. It was indeed beneficial and not harmful. In any case, it didn't take much time. He could just treat it as relaxing and earning contribution points, so why not? All in all, he had earned a lot from today's challenge. Not only did he get 2 contribution points, he also got 10 stalks of dead Jedi tree grass. He had earned a lot. If someone could give him 10 stalks of dead Jedi tree grass every day, that would be great. Yang Kai's heart was daydreaming. Returning to the wooden house, Yang Kai took out the incense burner and lit it. Then, he continued his arduous cultivation. Chapter 30. The next day, a group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered together to practice. Everyone was talking and laughing. Although it was hard work, they were also enjoying themselves. Suddenly, one of them looked in a certain direction in horror and said in a trembling voice, "Su. Young Master Su, what's wrong?" Sassafras was puzzled. He really came. Who came? Sassafras was a bit impatient. He looked in the direction the person was pointing and saw Yang Kai walking over with a smile on his face and a broom in his hand. The group of people's faces changed greatly. "Good morning, junior brother. Waking up so early to practice, you're really diligent." Yang Kai greeted the crowd and deliberately looked at Zhao Hu and Li Yuntian. The two with bruises on their faces subconsciously shrank back. Thinking of how heavy Yang Kai's fists were, their skin tightened. "What are you doing here?" Sassafras's face was a bit unsightly. Although he knew Yang Kai's purpose, he still asked. After all, he had boasted in front of everyone yesterday. "A challenge." Yang Kai smiled brilliantly. He swept his eyes over the crowd and asked kindly, "Which junior brother hasn't been challenged in the past few days? Why don't you spar with this brother?" High Heaven Pavilion's rules stated that when sparring, one could not avoid or be afraid of a fight. Violators would be expelled from the sect. With this rule in place, no matter how afraid Sassafras was of Yang Kai, as long as the other party asked for a challenge and they hadn't been challenged in the past 5 days, even if they knew that the result would be a beating, they still had to accept. On this day, Sassafras's subordinate Zhang San was beaten. Yang Kai left satisfied, while Sassafras cursed at his back. Another day, Yang Kai came again. Sassafras's subordinate Li Si was beaten again. Yang Kai left satisfied, while Sassafras continued to threaten, but to no avail. On the 3rd day, Yang Kai came again. Sassafras's subordinate Wang Wu was unlucky and was beaten black and blue. Yang Kai once again left satisfied, while Sassafras cursed weakly. When Yang Kai came again, Sassafras learned his lesson. He didn't curse or threaten him because he knew that it was useless. This brother wasn't afraid of his threats. Sumu only glared at him fiercely, with a kind of unforgettable hatred. After being tormented again and again like this, Sumu's subordinates suddenly became unhappy. Yang Kai was too much of a bully. There were so many ordinary disciples in High Heaven Pavilion, but he didn't look for anyone but them. It was obvious that he was taking revenge. Moreover, the number of people in this group wasn't small. Yang Kai challenged one person a day, so he didn't leave empty-handed every day. Yang Kai's actions set off an uproar in the entire High Heaven Pavilion. This trial disciple's turnaround made everyone's attention focused on him. Since that day when he beat Zhao Hu, it was as if his whole person changed. He was no longer the soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Every day he would find someone to fight, and every time he won, it was rumored that Sassafras was tormented by him to the point that he didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Who was Sassafras? He was a person with a big backer. Even he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. So how could the other ordinary disciples dare to provoke Yang Kai? This led to the fact that no one dared to challenge Yang Kai anymore. Everyone knew that this little brother who had been demoted to a trial disciple after only 3 years was not someone to be trifled with. When this news spread, everyone was guessing what level Yang Kai's strength had reached. Some guessed that he was at tempered body 4th stage, some guessed that he was at tempered body 5th stage, and some even guessed that he was at tempered body 8th stage. After all, he had even defeated Li Yuntian, who was at tempered body 7th stage. But no matter who it was, no one knew Yang Kai's true strength. Only Xia Ningqiang knew. These past few days, every time Yang Kai fought, she would peak. With her strength that was much higher than Yang Kai's, she could naturally see through Yang Kai's realm. But because she could see through it, Xia Ningqiang was secretly shocked. When this junior brother had defeated Li Yuntian, he was only at body tempering stage level 5. However, in less than 4 days, he had already reached body tempering stage level 6. How did he cultivate so fast? Even if it was her with her special physique, and the fact that she had taken many pills when she was in the tempered body realm, her progress wouldn't be this fast. In order to dispel her doubts, Xia Ningqiang even secretly went to Yang Kai's hut to ambush him and investigate how he cultivated. However, no matter how he investigated, he couldn't find anything. He was just using his fists and legs, and there was nothing unusual. However, when he used his fists and legs, he would often use a few punches and legs to exhaust himself and sweat profusely. Xia Ningqiang couldn't understand why Sky Tower Pavilion's foundation techniques were so strenuous for him. It wasn't like they were mysterious martial arts. After investigating for a few days, Xia Ningqiang still couldn't find any clues. Although she faintly felt that Yang Kai still had some secrets, she was too embarrassed to continue investigating. After all, peeping at others wasn't something to be proud of, especially when peeping at a youth who was often naked. Every time Xia Ningqiang looked, her face would turn red and her heart would beat faster. She would feel ashamed and resentful. Every time this person started cultivating, he would take off his upper body, as if his ribs were so good to look at. But he seems to be stronger than before and has also put on some weight. Recalling the first time she saw Yang Kai, Xia Ningqiang secretly compared them in her heart. After comparing, her face flushed red. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that he was being peeped on these past few days. Every day after he finished sweeping the floor of Sky Tower, he would go find Sassafras and the others to challenge them. Then he would return to the hut to cultivate. Although the days were boring, they were very fulfilling. The incense burner's effect was very strong. Combined with a half an hour of tempered body scripture every day, he had already stepped into tempered body 6th layer yesterday. The chi in his body was already showing signs of solidification. He was only one step away from tempered body 7th layer. At this level, his body would produce a little yuan qi. Although it wasn't much, it was still yuan qi. As long as he had yuan qi in his body, he would be able to start cultivating martial skills. At that time, his attacks would no longer be as boring as punches and kicks. From tempered body 7th layer to 9th layer, the yuan qi in the body would be produced, multiplied, and strengthened. It was also the time when the yuan qi would flow through the meridians of the body and be fully integrated. Only by letting the yuan qi form a large cycle in the body and opening the heaven and earth bridge could one break through the tempered body realm and reach another level. Cultivating like he was risking his life, Kai Yang could feel his growth every day. It was a very real feeling. Today, Yang Kai could already use his fists and kicks under the incense burner's fragrance. However, the duration was not very long. Cultivating the tempered body scripture in the morning was also much easier than before. He was making progress every day. If he could keep up with the conditions, Yang Kai believed that he would be able to grow very quickly. However, Yang Kai discovered an awkward situation. He had used up all of his dead Jedi tree grass. Although he still had some left over from the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit flower, he didn't have much left. These days, Yang Kai had been very frugal. However, he couldn't bear the fact that the consumption of herbs was too fast. After using them for a while, he ran out. Without any other choice, Yang Kai could only go to the contribution hall and use all of his remaining contribution points to exchange for some herbs. Chapter 31. This time, Old Man Ming was kind enough to give Yang Kai a few extra stocks. However, he still held on to Yang Kai and asked him why his strength had improved so quickly. It seemed that the news of Yang Kai harming Sassafras and the others had also reached Treasurer Meng. Yang Kai had a good impression of Treasurer Meng. Although the old man was unreliable, lecherous and thick-skinned, he was very much to Yang Kai's liking. This matter was not easy to explain. Yang Kai could only say that he had accidentally eaten a fruit when he entered Black Wind Mountain. After that, he suddenly became enlightened and knew how to cultivate. Treasurer Meng pondered for a long time. Considering the time when Yang Kai had entered Black Wind Mountain and his performance, he could only believe his explanation. In the end, he concluded that it was a fortuitous encounter. Leaving the contribution hall, Yang Kai was deeply worried. All of his contribution points had been exchanged for medicinal herbs. He estimated that they would only last for 3 to 4 days. After that, where would he go to get more medicinal herbs? Although he could obtain 2 contribution points by challenging others every day, he could only receive them on the 8th day of every month. There were still about 20 days left. How could he wait until then? Unable to come up with a good idea, Yang Kai was helpless and could only cultivate. A few days passed quickly. Yang Kai's body tempering realm level 6 slowly stabilized and showed signs of advancing to level 7. He diligently cultivated every day, forgetting to eat and sleep. His hard work finally paid off. Compared to Yang Kai's good days, Sassafras and the others were suffering. These days, Yang Kai would come to find trouble with them every day, causing them to be extremely annoyed. They couldn't beat him in a fight and couldn't hide from him. They were simply sullen to death. Sassafras was confident that he could beat Yang Kai, but the gap between the two was too large. He simply couldn't challenge him. Sassafras had always thought that Yang Kai was only at level 4 or 5 of body tempering realm. Sassafras knew that this could not go on. If this continued, the hearts of the people would be broken. After thinking about it for a while, Sassafras steeled his heart and gathered all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had been ravaged by Yang Kai. With a gloomy expression he said, "Tonight, we will attack Yang Kai and wash away our shame." Since he couldn't follow the rules, then he wouldn't follow the rules. Everyone was shocked. A sneak attack? Yes. Sassafras nodded. That's not a good idea. Li Yuntian hesitated. Although that guy Yang Kai isn't very kind, he did challenge us fair and square. If we sneak up on him at night and news of this spread, I'm afraid we'll be punished. Li Yuntian's words received the approval of the majority of the people present. Sassafras said angrily, "But he's too much. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. He comes every day. If we don't teach him a lesson, who knows how long he'll continue to be so arrogant. I don't care, I'm going to make trouble for him tonight. Those of you who want to come can come with me. Those of you who don't want to come, I won't force you. If something really happens, I, Sassafras, will bear all the responsibility. I won't drag you down." Sassafras's words were sincere. Even if some people felt that this was not a good idea, they didn't have the heart to refute. After all, Sassafras had already put all the responsibility on his shoulders. He had already done his best. Li Yuntian thought for a moment and said, "This is good. If we succeed, we'll let that bastard know that we're not to be trifled with. Young Master Su, this junior brother will play along with you and play with you." "We'll go too," everyone said in unison. Sassafras smiled and nodded. "That's more like it." At night, everyone was in high spirits. They gathered in Sassafras's room in the middle of the night. "Are you ready?" Sassafras asked in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. "Good. This time we'll definitely make that bastard unforgettable." Sassafras stretched out his hand and covered his face with a piece of black cloth, revealing only his eyes. The others followed suit and became excited. "Let's go." Sassafras raised his arm and gave the order. More than 10 black shadows rushed out and quickly blended into the night. Sky Tower also had disciples patrolling at night, but Sassafras and his group were originally from Sky Tower. They knew the patrolling disciples' movements like the back of their hand and easily avoided them. Why else would they say that it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home? Sassafras's current performance was the best example. Not long after, everyone gathered in front of Yang Kai's small wooden house. They were more than 10 feet away from each other. Everyone suppressed their breathing and looked at the dark wooden house with righteous indignation. "There's no light in the house, Yang Kai should be asleep." Sassafras's heart was set. He turned to Li Yuntian and said, Yang Kai's strength is not weak. Later, you and I will go and capture him together. After that, the rest of us will beat him up. Okay. Li Yuntian nodded. Don't kill him. You can beat him however you want. Sassafras reminded again. Everyone quietly nodded. Go. Sassafras waved his hand and immediately rushed towards the small wooden house. More than a dozen figures dashed through the darkness of the night. All of them were cultivators, so their movements were silent. Everyone's hearts were filled with resentment as they imagined the scene of them beating Yang Kai up and washing away their previous humiliation, causing them to feel extremely excited. These days they had been tormented by Yang Kai. When they were only a few feet away from the small wooden house, Sassafras's eyes became colder and colder. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. They were even closer now. The wooden door of the small house was right in front of them. Sassafras had already reached out a hand to touch the door. Suddenly, a strange fragrance entered the tip of Sassafras' nose. He gently sniffed and felt that this fragrance was a little strange. It was unpleasant but not unpleasant. It was a fragrance that he had never smelled before. Although he was puzzled, Sassafras didn't pay much attention to it. He just kept charging forward. After taking a step forward, Sassafras's body went soft and he almost fell to the ground. This unforeseen event made him break out in cold sweat. At that moment he felt as if half of his strength had been sucked away. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and he was in a daze. He actually felt tired. After another step, Sassafras fell flat on his face. His nose touched the ground first, and 2 streams of warm air flowed out from his nostrils. His mouth was full of the smell of blood. A series of sounds rang out. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered to charge towards the small wooden house all fell to the ground one by one like Sassafras. Each and every one of them was weak. Their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. Wails rang out one after another. It was very lively. What's going on? Sassafras forced himself to stay awake and turned to ask Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian struggled to get up, but he didn't have the strength. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was very ugly. He hesitantly said, Young Master Su, I'm afraid we've been poisoned. Poisoned? Sassafras was shocked. And it's highly toxic. Li Yuntian shakily stretched out a hand. Young Master Su, I'm afraid I'm not going to make it. You have to avenge me. After saying his last words, Li Yuntian's head fell to the side, and he didn't move. Sassafras was shocked. He anxiously called out Li Yuntian's name, but no matter what he did, he couldn't wake him up. He turned his head and looked around. None of the brothers he had brought had escaped this disaster. They were all dead. An inexplicable panic and grief surged in his heart. Sassafras's mind actually calmed down at this moment. This was High Heaven Pavilion, how could they be poisoned? Moreover, the effect of this poison was so overbearing. In just 3 breaths of time, one life after another was lost. Chapter 32. Who poisoned him? Why did they poison him? Just as he was trying to figure it out, he heard a surprised voice. It was Yang Kai's voice. Sassafras hated Yang Kai to the bone, so how could he not recognize it? It was him, so this poison was Yang Kai's doing, bastard. We just wanted to teach you a lesson. But you actually use such a vicious method. Isn't this too cruel? Sassafras wanted to curse Yang Kai, but his consciousness was quickly fading away. Motherf asterisk cur. Could it be that this young master is going to die just like that? This young master had so much ambition, but he didn't even get a chance to show it off before dying here. The heavens are jealous of the talented. The heavens are jealous of the talented. Yang Kai walked briskly to the front of the group, squatted down and removed their masks. Looking closely, he found that they were all familiar faces. After thinking about it, Yang Kai understood what they wanted to do. They were probably tormented by him for the past few days, so they wanted to take revenge on him tonight. But they were really unlucky. Yang Kai weighed the incense burner in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This was really an accident. Usually, before going to bed, Yang Kai would put the incense burner into the black book. But tonight, he had cultivated for too long and was a little tired. So he accidentally fell asleep and forgot to put away the incense burner. The herbs he put in were not used up, and Sassafras and the others happened to smell it. The incense inside the incense burner was extremely potent. The first time Kai Yang had smelled it, he had only taken 3 steps before collapsing to the ground. Even Kai Yang with his unyielding golden skeleton was unable to do so. What about Su Mu and the others? They didn't have the unyielding golden skeleton, so they would need to rest for a few days to recover. Although he had to take some responsibility for his own negligence, Sassafras and the others' carelessness was the root cause. If they had held their breath when they smelled the incense, perhaps they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. "AI, why do you have to do this?" Yang Kai sighed and put the incense burner back into the wordless black book. He stared at the people on the ground with a troubled expression. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai still decided to drag them all out, then casually found a place to throw them, no longer caring about them. After returning to the cabin, Yang Kai continued to rest. Today's matter had alerted Yang Kai. He had to quickly break through to the body tempering realm. The incense burner could only be used outside, but once he broke through the body tempering realm and reached the initial element realm, it wouldn't be so troublesome. At that time, even if the incense burner was placed inside the wordless black book, it would still work, as long as the Yuan Qi in his body could communicate with the wordless black book. Over the next few days, Yang Kai had been diligent in his cultivation. He used the 2 herbs sparingly, but they were still decreasing day by day. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Kai finished practicing the tempered body technique. Along with the inhalation of the Eastern Purple Qi, the feeling of Qi in his meridians suddenly became extremely excited. It was as if the Qi had turned into a small insect, moving back and forth in his meridians. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai hurriedly used his heart to feel. The feeling of Qi stirred up his flesh and blood, making his whole body feel limp and numb. He didn't know how long this situation lasted. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt his whole body become light and his abdomen warm up. At the same time, the feeling of Qi disappeared without a trace. As he transmitted his thoughts, the feeling of warmth in his abdomen seemed to come alive and was jumping around excitedly. Yuan Qi. He had finally taken this step. Body tempering realm 7th stage, Yuan Qi was produced in his body. This was the most obvious sign. A person's first Yuan Qi was always produced in the Dantian. At this time, the Yuan Qi was very insignificant and couldn't support a cultivator in battle. This was because once it was used, the strand of Yuan Qi would disappear, and it would take a lot of effort to condense it again. But because the body had produced Yuan Qi, the cultivator could start practicing martial arts at this time. It couldn't be compared to High Heaven Pavilion's basic martial arts. Martial arts were moves that could be used with the help of Yuan Qi. It was the foundation of a cultivator's battle. The same punch had a completely different effect between a body tempering realm level 6 and body tempering realm level 7. If a body tempering realm level SIXS punch could produce a force of 200 Jin, then a body tempering realm level 7's punch with Yuan Qi could produce a force of 250 Jin or even 1000 Jin. Of course, when a cultivator was in the body tempering realm, they would not use their martial arts easily because it was not easy to recover their Yuan Qi. Only after reaching the initial element state could one freely use Yuan Qi in battle. At that time, even if the Yuan Qi was depleted, one could quickly recover it. The root of everything was whether or not he could recover quickly. Therefore, starting from body tempering stage 7, the cultivator needed to use this strand of Yuan Qi as the foundation to multiply and strengthen. One of the most common methods was to practice martial arts. Every type of martial arts required a few or even a dozen or more Yuan Qi meridians to circulate according to a certain order and route to form different martial arts. To strengthen the Yuan Qi in the process of practicing martial arts, to open up the inner body and reach the initial element state, this was something that every cultivator would do. Yang Kai was no exception. After knowing that he had reached body tempering realm level 7, Yang Kai quickly calmed his excited heart and hurried back to his room to summon the wordless black book. He directly flipped to the 4th page and used his heart to feel it. In the past few days, every time he broke through, he would try to break the seal on the 4th page, but he never succeeded. Yang Kai estimated that only when he reached body tempering realm level 7, the dividing line of the body tempering realm, would there be a change on the 4th page. His guess was not wrong. After a few moments of feeling, a bright golden light appeared on the fourth page. Like the previous few times, this golden light broke free from the binding of the page and directly entered Yang Kai's mind. Suddenly there was some information in his mind. True Yang tactics. This was what the black book gave him after he broke through this time. After carefully examining it, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This true Yang tactics was slightly different from normal martial arts. Normal martial arts had a fixed set of moves. Even if it could be changed, it would not deviate from the basic principle. There was a basic outline. If it went beyond this, then it would not be a martial art. However, this was not the case with the true Yang tactics. It did not have a fixed set of moves. It could be said that it could be changed at will. In other words, it did not have a set of moves. This was the first difference. The true Yang tactics was easy to cultivate, but there were requirements for cultivating it. It could only be cultivated in an environment where there was Yang Qi. However, when the true Yang Yuan Qi cultivated through this tactic reached a certain level in the body, it would condense into liquid and accumulate in the dantian. This was not possible with any martial arts or tactics because every cultivator's body would reach a point of saturation. Once cultivated to the peak, there would be no way to increase the Yuan Qi in the body, unless they broke through their own limits. Chapter 33. But the true Yang secret art was different. When the true Yang Yuan Qi reached its limit, it would turn into liquid and enter the dantian, which was equivalent to emptying the meridians, allowing one to continue cultivating. In other words, cultivating this secret art would not reach its limit. As long as there was Yang Qi, one could continue to cultivate without limit. This was the second difference, and this difference highlighted the extraordinariness of the true Yang secret art. Once the Yang liquid was formed, one could use it to attack in battle. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and decided to cultivate this true Yang secret art. First of all, he had no choice. Without contribution points, he could not obtain any martial skills from the sect. Secondly, he believed that anything from the wordless black book would not be bad. The martial skills from the sect would not necessarily be better than the true Yang secret art. As for the cultivation environment, it was not something to worry about. The sun was also Yang. As long as there was sun, one could cultivate this true Yang secret art. Of course, the efficiency was very low. After all, with the sun shining on the earth, how much could one person absorb? Having made his decision, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the room and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and thought about the true Yang secret art circulation route. He tried to control the only strand of Yuan Qi in his dantian and circulated it according to the true Yang secret art circulation route. Everything was difficult at the beginning. This sentence was not false at all. Although Yang Kai could communicate with the strand of Yuan Qi, it was extremely difficult for him to circulate it. After cultivating under the scorching sun for an entire day, the Yuan Qi in his body only increased a little, and the Yuan Qi's circulation speed was also as slow as a turtle's crawl. But after all, it was his first time cultivating. With such results, Yang Kai was very satisfied. This was a process that was accumulated over a long period of time. It was not something that could be completed overnight. Patience was not something Yang Kai lacked. After 3 days of effort, Yang Kai finally guided the Yuan Qi in his dantian to his chest. With a thought, he controlled this strand of Yuan Qi, which was not very strong, to circulate through several important meridians near his chest. He had to follow the information he obtained from the wordless black book and form the origin of Yang seal in his body. This was the first step to cultivating the true Yang secret art. This origin of Yang seal had no other use than to sense the presence of Yang Qi. After all, Yang Kai was still young and his strength was too weak. He had not formed his own divine sense, so he could not investigate where there was a large area of Yang Qi. But with this origin of Yang seal, it was different. This thing was very sensitive to Yang Qi. As long as there was Yang Qi within a certain range, the origin of Yang seal would react. The strand of Yuan Qi in his body was shuttling back and forth in his chest. Kai Yang's expression was meticulous, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Condensing the origin of Yang seal was a very complicated and tedious process. If there was any mistake in the middle, all of his previous efforts would be wasted. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Yang Kai, who was sitting under the sun, was completely soaked. The long period of sweating had even caused his body to show signs of dehydration. His lips were white, but Yang Kai's expression was firm. He continued to guide the strand of yuan qi to circulate through his meridians without any signs of irritation or discouragement. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange feeling coming from his chest, followed by a sharp pain, as if it had been branded by a hot iron. Yang Kai opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. This pain came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, his chest had returned to normal. He even felt a little cool, but the sharp pain was still reverberating in his mind, making him feel apprehensive. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that there was something extra in his chest, but when he looked down he could not see anything. Was the origin of Yang Seal formed? Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment. The origin of Yang Seal should have been successfully formed. It should have been in the center of his chest, but he could not see it. But since the origin of Yang Seal had been formed, it should have reacted to Yang Qi. Why was he unable to detect it? Could it be that there was no rich Yang Qi nearby? Holding the idea of giving it a try, Yang Kai stood up and walked into the interior of High Heaven Pavilion. As he walked, he paid attention to the movement in his chest. After walking for a short while, a sudden warmth came from his chest. Yang Kai was shocked. Sure enough, the origin of Yang Seal had indeed formed in his body. There was no reaction because there was not much Yang Qi nearby. Now that there was a reaction, it meant that there was Yang Qi nearby. Yang Kai's face was filled with excitement. Cultivating the true Yang secret art required a very harsh environment. The denser one's Yang Qi was, the faster one could cultivate. Like Yang Kai, who only relied on the power of the sun to cultivate, was undoubtedly the slowest. Following the direction of the Yang Qi that the origin of Yang Seal had sensed, Yang Kai ran all the way. In just a moment, Yang Kai rushed into a room. Just as he entered, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Hey, little Yang Kai, why are you here at this time?" Looking up, Yang Kai was surprised to find Treasurer Meng looking at him strangely from behind the counter. So this was the contribution hall. Looking at Treasurer Meng and then looking at the back of the contribution hall, Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. The source of the Yang Qi was very clear. It was definitely something with a Yang attribute in the contribution hall's warehouse. But that was something from the contribution hall. If he wanted it, he could only use his contribution points to exchange for it. Yang Kai currently had 0 contribution points in the treasury, all of which had been exchanged for the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and the Dead Jedi Tree Grass. Understanding this point, Yang Kai was suddenly very disappointed. He didn't even bother to answer Treasurer Meng's question and dejectedly turned around to leave. "What do you mean?" Old Man Meng was suddenly depressed, aimlessly walking around High Heaven Pavilion. The origin of Yang Seal on his chest would occasionally play a role, guiding Yang Kai in the direction of the Yang Qi's source. But the source of the Yang Qi was either in the residence of the sect's leader or in someone else's pocket. Yang Kai even had the thought of covering his face and robbing them. But looking at his own small body and the strength of others, Yang Kai had no choice but to dispel this thought. Although he couldn't obtain these Yang attribute treasures, Yang Kai wasn't completely empty-handed. According to his many experiments and feelings, the origin of Yang Seal in his body could clearly sense the existence of Yang Qi within a 50 zhang radius. Beyond 50 zhang, the origin of Yang Seal couldn't sense anything. He reckoned that this was related to his own strength. In the future, when his strength increased, the origin of Yang Seal's sensing range would increase. Hurriedly walking through the High Heaven Pavilion for 2 to 3 hours, except for a few restricted areas, he had almost explored the entire High Heaven Pavilion, but Kai Yang still had not found anything. Thinking about it, since these things could be sensed by the origin of Yang, they must be very valuable. How could they be casually thrown on the road for him to pick up? His own idea was very naive and laughable. Should he go to Black Wind Mountain again? There must be something with a Yang attribute in this mountain range, right? Just as he was considering whether this idea was feasible, the origin of Yang Seal on his chest suddenly heated up. Yang Kai instinctively followed the direction of the origin of Yang Seal and walked in that direction. Chapter 34. After walking for a short while, An incomparably huge mountain stream appeared in front of him. A gust of wind blew towards him, almost causing Yang Kai to tumble. Yang Kai regained his senses, looked up and was immediately stunned. How could it be here? In front of him was 1,000 feet wide, almost bottomless, and he didn't know how long this mountain stream was. This was High Heaven Pavilion's most dangerous and most mysterious place, Coiling Dragon Stream. Speaking of which, the existence of this mountain stream itself was very strange. High Heaven Pavilion was not located in a mountain range, but rather in a flat area. Rather than calling this mountain stream a mountain stream, it would be better to call it a crack in the earth, but this crack was a bit too big. Coiling Dragon Stream, High Heaven Pavilion's forbidden area. Because of the extreme danger here, with the howling wind, if one was not careful, one could easily fall. Once one fell, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Coiling Dragon Stream was also the place where High Heaven Pavilion banished traitors. For hundreds of years, whenever there was an unforgivable traitor in High Heaven Pavilion, their cultivation would be crippled and they would be banished to Coiling Dragon Stream. Yang Kai could not understand this. If they really were traitors, why not just kill them? Why did they choose to banish them? Crippling one's cultivation and being thrown here was tantamount to death. Of course, in addition to banishing traitors, Coiling Dragon Stream was also the first choice for many infatuated people to commit suicide. Within High Heaven Pavilion there were many such stories. Most of them were touching stories of how, after the death of their lover, they did not want to live, so they jumped off Coiling Dragon Stream. The High Heaven Pavilion's male disciples all had one or two of these stories hidden in their hearts, waiting for the right opportunity to pick up a girl. As long as the beautiful woman was exhausted from listening to them, the High Heaven Pavilion's male disciples would then show off their broad chest and warm arms. That was absolutely invincible, 100 times successful. These touching stories, who knew how many tender and beautiful stories, were the favorites of High Heaven Pavilion's male disciples. The information about Coiling Dragon Stream ran through Yang Kai's mind. He slowly walked forward a few steps and looked at the bottomless mountain stream, full of doubts. How could there be yang qi in this? Furthermore, it was different from what he had sensed earlier. Not only was there a strong yang qi below, but this yang qi was also continuously spreading upwards. Even though he was standing by the mountain stream, Kai Yang could still feel the slight warmth in the air. This warmth was not the power of the sun, but it was countless times purer than the power of the sun. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai simply sat down on the ground and stopped thinking about the reason. Instead, he tried his best to absorb it. When practicing the true yang tactics, the higher the concentration of yang qi in an environment, the faster the cultivation speed. Now that the yuan qi in his body was scarce, the true yang qi circulated slowly, but with the help of this yang qi, his cultivation speed should be much faster. It was evening and the sun was setting in the west. Although there was not much sunlight, Yang Kai could still feel that the efficiency of his cultivation was much higher than it was a few days ago. Once he started cultivating, he unexpectedly cultivated all night. When the next morning came, Yang Kai opened his eyes to check the results of his cultivation. There was a difference between yang qi and not having yang qi. Before, although he cultivated under the sun, it took him 3 days to cultivate a little bit of yuan qi. But now, in just one night, he had achieved what he had taken 3 days. The efficiency was so high that it made people speechless. The yuan qi in his body had also grown, and was no longer like a candle in the wind and rain a few days ago. Moreover, with the growth of yuan qi, Yang Kai found that it was much easier to control than before. It was a new day. Yang Kai did not continue to practice the true yang tactics. Instead, he stood up and practiced the tempered body record for half an hour. At the edge of the Coiling Dragon Stream, Yang Kai was sweating like rain. Although he had cultivated all night, he was not tired at all. Instead, he was full of spirit. After finishing the tempered body record, Kai Yang then finished the sweeping servant's task. Only then did he run back to the house. In any case, his 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass were almost used up. The incense burner could not be used for the time being. Of course, the only choice left was to cultivate here. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to find Sassafras and the others to fight, but it was strange. Since that night, Sassafras and the others seemed to have evaporated from High Heaven Pavilion, never to be seen again. Although Yang Kai had some conflicts with them, it was not a grudge. Tangling with them was just for fun and to test his growth. He did not care about their sneak attack at night. If it was him who was bullied, as long as he had the strength to retaliate, he would do the same. Sitting next to the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai ignored the wind that was strong enough to blow a living person away. With a thought, the little yuan qi in his body shuttled back and forth in his meridians, circulating again and again. The circulation of yuan qi seemed to lead to a mysterious force, causing the pores on his skin to open up. The yang qi in the air was like a cat that smelled blood and could not wait to drill into his body. His whole body felt warm, as if he was taking a hot bath. Yang Kai felt so comfortable that his body relaxed. 2 days passed in a hurry. Yang Kai had a great harvest. After 2 days of cultivation, the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body had grown a lot. Yuan qi also had a gentle force of yang inflammation. This was the most obvious characteristic of cultivating the true yang tactics. Because the yuan qi in the body was formed by absorbing yang qi, it was naturally yang. You're tuning into the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.